Hello, hello! I'm a very sleepy Gumi coming to you on this wonderful Thursday. I watched the Final Fantasy XIV live letter live, and my time, that is 4 a.m. And so, I am dealing with it by drinking Mountain Dew to get that Mountain Zoo. Okay, Don't know if I'm a Diet Mountain Dew fan, but at least it's not more sugar. Alright. Let us continue. Right. He's about to kill his children, right? Goodbye, my bungling sons and daughters.
そして生涯でただ一度、そして最後に私の儀式のために役に立て。
And for the final and only time in your lives, be of use to me for my ritual. What bug image? Hello, yeah.
いでよ、ペンドラゴンの記念兵たちよ。
All right, this is why I'm like, how about we end here? Because things are about to go cray. All right, arise, Pendragon Memorial Troops. As Kinzo raised his arms high like an opera singer and yelled those words as though towards a packed audience. The air shattered like glass, and the figures of 3 people who hadn't been invited to this island appeared regardless. Uh-oh, Dance of the Moon Rabbits, things are about to go crazy. Imagine Kinzo's a bug with a coat and a suit. That's wonderful. That's all he is.
Chester 45, right here. Chester 410, right here.
That's a new one. Chester 00, right here, sir. Chester 00? Chester 00. Kinzo just summoned these chicks. Alright, Chester 00. A weapon of the Sisters' Cavalry, which serves Pendragon. 00 has the position of their calm and composed leader. They're all wearing bunny outfits. All of the Chesters are. You don't remember these 2 Chesters? Eva Beatrice summoned them last chapter, but the blonde one is new with the eye patch. 00 has the position of their calm and composed leader. However, that is merely the role that was sought of her. Her true self is far more of a weakling. 00 excels in reconnaissance and as a vanguard, and has enormous power to bring the enemy under control during encounters. However, her excessive power level has been criticized as inhumane. Oh god, and it is not rare for her to be lynched and abused upon surrendering on the battlefield. Her one eye tells of this without words. Oh shit. Damn. Chester 45. Chester 45 has an extremely meticulous and timid personality. Oh, of course they are. Of course they're silly. They're also frightening. They were part of the reason Eva Beatrice was so intimidating, because she would get these cute girls who would murder the fuck out of everyone. Right now, Kinzo's the summoner. He just summoned them right as you arrived. ffxiv has an extremely meticulous and timid personality and is fairly paranoid. For that reason she... Oh yeah, this is the same as before, I think. So here's the 3 of them. But they're like half Union Jack little armbands. Chester 00, right here, sir. Dressed in pink? Oh, Lambda Delta. She's evil. When you were saying which is the one I think is the most evil, I think it's her so far. Also, poor Sakataro is dead. Three girls with bizarre forms suddenly appeared behind Kinzo. Where from? When? Who? Who are they? Yes, killed by Rosa. Hello, Rep. We've got 3 bunny girls now. The humans who were thrown off balance and their minds went blank. And because they wasted time with such thoughts, they lost their last chance to survive. I grant you permission to shoot 6 people to death. You have free choice of targets. Begin attacking. Unrestricted firing, understood, sir. Thank you for the good targets. Yes, they are his family. All units commence unrestricted firing. And apparently all of the servants are there too, I think. No. His grandchildren are not there. All the grandchildren were told to go to the guest house, so they're not present. But all of the kids and their spouses and I think the servants are here. I know, yeah, that's what I was saying. They're British, which is part of the reason why Kinzo likes them, I'm sure, because he's a Euroboo. Anyway, all units commence unrestricted firing.
First one in there.
As 410 scratched the air with her finger, a golden bow appeared in empty space, and its string was pulled back. The golden arrow that had been ready there was fired off without any hesitation, flew around the room, leaving haphazard gold trails everywhere. And from among those siblings at the table of the family conference, it chose Natsuhi! And pulverized the left half of her face. No! Poor Natsuhi! I know, Natsuhi can't catch a break. Flesh and deep red blood splattered all around, leaving a massive amount of deep red spatter marks on the relatives' faces and the pure white tablecloth. There was silence. Yep, you're counting them, huh? Despite the massive number of deep red blotches left on the tablecloth, even still, no one could understand why Natsuhi's head was half smashed, nor why she was hanging her head as though she had dozed off in her chair. They watched these events in silence. That's what loyalty gets you, huh? I know, right? Those sitting on the right-hand side from Natsuhi were silent for a relatively long time, but those sitting on her left were not. Because the people sitting on that side had been shown how her head had been smashed open like a watermelon or a pomegranate, and could even see inside her. Oh no, Kraus is sitting on that side of her. Poor guy. Natsuhi. That's one. Natsuhi, I see. A luckless woman to the end. Next! 00, firing. I know, Kraus, you gotta be like, what the fuck, Dad? In the same way, 00 scratched the empty air to ready her bow and fired. I know, that's your boo, turn up, exactly. Just like the golden arrow 410 had released, it flew around at high speeds, drawing a convoluted trail, after which, as he looked at Natsuhi in shock, it smashed half of Rudolph's head in the same way, killing him instantly. All right, well, Battler's dad nerfed again. Bye, Rudolph. Damn, rip, I know. Hey, Bedwards. Natsuhi would have already grabbed the gun had the roles been reversed. Yeah. Yeah, if Kraus had died, she would have been like, no cap. Yeah. This time, everyone did not stop thinking altogether. They realized that a terrible murder had been carried out right in front of them, according to Kinzo's words. All right. Kirie has to do something. And they understood that Kinzo would probably kill again. All of them screaming. Shrill screams burst out. Now they get it. Even now, they still didn't know what to do. So they could only keep screaming and flapping their wide open mouths like goldfish. Father, what do you think you're doing? You don't? Hurry up and run! As Eva asked Kinzo that in total shock. Hideyoshi, who had come to his senses and risen from his chair faster than anyone else, pulled her arm from behind. He is securing his wife. Let's go. Run. However, merciless fate's choice for the third sacrifice was Hideyoshi. I knew it! Oh god! Eva just had to deal with this last time, and now again. However, merciless fate's choice for the third sacrifice was Hideyoshi. Just like the two before him, half of Hideyoshi's head was neatly smashed. Are they? Okay, they must be saying this is how everybody died in episode 1. This is the magical explanation for how everybody died in episode 1. Because people's faces were smashed, and sometimes half of their faces were smashed. 6 people in episode 1. So Kinzo must have met with them and summoned the Chesters, maybe. Yeah, I suppose so. You can think of it that way, Tao, if you don't think magic exists. Yeah, their skulls were cracked open. Well, oh. So I guess it is different that way, but did Battler really check that closely? I'm sure he didn't want to see his family's brains, you know? Wow. Okay, so maybe it's not exactly the same as episode 1. All right. Half of Hideyoshi's head was neatly smashed. Yeah, he's having 6 people randomly killed amongst his children and their spouses. Yeah. Not that you remember, but yeah, Kinzo is, yeah. Which happened to be facing that direction at the time, was blown away, chunks of its contents thrown everywhere like a watermelon or a pomegranate. Thanks for the description, Ryukishi. So, still holding Eva, oh no. Hideyoshi toppled backwards and fell down, and Eva's gonna fall on top of him with her husband's head blown open. Great. Still held by her beloved husband, Eva fell over backwards with him. Honey! Honey! Eva screamed. And who could blame her? The face she had been looking for had been half lost. The scene was disgustingly detailed. They showed that on TV? They usually censor that kind of thing on TV anime. You better start calling him Pudding? Damn. Yep, damn. The face she had been looking for had been half lost. And the crushed skull, the squelchy exposed brain, and the crushed jaw were all bare. She's seeing her husband's brain? Oh no! 45, impact on target.
見事だ。
Spectacular.
続けて撃て。
Fire again.
残りは3人であるぞ。
3 remain.
お父さん。
Father!
これは何の真似です。
What? What are you doing? Kraus stood up forcefully and was about to rush Kinzo when Double O blocked him. Despite her slender-looking body, she held back Kraus's body with just the palm of her right hand. He still tried to resist and attack Kinzo, so Double O lifted Kraus up by the collar and twisted into his Adam's apple with her thumb. It seemed to be very painful, and Kraus was overcome with agony. Ooh, Kraus close-up. Everyone, run! Get the police! Emergency services! Quickly! Everyone, let's escape! Escape! Oh yeah, I forgot Nanjo's there too. Nanjo's sharp words finally broke the spell that had been holding them down in their chairs. As Goda and Kumasawa made a mad scramble to escape from the dining hall, 410 teleported to that spot, blocking the way. I'm almost making me root for Kinzo. What? Did I make Kraus sound pathetic?
You sure are slow, yeah.
Yep, there are 3 of them. There are summoned familiars summoned by Kinzo, Chester 00, Chester 45, and Chester 410. Or 410, if you prefer. They are bunny girls. They're part of Pendragon's cavalry.
Did you think I'd let you escape, yeah?
Help me! Kirie, let's go! Goda-san, duck! At the sound of Kirie's sharp voice, Goda, in a state of complete confusion, ducked. Then a burst of air rushed above his head. Kirie had taken a big swing with a chair to mow 410 down. Let's fucking go, Kirie! Her husband just got his head blown off, and she is in control. But 410, still wearing a contemptuous expression, easily caught that widely swung chair with one hand. Oh no.
You're a scary woman, yeah? You really want to follow your husband that bad?
She really just pulled a Waffle House? Not Kirie Waffle House. From the sleeve of the arm that she had used to catch the chair, something like a shining golden snake appeared. Oh no! They're really gonna nerf Kirie. That would be your one biggest gripe with Umineko, how one-sided the battles are. So far, yeah. Yes, I get that reference. There was, oh yeah, Chester Waffle House her. There was a lady who threw the chair and that one worker, like, freaking deflected it with one hand. I remember that. That video was so good. Yeah, Chester's sister just Waffle Housed that chair thrown by Kirie. Well, hey, what about that one time, that Rudolph and Kirie, with guns, fucked up some of the, Steak Sisters? What are you people talking about? Well, we're talking about the past. Sorry. oh, about Waffle House? So, there is a chain of breakfast restaurants, although I think they're open 24 hours, in America, though I think it's mostly like the Midwest to the South, because I've never seen Waffle Houses where I've grown up on like the West Coast, but they're notorious for fights breaking out there. Okay, you are aware of that. I thought that's what you meant by what are we talking about? Otherwise, we're talking about times when some of the humans actually put up a fight against being murdered, but all right. From the sleeve of the arm that she had used to catch the chair, something like a shining golden snake appeared, coiled itself around the chair, and with a huge crunch, bursted into splinters. How are the non-magic bros gonna explain this one? It was a fearsome power, far stronger than any vice. When Kirie realized that the being in front of her, which looked like a girl, was actually a being that surpassed human knowledge, and which a human could not even begin to oppose, her head was filled with a great alarm bell that welled up from inside her. This episode is actually the hardest in the non-magic department. The manga makes this really confusing. Really? Even more than 2? Even with a scene like this before their eyes, Genji, Shannon, and Kanon, the servants permitted to wear the one-winged eagle, continue to stand calmly at attention by the wall, making them look very bizarre and eerie. For an instant, Kirie thought that the source of their calmness was that they were with the enemy and had been guaranteed that they wouldn't be killed. But no sooner had she thought that than the sight of Genji's face was blown away before her eyes. Ah! They never take out Genji first. Rip Genji. Stella, what are you doing? Oh, well, I guess Genji was also taken out first, technically, in episode 3. You're getting distracted by Shannon? But no sooner had she thought that than the sight of Genji's face was blown away before her eyes. 45, impact on target.
元気めこれは
Oh ho, Genji. Now that is unfortunate.
安らかに眠れ我が友よ
Rest in peace, my friend. You didn't even offer that many words for when your son got killed just a bit back. You didn't even say a thing.
そなたの死は無駄にはならぬぞ
Your death will not be wasted.
我が愛しき魔女復活の重要なる13の鍵の一つとなるのだから
You will become one of the 13 keys essential to the resurrection of my beloved witch. True. True, he is Rudolph. The half of Genji's expression that remained was as indifferent as ever. He tilted, fell in a heap, and sent a blood-red splatter out across the floor.
源氏様僕たちなんて所詮は魔女の駒なんだ
We're nothing more than the witch's pieces. Oh no, Kanon is dissociating. Poor Kanon.
所詮
Nothing more. Nothing more. From the meek and frustrated, no, resigned expressions on Shannon and Kanon's faces, you couldn't feel any naive expectation that they would be saved. That's right. Kinzo was, in the truest sense, carrying out these murders at random. I wonder if Ryukishi literally put everybody in a random number generator or something. Oh yeah, oh no, Kinzo's a mega simp. Not only that, a GF who didn't even like him, like a unrequited love interest who didn't even accept him. But he's like, give me one more chance. And he was like gonna get his children and best friend killed so he could be like, just give me one more chance. The apex simp, yeah. Kinzo was, in the truest sense, carrying out these murders at random. In the truest sense, he was killing like it was a game to see who would be saved and who would be killed. I know, right? That is crazy.
Well then, who we go for next?
410 looked at Kirie for a second. In that second, Kirie prepared for her own death. But once she had readied her golden bow in midair, 410 looked at someone else over Kirie's shoulders. Oh my god, is Kirie gonna survive this? Hog? So, as shameless as it was, Kirie sensed that she had been saved. Again, an ugly sound of something cracking and exploding rang throughout the room. Who was it this time? All right, place your bets. One vote Kanon. Come on. I vote Nanjo. You say Eva? Eva, well, I mean, you know, don't you, Rep? All right, we got an Eva, we got a Kano, and we got a Nanjo. All right. When Kirie turned in the direction of the sound. Oh, thanks, Rep. It was Eva.
A test of your reflexes.
Yes, but you want to see Eva. Okay. She saw Eva collapse onto her husband's chest, gushing blood like a fountain. Of course, her face was half smashed, just like her husband's. Wow. So George now has one whole head of a parent. 410 had mercilessly targeted Eva as she clung to her husband's body, sobbing. Wait, you forgot? Your subconscious was like Eva. That was dark. Even for George. 410 had mercilessly targeted Eva as she clung to her husband's body, sobbing. Let go of Nissan! Let go of Nissan! Just stop it, father! hey Dan, we're in the middle of a bloodbath. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Just stop it, Father! Just stop this brutality! Says Rosa Ushinomiya, telling someone to stop this brutality? Run! Rosa! Rosa's protestations weren't reaching Kinzo as he continued to laugh loudly in the blood-spattered dining hall. And nor was she able to lessen Krause's pain as Double O lifted him up by the collar. You cannot escape the tiny bombs, Rosa! So Rosa had no choice but to use force. Finally! Let's go! Rosa's finally gonna show her family that she's a badass. So Rosa had no choice but to use force. She raised one of the chairs beside her over her head and gave a warning. Father! Order her to let go of Nissan! Just make them stop all this! I think not. If that is what you desire, then prevent it using your own power. Cut a path open for your own fate with your own hands. You, who have always hid behind the backs of others in fear, show me the final bit of self-mastery that dwells within you. Look at his face. He's like expectant. He's like, he wants his daughter to smash him in the face with a chair. He'd be proud of her. Exactly, we can't trust Krause to do anything except stutter. True. Father. The chair that Rosa had lifted up swung down at the father who had reigned as a symbol of terror for her entire life. It was the greatest and final act of bravery and self-mastery in Rosa's life. Kinzo might have been right. If she had grasped that courage much, much sooner, her life might have been more free, unrestrained by anyone else. Then a loud bursting sound. The sound of Rosa's chair fiercely hitting Kinzo. It was not. Still lifting up the chair, she neatly lost half her head and fell with a thud. Oh, damn. Okay, Rosa gets killed right off the bat. So much for the setup with Maria. While still holding Krause up with one hand. I can't believe Krause is the only survivor of the siblings. This is pretty hilarious. While still holding Krause up with one hand, Double O had stuck her other hand out towards Rosa. The golden snake released from that arm had constricted Rosa in a helix and chewed a hole through her head. Defensive firing. I apologize for the discourtesy of a point-blank shot, sir. It matters not. So this makes 6? Yes, Lord Goldsmith, sir. This makes 6. Yeah, he just killed 3 out of 4 of his kids without blinking, yep. After declaring this with indifference, 00 let go of Kraus, who she had been lifting up this whole time. Yay, Goda lives!
第一の番の生贄はエヴァにルドルフにローザ、ナツキ、秀吉、そしてゲン。
Yeah, so this is the Witch World. So this is like 1998, the Witch World in 1986. So in the Witch World, his name's Goldsmith. That's his all caps witch name, like Beatrice, Maria, Ange, Berncastle, Lambda, Delta, Goldsmith. But it kind of makes sense because that's pretty much what his name means in Japanese. So the sacrifices of the first twilight were Eva, Rudolph, Rosa, Natsuhi, Hideyoshi, and Genji. Of course Kinzo would have a witch name. Of course he would. It was a massacre that happened in an instant. The interior of the dining hall was dirtied with blood spatter, and the 6 unlucky victims lay with their heads brutally exposed. Fittingly, it was Kinzo's abnormal laugh alone that echoed in that abnormal space.
いよいよに幕を開けたぞ。
The curtain has finally risen.
ベアトリーチェを蘇らせる儀式の始まりだ。
It's the beginning of the ritual to revive Beatrice.
運よく第一の番を逃れた者たちに我が友人たちを紹介しようではないか。
You lucky ones who have managed to escape the first twilight, allow me to introduce you to my friends.
いでよ、我が友よ。
Arise, my friend.
ロノエ。
Ronove. Hey, Ronove, let's go. So wait, Ronove and Genji are friends? When Kinzo called Ronove's name, the demon butler appeared out of thin air, bowing deeply and respectfully. This is a sex tape. Oh my god. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Yeah, it's your favorite song, Rep. And to those of you for whom this is a long overdue reunion, good day. It seems that we once again have a spectacular mess on our hands.
いよいよ
I care not.
我が白昼夢のごとき日々を覚ますにはこの程度の刺激が必要だ。
This level of stimulus is necessary to wake me from my days of waking dreams. Stella, careful where you step. Girl, it's not even close to your feeding time. I'm gonna lift you up. Alright. This level of stimulus is necessary to wake me from my days of waking dreams.
紹介しよう。我が友人であり、頼れる執事であり、72柱の大悪魔であるロノウェだ。
Allow me to introduce you, my friend, reliable butler, and one of the 72 great demons, Ronove. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Just who was he aiming that introduction at? That'll be answered, Alexi. He's just trust my boy Urianshe. He's only got everybody's best intentions at heart. He's a good boy. Just believe in the process. Just who was he aiming that introduction at? Kraus and Kirie, who were still down on their backsides, and Nanjo and Goda and Kumasawa? So these are the witnesses. Kraus, Kirie, Nanjo, Goda, Kumasawa could only look up in shock at this middle-aged gentleman who they had never met before. Only Shannon and Kanon seemed to recognize him, and they bowed deeply. Kinzo's on the left. Yeah, that's Kinzo on the left. I see that I was unable to greet Genji. I hope that he was at least able to complete his duty painlessly. Ha! Yeah, get him. It was an instant death from a direct hit to the head. He didn't have the time to feel the pain. Is that so? Very good. Allow me to introduce another of my friends. Wait, he knows her too? This is a little strange, because didn't she only take on the name Virgilia? I guess she could have been lying about taking on the name Virgilia, like, in the middle of episode 3, because there was a whole lot of acting going on. That could have just been the name she took on for a long time after she passed her name on to Beatrice. Arise, my friend, Virgilia. Virgilia is, she was pretending a lot. She's actually a lot worse of a person than she was letting on. She was putting on a little ruse, taking us for a ruse cruise. Once again, the figure of someone unknown to the relatives appeared out of thin air. She appeared in an elegant dress while greeting them gracefully. Because they were trying to trick Battler into thinking Beatrice had reformed from being evil. And so it was part of their grand plan to trick Battler into giving up the game and losing. Because by the end of last chapter, Beatrice was, like, apparently on the good guy's side, because the Eva Beatrice, like, new witch was screwing up everything. And Beatrice was like, alright, I'm gonna help you against her, even though it's, like, really embarrassing and stuff, like it's tsundere kind of thing. But it was all an act. Seemed like she was having a little redemption arc, but it was all part of the act. Anyway, she appeared in an elegant dress while greeting them gracefully. I thank you for summoning me, my lord. Although I would rather not have been summoned into a sanguinary place such as this. I don't know. Allow me to introduce her too. This is my friend and reliable counselor both, Virgilia. I want to borrow your power as a great finite witch for my ritual. Wait, not eternal witch, but finite witch? Okay.
その力を貸せ。
Lend me that power.
お断りしようにもあなたの強力な召喚霊族下にある身ではそれも構いません。
As someone under your powerful summoning subordination, I would not be permitted to refuse even if I tried.
御意に親方様。
As you wish, my lord.
それにしても恐ろしいお方だ。
He is a fearsome fellow.
シエスタの姉妹兵を3人も召喚し、私に加え、さらにワルギリア様までも召喚せしめるとは。
To think that he summoned 3 of the Chester sisters' corps, and then me, and even Virgilia-sama.
召喚という能力においてのみとはいえ、お嬢様をもはるかに上回るとは恐ろしい。
Even though it is only in the area of summoning, to think that he far surpasses Milady is frightening.
後ろ宮の地に戦慄を覚えます。
The Ushiromiya blood makes my own run cold.
ベアトリーチェ復活の儀式を執り行うために、私は召喚師としてのすべてを尽くすだろう。
I will be putting all I have as a summoner into the execution of Beatrice's resurrection ritual.
まだ足りぬな。
It's still not enough.
この度の儀式の完璧なる遂行のために、さらに召喚しよう。
In order to perfectly succeed in the ritual this time, I shall summon more.
ペンドラゴンの記念碑に、炉の上にワルギリア。
Well, he's gonna summon the stakes, isn't he? Because they're supposed to carry out the rest of the ritual murders. The Pendragon Memorial Troops, Ronove, and Virgilia.
まだ呼べるぞ。我が魔力ならまだまだ呼べる。
I can still call more. With my magical power, I can still call many more.
我が召喚に応えよ。72柱が一人。ガープよ。
Answer to my summons, one of the 72 demons. The genes I got from the gap. Gop!
ガープ
Gop?
あれまでも権限できるというのですか？
I don't buy my clothes there. No, you can even summon her?
さらにこの島の侵食が進んだということでしょう。
I believe in you, Alexei. You've got a month. It probably means that the corrosion has advanced even more on this island.
私たちが権限できているほどです。
The Wop and the Gyup demon, oh no. It's enough to enable us to manifest.
今さらどんな大悪魔が呼び出せたとしても驚くには値しますまい。
It would surely not be a surprise to see him summon any kind of great demon at this stage. So by corrosion, does he mean this is something that's progressing each episode? Like, Beatrice was able to summon more and more people and be more powerful as the episodes went on, but I don't know, it's kind of vague. I think it's like the corrosion as it like corroding reality, like this island in this typhoon is progressively becoming more detached from reality, and so more powerful magic can manifest or something like that. Oh, Gop is your favorite character? Huh. It would surely not be a surprise to see him summon any kind of great demon at this stage.
もはや六軒島は完全に異世界に飲み込まれているということですか？
Then Ryokenjima has already been completely sucked into a parallel world.
彼が屈服しないと良いの。
I hope he doesn't surrender.
前回たっぷり入れ知恵をなされたでしょう。
They're talking about Battler? You gave him a good deal of hints the last time, did you not? But also, you wanted him to lose, Virgilia. Pick a side. I don't know, Alexi. That seems a little up for debate. Is Umineko an isekai? After all this time, he won't surrender over this much. Probably, I should say.
さて、私たちはこの舞台を楽しもうではありませんか。
Now it's a harem and Battler is the harem protagonist, clearly. I mean, I don't think you're wrong. Well then, I suggest we enjoy the action unfolding on the stage.
今回の主人公はどうやら親方様のようだ。
It seems the main character is the master this time.
お嬢様とは一味違った脚本に期待しましょう。
Let us look forward to a script of a different flavor than Milady's. As Kinzo strongly concentrated his magical power, a pale blue light gathered in the air, twisted, and a magic circle began to be drawn with a deep red light. This is different from magic circles. Oh, it says Gop around the edges, so this is her summoning circle. That's why we haven't seen it before. A pale blue light gathered in the air, twisted, and a magic circle began to be drawn with a deep red light. What? Girl! You're gonna be cold. Then, it shattered with a sound like glass, and a new demon could be seen there. This music, too. I am glad to see that you answered my call. Yeah, this music kind of whips, but what the fuck? Gop, one of the 72 great demons. This is a hell of a place I've been summoned into. Did you call me to clean up this blood-stained room? Goldsmith? The literally devilish woman, wrapped in a gaudy, ominous costume, looked at the horrifying scene which should have made her cover her eyes, and her mouth twisted into a grin. If that had been the only reason for calling you, it would be like using a cashmere scarf to mop the floor. It's been a long time, Gop. To think that a great demon such as yourself has finally appeared on this island. Wow! So what's Ronove, chopped liver? I wonder if this island has nearly sunk into fantasy. This all-star cast is more astonishing than the gruesome state of the room. A full 3 Chester sisters, the great demon Ronove, the great witch Virgilia, and even me. What's going on? Is this pandemonium? Are you trying to start a concert from hell or something? Yes. As a conductor for that, I can't imagine anyone other than you, Goldsmith.
そなたにはベアトリーチェを蘇らせる我が儀式遂行のための進行役として協力してもらう。
I could see Kinzo conducting an orchestra in hell. I will have your assistance as facilitator in the completion of my ritual to resurrect Beatrice.
我が召喚契約に依存はないな。
You have no objections to my summoning contract, I assume?
依存も何も。
Objections?
天下の大魔女ベアトリーチェを刺激した伝説の大召喚師ゴールドスミス教の召喚霊族に私が抗えるわけもない。
There's no way I could fight the summoning subordination of the legendary Great Summoner, Lord Goldsmith, who enslaved the famous Great Witch Beatrice.
協力はするわよ。
I'll assist you,
もちろん見合ったお代もいただくけどね。
though I will of course charge a fitting price.
で
So,
最初の仕事は
what's my first job?
第一の番を免れた間抜けどもを捕らえよ。
Capture the simpletons who made it through the first twilight.
幸いにもここにはまだ7人いるではないか。
Fortunately, there are still 7 here, aren't there?
南條にシャノンにカノン、ゴーダに熊沢、キリエにクラウス。
Nanjo, Shannon, Kanon, Goda, Kumasawa, Kirie, and Kraus. You're calling your BFF Nanjo a simpleton?
ほう、この7人をまるまる生贄に捧げればちょうど13人だ。
Ooh, if these 7 are all offered as sacrifices, that's exactly 13 people!
第二の番以降を実行するタイミングが訪れるまで生贄の檻に放り込んでおくがよかろう。
Until it is time for the second and later twilights to be carried out, throw them into the cage of sacrifices!
カシミヤの雑巾だけね。
Ah, cashmere mop, I see.
了解したわ。
Understood. As Gop shrugged her shoulders, she looked at Kraus, who was still down on his butt. She glared. Then she snapped her fingers, and Kraus was swallowed up by the floor, as though a round pitfall had opened up there. What, like the fucking Looney Tunes? Woo!
いっちゃ上がる。
One down. There was no hole in the floor, but it had certainly looked as though Kraus had been swallowed up by a hole and disappeared. Searching for her next prey, Gop's gaze crossed Kirie's. She snapped her fingers. Kirie jumped back as though repelled. Her instinct was correct. Because in the place where she had been until a second ago, a round jet black hole had appeared, the same kind that had swallowed up Kraus. Let's go, Kirie! Nice reflexes. However, before she could catch her balance, another pitfall appeared and swallowed her up. Even Kirie had no way of eluding Gop's capture. Not Nanjo just falling out of the picture. Snap went her fingers once again, and a shocked Nanjo disappeared into the floor. Another snap of the fingers. And 410 let out a short yelp and jumped back. Oh my god, even the Chester sisters? That's funny. This time, a slightly larger pitfall had opened, taking in both Shannon and Kanon. Oh, who had been standing in a line by the door. Gotcha. But because 410 had jumped away from the door, the way was no longer blocked. Instinctively aware that they would be next, Goda dashed out through the door. All right, let's go, Goda! Of course, Kumasawa too was hot on his heels and ran off at lightning speed. Let's go! As Gop snapped her fingers over and over, round jet black pitfalls opened one after another behind them, chasing them. This was like me fighting Hashmal in Alliance Roulette earlier. However, they did nothing but drive the desperately fleeing pair forward and couldn't swallow them up. Even Kumasawa with her little chicken legs. Goda and Kumasawa escaped in a matter of seconds. I've dueled. Oh my god, she couldn't get Kumasawa. Let's fucking go. Girls got gams. I let two get away. Worry not. We are currently locking onto the fleeing targets.
Data link ready. Shall we snipe?
いいえ、それは許可できませんよ。
No, I cannot authorize that. Ah, alright.
貴重な生贄です。
They are precious sacrifices.
お役人様の許可を待つよう。
Wait for the master's authorization.
Great Lord Goldsmith! We await your orders.
第二の晩の訪れにはまだ早いと我が魔力の源泉がささやいておるわ。
It's still too soon for the coming of the second twilight, is what the source of my magical power is whispering to me.
今はならぬ。
Not now.
好きにさせてやれ。
Let them do as they like.
どうせこの島からは逃げられぬわ。
They cannot escape from this island in any case.
お館様の魔力の源泉とはすなわちノイズとリスクと運試し。
The source of your magical power is noise and risk and tests of luck.
つまりは気まぐれというわけですか？
Your whims, in other words.
そうとも言うかもしれぬ。
Perhaps you could also put it that way.
ああ、ご苦労であった。
Good work, Gop.
儀式はこのまま着実に進めよ。
Let us proceed steadily with the ritual from here on.
さて、それはそれとして。
Well then, that is that.
次は我が孫たちだ。
Next is my grandchildren.
次期当主たる資格があるかどうかを試す。
I will test them to see whether they are qualified to succeed me.
はてさて、どうやってその資質を確かめたものか。
Let me see how best to check their qualifications.
その資格があると判断されたなら、ベアトの復活を断念されるおつもりで？
If you determine that they are qualified, do you intend to abandon Beato's resurrection?
無論だ。
Of course.
にもかかわらず試す。
Yet still, I will test them.
女の身にはわからぬであろうな。この矛盾、我が狂気など。
I doubt a woman can understand that contradiction or my madness. Alright, so, still a misogynist, great.
相変わらず男ってどこか変ね。
There's always something not quite right about men.
リスクを遊ぶという概念、わかりかねるわ。
The very concept of playing with risk is beyond me.
おやおや、あなたはそういうのが大好きかと思っておりましたが。
Oh, and here I thought you loved that sort of thing.
もちろんよ。
Of course.
男に危険なリスクと一緒に恋をささやかれたらキュンキュンしちゃうわ。
If a man whispers intimacies in my ear along with dangerous risk, I go head over heels.
ただしイケメンに限る。
But only if he's a stud.
お静か
quiet, please.
死後は慎むよう
No talking among yourselves.
実にかしましい奴らだ。
Truly noisy
だ
women,
が少なくとも退屈はせぬ。
but at least they don't bore me.
これだから召喚は愉快なのだ。
I understand his contradiction and madness too. I just didn't say it out loud. It's that, there's like a part of him that wants to see his progeny step up to, basically be as forceful as he is in getting what he wants. And if any of them were able to step up and be the kind of person he was when he was young, he would be like, all right, I'm willing to accept the loss, and I will do so gracefully because somebody in my family exceeded my expectations. And you can... And there's somebody worthy to carry on the stuff I did in my life. Because he was under the impression that nobody lived up to his example. Hydrate. Alright. I don't know. It's alright. Ha-ham. Thank you for the hydrate. This is why summoning is so gratifying.
そなたらには我が儀式のノイズとリスクの天秤の片側を担ってもらうぞ。
All of you will bear one side of the scales of noise and risk in my ritual.
その働きに期待してい
My god.
る。
Hinzo Ushinomiya really like to his daughters Eva and Rosa skill issue being born female, even though his daughters are both fucking badasses. God. He might just be full of it. At least he's apparently giving Jessica and Maria equal shots at this. I am anticipating great results. 6 brutally murdered corpses lay in the dining hall, which was tarnished by a red and gruesome decoration. By now, it was impossible to imagine that 13 people had been sitting here in an orderly manner just moments ago. Hinzo lined up the demons of renown and their subordinates, loudly declared the beginning of an overwhelming night of mass murder, and swore to himself that he would certainly revive Beatrice and open the door to the Golden Land. I know, right?
待たせたな
The wait is over! I know! Oh my god! I've been waiting. I've done like a month's worth of episode 4 streams, and now we're finally to murders.
これにて第一の番いよいよ開幕
The wait is over at last. The curtain rises on the first twilight.
金蔵め相変わらず派手を好む男よ
That's Kinzo as usual. He loves being flashy.
付きまとわれればしつこいことこの上なき男も舞台の上ではこれほどまでに映えるというのか
Who knew that this man, who can be more persistent than anything when he follows you around, could shine so when placed on the stage? Maybe? Maybe? This will be challenging for Battler to figure out non-magically. Beato's only crime so far is to giggle at the crime. It seems so. It seems so. Let's see if Battler can pin this on her somehow. Damn it. Always killing them in a gory way. Destroying half of their heads. The sick shit you witches and demons pull never fails to piss me off. Destroying half of their heads. I see. So she noticed that the most ideal method of killing in all the games up until now was this one. Because you can tell who they are and that they're undoubtedly dead, right, Ange? Because sometimes that was up for debate. Were they really who they seemed like they were? And were they actually dead? Ideal? How the crap is this grotesque way of killing ideal? You know, I think she does care, and I think she's numbing herself and trying to be objective. Like, I'm sure she's not pleased to see her father gruesomely killed. But, I think she's just, emotionally checked out and trying to be objective. Yeah. No, I think she cares. I think she's just, numb. Ideal? How the crap is this grotesque way of killing Ideal? Because she's not about the bullshit. She wants to get her brother to win and get out of this place. And she probably thinks she wouldn't be serving him well if she got all emotional. And maybe, yeah, that's my impression. I could be wrong. Ideal? How the crap is this grotesque way of killing Ideal? It's very much ideal. Try and remember the very first game. You! So you're that new demon or whatever that just appeared. God damn it, so the witch's corrosion advanced and now there are even more unsavory characters? The more the witch's corrosion progresses, the more Rokenjima tilts towards the other world. That's why strange people keep appearing one by one. This island is closed off by the typhoon, and not only can no humans leave it, but new humans can't appear either. Yeah, so this is what you're asking about earlier. This is what they're trying to explain it as. But the more the corrosion progresses, the more witches and demons can appear without limit, increasing one by one. By now, perhaps there were more demons than humans among the characters appearing in this insane tale. Well, let's see. We know they gotta bring the Stake Sisters, so that's 7. So there's 18 humans. And then there's 1, 2, 3, oh, plus the 7, 10, 13. I mean, they haven't appeared on the ground yet, but if you count Ange and Beatrice and Berncastle, that'd be 14, 15, 16, 17. I guess if you count Maria, 18. I don't know if you count the goats or not. I guess if you count the goats, yeah. I don't know if there's more. I'd say it's starting to look about equal. Yeah, but the Ange right now is a witch. Because her human self was in 1998, and this is 1986. I don't know. There might still be room for your theory. I don't know if it's been disproven yet necessarily. Or like a title. Yeah. By now, perhaps there are more demons than humans among the characters appearing in this insane tale. Their numbers might be precisely the figure representing this mad corrosion. Yeah, I'm sure that's true. And not only are their numbers being affected by the corrosion, their fashion sense apparently is as well. If the corrosion advances any further and even more weird people appear, just what in the world will they be wearing? It's too scary for me to imagine. Ah, seriously, give me a break. I don't know. We don't know enough. It seems like witches start out as human, but demons might not. It's really unclear. Please, no more of these weird-ass people. I can't oblige. They'll keep on coming. More and more. I'll defile the foolish closed circle rule humans speak of over and over again. Yeah, Hori Boulder, my guy, yeah. Welcome to my elegant game. Gop! It's been a long time, Nietzsche. Oh, that's right. Somebody told me early on that, maybe I should call her Beatrice instead of Beatrice because there's somebody later on who calls her Riche. So that's Gop, huh? Stretch and hydrate, all right. All right, I'm gonna stretch. Well, if I want to keep... Well, Beato already doesn't sound like Beatrice. And Beato doesn't sound like... Drink my Mountain Dew for my Mountain Zoo. I do have some Diet Mountain Dew open. Let me sip. She is one of the 72 great demons like Ronove. I haven't actually read her thing yet. Gop! One of the 72 great demons. She is also Beatrice's friend. Grants the power of teleportation as the mage requests it. She uses this wonderful power only for pranks. Her favorite trick is hiding keys and bags on busy mornings. However, this power of hers is an ultimate weapon that risks delivering the lethal blow to a locked room mystery. Her queen bee-like strikes would probably penetrate all famous detectives and make them surrender. So she's like, she's got a portal gun. I know, Beatrice has friends? No way, I know, right? Oh yeah, Alexi, did you see the Mountain Zoo? There's a Mountain Dew campaign for, yeah. There's a Mountain Dew and Final Fantasy XIV crossover, and once Dawn Trail releases, if you have enough, points from, like, the gaming Mountain Dews, and you have their bottle caps, and they have codes on them, and if you collect enough, like about, I guess, about 6 regular bottles of Mountain Dew worth, or like 3 of special bottles. You can get a Mountain Zoo, which is a big bird mount that's Mountain Dew colored. Oh wait, shit. Also, it's USA only. That's right. You're not in the USA, are you? Shit, I'm sorry. I don't think the campaign works in Canada, Dan. I'm so sorry. I could send you codes? Question mark? Oh wait, I shouldn't say that on stream. Anyway, yes, there is a character named Midnight Dew. She's a great gal. Oh, the keycaps? They are cool. That's a lot of Mountain Dews, though, for the keycaps. Basically, USA territory? You got a point there. You could look into it. It said USA and Guam. I guess you could look at the details on the website and see if it counts or something. Probably cheaper to buy the keycaps outright. Okay. If you can figure out where they are. Okay, that's fair. You definitely don't have to, Alexi. It's just hilarious. I'm getting a Mountain Zoo for sure. Okay. So, I'm gonna make a poll. So, I know this is... I know this was gonna come up eventually because somebody brought it up early on, but I've been... All right. So, how do I start a poll again? Let's see. Poll, manage poll. All right. Okay. So, I've been saying Beatrice as Beatrice, because I figured that's probably what they'd go for like a American English version. But the way they pronounce Beatrice in Japanese is like the Italian pronunciation, Beatrice. But in Japanese, it's pronounced Beatrice. Yeah, exactly. So there's no to in Beatrice. That's just a quirk of the Japanese syllabary. We already call her Beato, which doesn't sound like Beatrice or Beatrice. I mean, it sounds like Beatrice. It doesn't sound like Beatrice or Beatrice. So Gop is calling her Riche. I want you guys to pick if we are going to pronounce this nickname as Riche, or if I should call her Rice, like the R-I-C-E, rice, like the the end of Beatrice, or if I should call her Triss. So our options are Riche, Riss, and Triss. How should I pronounce this? Poll starting, I'll go 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Starting now. Call her Maria. Man, all right. Cast your votes. How am I going to pronounce Riche? Is it Riche, Riss, or Triss? What do you prefer? That's why I'm doing a poll. Cast your votes now. Riz. Well, Riz would be the closest to Riz. I don't think... No! I'm not saying a thing! I want to know what you guys want. Vote on your phones now and or computer tablet. You've got half is done. You got seconds remaining. Would you like Riche, Riss, or Triss? The seconds are dwindling down. Few more Riche. Reach. Reach. Beach. Oh. Bice. Beache. Bryce. Breache. Rice. All right, the winner is Riche. That's what I would have chosen too. All right, as the aligned with the will of the people, I will simply call it Riche, like we were calling Beato Beato. She is simply Beatorice. All right. So be it. It's been a long time, Riche. Been well. In fact, you look pretty great. Have you gotten younger? You look maybe 300 years younger than when I last saw you. Oh. I could see that. Kind of funny how that goes. Although I feel like most of the time it's America more so that makes stuff that makes Japan look good, interestingly enough. All right. Ah, I see. The demon grandfather had summoned and introduced as Gop, took a glance at me, and then grinned as though she'd figured something out on her own. Honestly, I felt that smile was repulsive. Looks like she's Beato's friend. Which means she must be an extremely unsavory character. Oh, burn! Oh yeah, I guess Leon Kennedy and Senator Armstrong, right? And I guess All Might counts. What do you mean by Burn isn't here? You wanted her to show up right now? Oh. Oh, Bird. Ah, ha, 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 ha. All right, so Dan, to catch you up real fast, Kinzo directly dictated the murders, and there are witnesses, including witnesses who escaped. So Kinzo summoned The Chester sisters, now there are 3 of them. There's Double O is the new leader, but also the 2 Chesters we know. And they started killing people all over the place. They killed, they haven't been updated yet, but it was Eva, Hideyoshi, Natsuhi, Rudolph, Rosa, and Genji. Those were the 6 people. And then Kinzo summoned Ronove, Virgilia, and a new demon named Gop, who's another one of the 72 great demons. And she's basically opening up like Looney Tunes pitfall holes underneath everybody else to kind of put them in sacrifices jail so they can be sacrificed using the stakes later. And Stella, don't step on my keyboard. And so all the witnesses started to get sucked up, like Nanjo, Kraus, the grandkids were all not present. Shannon and Kanon and Kirie all fell in the pitfalls, although Kirie, to her credit, tried to dodge. And then, funny enough, of all people, Goda and Kumasawa managed to escape. And Stella, I swear to God. All right. So we have living witnesses to the murder. We have Goda and Kumasawa. And the others are missing in action. And then in the other house are the grandchildren. And I guess Kinzo is also okay. And he seems to be directing everything and responsible for everything. So, yeah. That's where we're at. Yeah, because Flamine is a mom. She's very mom. Even though she has no biological children, she's just like dedicated her whole life to being the mom friend. Right. Anyway. Looks like she's Beato's friend, which means she must be an extremely unsavory character. Oh! Anyway, they were saying something or other about a closed circle, but what does that mean? She can worry. She's gonna worry regardless, because she's a mom. Serial murder mystery novels that occur in places isolated from the outside world, like Rokonjima is now, are sometimes called closed circles. Since it's isolated from the outside, it's like a circle that's closed. A closed circle. Yeah, she's gonna make you eat and rest. Watch out. Therefore, in general, the characters and suspects are limited. Having new possible suspects added on one after another from outside the circle goes against the etiquette of mystery novels. Basically, the witch is probably trying to desecrate humans and the mystery genre. So you are Gretel? I see. You look like a wise kid. I like that kind of kid. Their tongues just melt in the mouth. Gross. Keep the jokes to just your clothing. Oh!
リティの最新作ジャック・ザ・リッパー・クリスマス・ブラッド
It's Devilish Pretty's newest Jack the Ripper Christmas Blood. She's like, excuse me, this shit is designer.
人間界の田舎娘には理解できないセンスでごめんね
Sorry for having a style that a country bumpkin from the human world can't understand.
通気性がいいのだけは理解できたわ
Well, I can at least tell it's breathable.
ついでに頭にも切れ目を入れたら
Why don't you add a gap down your head while you're at it? Oh! Woo!
脳みその通気性も良くなるかもね
Might help your brain cells breathe a bit as well. Damn! She's there to help Battler win the game. But she can apparently kill witches if she wanted to. But her mission is to help Battler, yeah. Gop is always sensitive to the fashions of the netherworld.
しかし今年の流行りも実に大胆
But this year's fads truly are bold.
わらわも一度ぜひ取り寄せてみるとしよう
I think I'll order something sometime. Beato side boob?
リーチェにはアリグレがおすすめねアリス&ザ・グレーブヤード
For you, Riche, I recommend Ali Gray, Alice and the Graveyard.
今度一緒に666のお洋服見に行きましょうよ
Let's go to 666 sometime soon to look at the clothes. Okay. This is probably a really funny reference to Ichimaru-Q, which is 109, which is this like iconic department store tower in Shibuya. Like if you've seen like an anime or a game with Shibuya in it, you've probably seen this building parodied somewhere. And oh yeah, Thancred has mad Dante vibes. But anyway, Ichimaru-Q is famously young people's like teenager to young adult like cutting edge fashion little boutiques all up and down the floors of this department store. So it's where the chic youngins go for their fashion. So they're probably saying, let's go to 666, the like hell's chic fashion mall, and go look at clothes.
たまには魔界にもいらっしゃいな
You should come over to the netherworld every now and then.
このゲームを終えたらぜひそうしようぜ
When this game is over, I'll be sure to do that.
それにしてもリーチェの対戦相手のお二人はなかなか可愛いな
Still, your two opponents are pretty cute, Riche.
この子なら頭部半壊したいにどういう意味があるか察しがつきそうね
I'll bet this kid has figured out the meaning of the corpses with their heads half smashed. I have! It's so there's no doubt that one, they're dead, and two, they are who you think they are. Who people say they are. Or there's no doubt as to their identity. Yes, it is. I know you first read that in the Easter event. It's because they hate tiny bombs that only explode on one side of their head every time. Yeah, that happened in 1.0, the original version of the game. It's not available anymore, but all of the events that happened back then are canon. And so, Thancred was just 17 when he fought that Gubu that had just killed Minfilia's father, or he couldn't stop it from killing Minfilia's father. And so then Minfilia was like 12. And so Thancred felt like really guilty about it. And Flamine also felt very guilty because it was her and her friends who were like political revolutionaries, and they were part of the reason the Gubu had been freed, but it went out of their control and somebody died. They didn't mean for anybody to die, and so that's why Flamine was like super guilty afterwards. And so there's this like little girl who just lost her only remaining relative and was all alone in the world, and she wanted to make up for, you know, what she had been part of in a way. And yeah, Flamine adopted Minfilia, but Thancred also felt like he owed her. He also felt partly responsible for Minfilia losing her father because he couldn't prevent it from happening. So Thancred also was like drifting in and out of Minfilia's life, and also kind of became her father figure a little bit, even though they're kind of sibling age apart. He kind of ended up being somewhat like her deadbeat dad, who like wanders into her life every few years, at least until the Scions were formed. Oh, you have a friend who has the legacy tattoo. That's really cool. Deadbeat dad sounds a lot like Dante. People compare Thancred to Dante a lot. All right, so that's the explanation. It's very connected to the story. All right. Still, your two opponents are pretty cute, Riche. I'll bet this kid has figured out the meaning of the corpses with their heads half smashed. Do you get it, girl? Just now, she told me to remember the first game. What did that mean? Battler! You're gonna shake your noggin. Just what it sounds like. Some of their faces were completely gone, and they could have been somebody else, or pretending to be dead. Remember the first twilight of the very first game. Well, the Warrior of Light can't contact Heidelin at will at the moment, or even if they ever could. I mean, next time the Warrior of Light is able to contact Heidelin, I'm sure, you know, this is going to be the first question. Yeah. Definitely Heidelin would know. It's just a matter of contacting Heidelin. All right. Remember the first twilight of the very first game. When the adults' corpses were found in the gardening shed with the magic circle drawn on it. Yeah, but she's very weak. Every time one of the calamities happens, her power gets weaker. And that's why she has to rely on the Warriors of Light to do stuff for her. And then there's some other stuff, but it's spoilers. She's old and tired, okay? No. When the adults' corpses were found in the gardening shed with the magic circle drawn on it. Y'all remember that? That was a long time ago. Remember? I remember. Episode 1. Legend of the Golden Witch. The First Twilight. 6 people, Kraus, Rudolph, Kirie, Rosa, Shannon, and Goda, had died. Each of them had had their head pulverized.
あの時、あそこには2種類の死体があったわ。
At that time, there were 2 types of corpses. You'll find out eventually, Alexi, if you get the full game. At that time, there were 2 types of corpses.
それは顔面を粉砕された死体と側面を粉砕された死体の2種類。
The ones with their faces pulverized, and the ones with half of their faces pulverized.
そう
That's right.
だ。顔面粉砕はルドルフ、キリ、ローズ、ゴーダのように。
4 with their faces smashed. Rudolph, Kirie, Rosa, and Goda. Right, this is where my insane Rosa theory sprung to life. Do you guys remember my insane Rosa theory?
側頭部粉砕はクラウス、シャノンの2人だ。
2 with the sides of their heads smashed. Kraus and Shannon.
わらわもあの時点では気まぐれに生み出した2種類の死体であった。
At the time, I had thickly created 2 types of corpses. Anybody remember my insane Rosa theory from episode 1? At the time, I had thickly created 2 types of corpses.
より残忍な死体である前者の方はわらわにとってむしろ不利であることに気づいたのだ。
But I realized that the former, more atrocious type was actually disadvantageous for me. You should just buy... When you buy the full game, all the expansions will come with it. So you don't have to buy every expansion separately. That would be a waste of money, I feel like. I think you can get the starter edition? I forget if the starter edition included, but the full game also goes on sale once in a while. So if you wanted to wait for one of those and then the subscription, you wouldn't lose the whole game if your subscription ended. It would just be on pause. And the game just waits for you to pay the subscription again. You wouldn't lose the expansions, no, you just can't play them. You would be unable to play them until you subscribed again, if that makes sense. But you wouldn't lose anything. You wouldn't have to remake your character. You would have all your progress, etc., etc. It's just like if it's active. Yeah. All right. But yeah, the full game goes on sale all the time, so I'd say wait for one of those times. And make sure it's the same... Oh yeah, wait, you're on Xbox, so you don't have to worry about that. Like on PC, people have to worry about Steam versions versus like non-Steam versions, but you don't have to worry about that. All right. At the time, I had thickly created 2 types of corpses, but I realized that the former, more atrocious type was actually disadvantageous for me. Disadvantageous for you? Oh, you can switch from one to the other. It's just that if you bought the full game for Steam, or let's say if you bought the full game like regular, you wouldn't be able to play it on Steam if that's what you intended to do, and you'd have to buy the Steam version separately. So you don't have to pay 2 subscriptions. You can start off on Xbox. It would be 2 different purchases, but if you wanted to get it on Xbox first and wait till you had a PC, then you would be able to buy the game again on PC. Oh shit, that's right. I forgot about the Xbox Live thing. That really does suck. Okay, I totally understand. Well, you should be able to continue on PC with the same character, I think. Yes. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that should work. I'm not sure what the process is, but theoretically it should work. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying, Alexi. That should be fine. Well, until that happens, even if you catch up with the main story, there's a lot to do that you haven't done yet, so don't worry. Yeah. You're right. There might be a little more to it than that, but I haven't done. Yeah, you already got them. Samurai and Red Mage and Blue Mage are all Stormblood jobs. You got them already. Yeah, they made the Stormblood ones easier to access, or all of the ones from Stormblood onwards you can access in the starting 3 cities. No, they only did that in Heavensward. I guess people thought it was a pain in the ass or something. All right. Disadvantageous for you. Right. Right, I get it. That's right. The smashed faces might look atrocious, but they made it hard to confirm the identity of the person. Exactly, Battler! For example, at that time, Uncle Kraus and Shannon-chan had had their heads only half smashed. That itself was, of course, atrocious, but because half of their faces remained, it was easy to confirm their identity. Isn't this what I was saying? Battler, use your brain! But Dad and the other 3 were different. Because his face had been completely destroyed, even I, his son, could only guess that it had to have been Dad because of his clothes and the like. In short, it remained unclear until the end whether that really was Dad's corpse. Oh, you got a Pippin cosplayer son? What a based person making a Pippin RP character. I love it. If this reasoning battle had taken place during the first game as well. I would probably have claimed that since it was impossible to confirm that those corpses were indeed Dad and the others, there was a possibility that one was a fake corpse. After all, Beato didn't state anything in red during that game whatsoever. Well done. Correct. A faked death is one of the basics of the mystery genre. Even if you make a doctor examine the corpse, you can't trust the results if you suspect him of being in league with the culprit. So, corpses that can't guarantee a death for certain always put the witch side at a disadvantage. You can suspect faked deaths for all corpses and hypothesize that they are the culprit for the incidents that follow. That was part of my insane Rosa theory. I thought she just put a bunch of red on her face, blended in with the dead, and then rose again to kill later. It's a move Battler doesn't like, but it's the most elementary move to use against a witch. Yeah, it can easily be something that happened in any of the previous games. Yeah, that's usually what my go-to theories are, is somebody was pretending to be dead when they weren't. Yeah, that's right. That's why Beato started using the red. With the red truth, she can carry out a perfect autopsy. That's how it is. Normally, for the tragedy of the first Twilight, wait, normally, for the tragedy of the first Twilight, I would use the red truth right away, confirming the deaths of these 6. However, as you know, my battle strategy this time is the complete opposite of previous games, and I have switched to using red truth starvation tactics. I will not use the red easily, given that you use it as a grounding from which to counterattack. I can make you come apart at the seams by using the minimum necessary amount of red in just a single place. What this means is that no matter how I permit you to rant about your theories for each of the locked rooms, ultimately, I need only smash one of those with a single red truth.
散々俺をいたぶってきやがったくせに、俺が反撃に使い出したら今度は引っ込めやがったってわけだ。
You've been knocking me about with that thing all this goddamn time, and now that I've started using it to counterattack, you've gone and put it away again. At this point, it becomes unnecessary to go through all this trouble by making everyone's corpses like that, unless you want to lie by not using the red. I guess? Maybe she just finds the circuitous talking about who's who and who's doing what annoying, and that's why she's like, look, I don't even have to say it in red, you can see who it is. And there were witnesses, although I don't know if she intended that. You've gone and put it away again. What a joke. Well, there might be more to it than meets the eye, I suppose. Anyways, I don't want to use the red. I want to be stingy. I want to bully Battler. But how could I guarantee a death for certain without using red? I racked and racked my brains over it. It was Garp that gave me the idea. It truly was a simple method. I just said something obvious and you hit upon the idea. I simply said that you just have to create corpses whose identity in total death can be easily appreciated by anyone who looks at them.
つまりはその2つを合体させたわけ。
In short, I combined the two.
身元の判別に必要な顔と完全なる死の象徴である魂の器たる頭部の粉砕。
The face, which is necessary to distinguish their identity, and the symbol of total death, the pulverization of the head, which is the vessel for the soul.
この2つを左右ぴったりきれいに合体させたらあら不思議。
When I put those two parts neatly together, oh hey, presto!
この頭部反対主体がパーフェクトであるという答えが出
Perfecto!
たわけ。
Out came the perfect answer of corpses with their heads half destroyed.
お前絶対2色パンとか2色アイスが好きだろ。
I bet you love 2-flavor bread and 2-flavor ice cream.
欲張りな子供主義丸出しだぜ。
Your greedy, childish tastes are so obvious.
いずれにせよ
In any event,
たとえ頭部が反壊していたとしても
look at these two
現
siblings.
時点では彼らが死んだとみなすべきではないよ。
Even if their heads are half destroyed, we shouldn't assume that they're dead at this point in time.
分かってる。
I know.
ベアトがもったいぶって赤での宣言を拒む以上、全ては疑ってかかるべきだ。
Since Beato is holding out on me and refusing to say anything in red, I should suspect everything. Hey, Dan! They're catching on!
もちろん、シエスタの太もも姉ちゃんたちの魔法殺人だって鵜呑みになんか絶対しねえぜ。
Of course, there's no way in hell I'm gonna swallow the magic mass murder by the sexy-ass Chester babes.
本当に慎重になったこと。
You certainly have become shrewd.
最初のゲームの頃だったなら何でもかんでも鵜呑みにしてくれていたのにね。
If this were the first game, you would have swallowed everything.
好敵手はこうでなくては面白くないというものよ。
An adversary must be like that, or he wouldn't be interesting.
今は赤がないことを最後に自由な想像を広げ好きに推理を重ねるがいい。
There is no red for now. I suggest you capitalize on that to let your imagination run wild and build up theory upon theory.
一番最後、一番美味しいところでバッサリと赤き真実にて叩き切ってくれようぜ。
My blue mage is at level 70. The cap is 80 now, but I haven't leveled it to 80 yet. However, I do have access to Stormblood and Shadowbringers areas where friends who are higher level can carry me around, and I just hit high level enemies with my fish, and my friends kill the enemies instantly, and I get the XP. That's how I got a lot of it. I need to do that again, but with 10 more levels. Yeah. Depending on your level, you could start maybe doing Tamtara a bunch of times. I don't know, maybe that'll help a little bit. Oh shit, I forgot about that. Aw, man. True. Yeah, I've been pretty slow with leveling Blue Mage solo myself. I guess now that Mister's in Stormblood, he can technically be carried around by someone to, Oh, what's the secret in Shadowbringers? Oh, yeah! In the Tempest! Oh, I should use that for my level 70. Blue Mage. Mister, though, I think somebody might have to drag him around in Yansha. Maybe stretch. All right, I'm gonna stretch. Maybe you can help me with that one of these days, Dan. We can get Mister at least to level 70. Or I guess Stormblood content is up to level 50 for Blue Mage, right? At least a level 50. Alright, stretch, stretch, stretch. Thank you, B. At the very end, at the very sweetest spot, I'll cut them all down at once with the red truth. Stella's hungry, so I'm gonna use this pause to feed the kitty. The Sweet World of Witches is the name of the next chapter. Something's happening to Rosa. Okay, you get spooky dripping and wind as I feed Stella. I'll be right back. All right. Let's see what horrifying thing is happening to Rosa in the witch world. silent. Black. Cold. Painful. Rosa regained consciousness bit by bit. And the first thing she thought was that it would have been better if she hadn't. After all, her body was so cold and hurt so much, and it became worse the more her consciousness returned. It felt like she had been sleeping in the darkness for a long time now, face down on ice-cold marble. This is why I always tell myself, even if it's just a nap, at least get on the sofa. I always know that if I naively try to close my eyes for just a second and end up sleeping on the floor or at my desk, it'll hurt my body later and I'll suffer for it. Because she slept on such a cold and hard floor, she was chilled to the bone. Because she slept on such a hard and cold floor, the side of her face that had been pressing down against it was very painful. If she were to look in a mirror right now, she was sure she would see an embarrassing mark. She didn't think that just rubbing it would make that mark disappear. But she stroked the hurting side of her face for the time being, trying to smooth it over. Where is this? She thought it was pitch black, but that appeared not to be the case. After all, she could faintly see her own body. Without a doubt, there was some source of light. But even when she looked up at the ceiling, or else the sky, there was only an expanse of blackness, and she couldn't see any such thing. Her body alone was slightly lit, whereas everything else was sunk in darkness. That's what this world was like. It was almost as though Rosa alone had been abandoned in a forgotten world. As her mind grew clearer, she started getting nervous about why she was all alone in a lonely place like this. When she was about to call out, asking if anyone was there, patter, patter, she heard footsteps coming towards her. They were light footsteps, so she thought it was probably a kid. They didn't feel creepy to her, so she wasn't afraid. But they also weren't Maria's footsteps. So, wondering who in the world would be in a darkness like this, she stared in the direction she could hear the footsteps from. As she did, a faint, approaching silhouette came into view. It looked like a child much younger than Maria. Who is that? I didn't know him, but the expression on his face was like a lost child separated from his parents. As a parent with a daughter myself, I felt as though my chest was being torn apart.
Uryu.
The instant the kid muttered that infantile word, I felt a sharp pain in the half of my face that was aching from the cold floor, as though it had been pierced by long, thin, hard needles. I reflexively pressed my hand against that side of my face.
大丈夫？
Are you okay?
まだ痛い？
Does it hurt?
ありがとう僕。
Thank you, little guy.
ここはどこ？
Where is this?
すごく寒いわ。
It's really cold.
こっちへ来て。
Come this way.
ここにいちゃいけない。
You can't be here. He took my other hand and pulled, with a grim expression on his face. I don't have a clue what's going on. However, a single, honest expression from a child can often tell the truth better than 100 empty words from an adult. She didn't understand the situation, but even so, Rosa dashed along with him wherever she was pulled. However, this was a world where nothing could be seen in darkness except for their own forms. She couldn't even really feel whether she was actually moving forwards as she ran. Even though I'm running, I can't even feel any wind. I just hear a whooshing sound. It's as though I'm still inside a nightmare. That kind of unreal feeling. Oh, weren't you there for the 6 who got killed? It's still just them, but now we're in a dark space with Rosa and Sakataro. So something weird's going on. That kind of unreal feeling. So even though I was running, I couldn't maintain my sense of balance. My legs got tangled and I fell. Even in a world that didn't feel real, the pain of smashing my face against the cold, hard floor was reality itself.
ウリュウ、大丈夫？
Uryu, are you okay?
ごめんなさいね。頭が痛むの。
Did Rosa meet with Sakataro in hell? I don't know. Maybe. I'm sorry, my head hurts. When he said that infantile word, Uryu, pain like being stuck with needles ran through my head again. Even though it had only happened twice, I was somehow able to understand that his word was the cause of my pain. So I said so frankly,
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
その、ウリュウという口癖をやめてもらえる？
Could you stop saying that, Uryu?
ウリュウ、
ちょっと、やめてって言ってるでしょ。
Excuse me, I asked you to stop.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry. Her daughter goes, ooh, that is true. This time, I got the feeling that his words of apology made me feel a sharp pain in my forehead. And the bunnies say, "Nyeh." Yeah. Yeah. Maria says, ooh, and Sakataro says, uryu. What is this child? I know there's no malice in him, but when I'm around him, my head hurts.
大丈夫？
Are you okay?
早く行こう。
Let's hurry up and go.
ここは行っちゃダメ。
You mustn't be here.
どうしてここにいちゃダメなの？
Why shouldn't I be here?
ね
Come
え、こ
on.
こはどこ？
Where is this?
あなたは誰？
Who are you?
あなたのママはどこ？
Where is your mama?
僕を作ってくれたのはママだよ。
But the one who made me is you, Mama. Huh? He stared at me with round eyes. Well, she sewed, don't forget, she sewed the plushie as Maria's birthday present. This kid's mama is me? Yes, she did. And she ripped it apart. The same plushie that she stitched together. It was handmade. Rosa made that thing for Maria. She might have rushed it a bit, but Maria loved it to bits just the same. What Mama made, Mama can unmake. She did. This kid's mama is me? Who is he? Who is this kid? I don't remember at all.
僕のこと忘れちゃった。
Did you forget about me?
ママが僕を作ったんだよ。
You made me, you know?
ちょっと冗談はやめて。
Wait a second. Stop kidding around.
私の子供はマリアだけよ。
Maria is my only child.
そう。マリアはどこ？
That's right. Where is Maria?
マリアはどこなの？
Where's Maria?
マリ
Maria! I suddenly grew uneasy about Maria not being there. Why am I all alone in a place like this? Where's Maria? Maria being there for me is the only thing that keeps me together. What irony.
マリアはいるけど、今はマリアじゃない。
Maria is here. But she's not Maria right now.
今は会わない方がいいの。
It's better if you don't see her at the moment. You'll take care of Maria should anything happen to Rosa. Who'd take care of Rosa if anything happened to Maria? And yet... A drugstore guy, but... yeah. I think Maria would want Banto to take care of her. Generally. It's better if you don't see her at the moment.
その方がママのためだし、マリアのためなの。
That will be better for you. And Maria as well.
マリアのためにも逃げて。
Rosa was fine without her for like several weeks. She's fine. You mean when she was leaving Maria like alone at the house? Damn. For Maria's sake as well. Run away. Huh?
何を言ってるの？
What are you talking about?
マリアはどこ？
Where's Maria?
マリア！
Maria!
返事をして！
Answer me!
マリアに見つかっちゃう。
Maria will find you!
早くこっちに来て、ママ！
Come this way, quickly, Mama! He pulled my hand again. He was probably pulling me in the opposite direction from Maria. So I stopped in my tracks.
話してよ。
Let go!
大体あなたは誰よ？
Just who are you?
あなたにママなんて言われる覚えはないわよ。
Who said you could call me Mama?
僕を作ってくれたのはママだよ。
You're the one who made me, Mama.
忘れちゃったの？
Did you forget?
マリアのバースデープレゼントにするために僕を手作りしてくれたの忘れちゃったの？
So that I could be Maria's birthday present. You made me with your own hands. Did you forget?
あなたまさか
You couldn't
マ
be
リアの作太郎
Maria's Sakutaro?
うん
Yeah,
ママに作ってもらったライオンのぬいぐるみだよ
the lion stuffed animal you made. A fierce, sharp pain struck me. It came from the palm of the hand he was grasping. I instinctively knocked his hand away, and when I looked at my palm, a hole the size of a thumb had opened there, and a thick, deep red blood was gushing out. This is getting a little biblical. It was a hole so big that I could see through to the other side.
Uryu, 大丈夫？
Uryu, are you okay?
大丈夫？
Are you okay?
どうしたの？
What happened? Sakutaro also noticed my wound and panicked. Judging by his reaction, he couldn't understand why my hand had sustained a serious injury. Sakutaro is Thanos confirmed. Oh my god. But to my eyes, it felt like I had sustained that injury because he had grabbed my hand. Whether there was malice in him or not, I understood that this child was something that would do harm to me, and he instantly became strange and frightening.
あっちへ行って
Go away!
あなたなんか知らないわ
I don't know you!
作太郎は気持ち悪い下手くそなぬいぐるみでしょ
Sakutaro was just a disgusting, crappy stuffed animal, right?
私は知らないわよママなんかじゃないわよ
I don't know you! I'm not your mama!
あっちへ行って
Go away!
消えて
Disappear! Slowly, the base of Sakutaro's neck tore in a horizontal line. It gaped open, and the pitched blackness inside him peeked out. There was no gushing of blood, only an endlessly empty blackness. And then, from the inside of the gash, cotton snow poured out, and he slumped over, scattering bits of cotton about. All that remained there was crumpled yellow cloth and bits of cotton that looked like sticky, crushed cotton candy. Spielberg. A lion stuffed animal. I don't feel so good, Maria. Would you? Without a doubt, they were the remains of the Sakutaro stuffed animal I had torn apart on that day, overcome by my emotions. The instant I admitted that, a long, sharp shriek that could rupture an eardrum tore the world apart. Like a flood from a broken dam, or like a broken TV. Maria wailed in a high-pitched voice. This is the third time someone has killed Sakutaro, god damn it. Oh shit. God damn it. Maria's voice, which made the ears throb, brought up two emotions. The first was regret. I let my emotions get the better of me and committed a terrible mistake. A mother's desire to kneel down right away, hold Maria's head, cry with her, and apologize. And in fact, I did that right away. I held Maria's head and apologized in tears for what I had done. But Maria didn't stop crying. On the contrary, she rejected me, the one who had torn her closest friend apart, and pushed me away forcefully with both hands. Since I had been on my knees in an unnatural position, I fell backwards easily. Maria scraped together the yellow scraps of cloth and cotton bits and buried her face in them and cried even more. Watching that, the other emotion welled up. It welled up rapidly and then burst. I mean, she won't come around even when I apologize, and there's nothing I can do now anyway, and it's all Maria's fault in the first place. I mean, she can't make any friends because since she's forever taken up with this make-believe stuffed animal thing, and that's why she's treated like a weirdo. And you know, this is a good opportunity for instructive guidance. It's not like I was pampered all the time myself. Things eventually break, are stolen, are broken. Even I had lots of toys and treasures stolen, broken, made fun of, and thrown away by my brothers and sister and father and mother. But though I might have cried about that, though I might have shed a few tears, not once did I sob like this and trouble my parents, throw a tantrum, get in a terrible mood, pound and kick the floor and make a horrible racket. Oh, what's the baby Rip story? I always wanted to, but I thought I'd get in more trouble if I did, so I always held it in. It was because I held it in that I was able to become the wonderful adult I am now! Suddenly, I felt something strangely missing. The same feeling as when you use a tool recklessly and it finally breaks so that you're left holding only the base. But I hadn't been using a tool. I'd only been using my own two hands to hit Maria's head repeatedly. So, I looked at my hands. From my wrists onwards, my hands had snapped off, cracked off, and were gone. As though only those parts of my arms had become ceramic. No, everything beyond my wrists literally had become ceramic at some point and had broken and fallen. Cracks had formed in them because I had hit Maria too much and they had fallen off. Look, see? Aren't those my hands there, lying smashed by my feet? There was no pain. but the shocking sight of both my hands breaking off at the wrists made me scream. What? What? My hands! Hands! Hands!
これでもうマリアを叩けないね。
This way. You won't be able to hit me anymore. Ignoring my confusion, Maria said that with a very cold voice as she slowly moved her hands away from her head where they had been defending against my barrage. What is this? My hands! My hands! What did you do? Maria, what is this? What is this? What is this? A black silhouette was suddenly standing behind Maria. It was the silhouette of an adult. Who?
娘の頭を見、絵本を見、温かい食事を作ることのできる腕も。
Since an arm can pat a daughter's head, flip through a picture book, and make warm meals.
残してもよい。
I thought it might be all right to leave them.
ママはマリアの頭を撫でるより叩く方が多いよ。
Mama hits my head more than she pats it.
絵本なんかめくってくれない。
She doesn't turn the pages of a picture book.
ご飯だって作ってくれない。
She doesn't even make food.
マリアが自分で買いに行くの。
I go to buy it myself.
でも同じお店に何度も行っちゃいけないし。
But I'm not allowed to go to the same store over and over.
顔を覚えられてもいけない。おまわりさんに話しかけてもいけない。
Not allowed to have my face remembered. Not allowed to talk to policemen.
なんで？
Why?
どうして？
Why is that?
マリアが悪いの？
Did I do something wrong?
マリアはママに撫でてもらったり、絵本を読んでもらったり。
Am I not allowed to have you pat my head? Have picture books read to me?
一緒にご飯を食べたりしちゃいけないの？
Eat dinner together with you?
どうして？
Why?
どうして？
Why?
マリア悪くないよ。
It's not my fault.
マリア悪くない。ママが悪い。
Not my fault. Yours.
ママが悪い。
Your fault.
ママは一緒に遊んでくれないけど、サクタロは一緒に遊んでくれた。
You don't play with me, but Saktaro did.
本も読んでくれた。テレビも見てくれた。一緒にご飯も食べてくれた。
He read books with me, watched TV with me, ate meals with me.
ママよりもっともっと大切な友達だったのに。
He was a much, much more important friend than you.
悪かったと思ってるわ。
I'm not proud of it.
でも仕方ないでしょ。
But it can't be helped, can it?
ママは仕事で忙しいのよ。仕事で。
Mama's busy with work. Work!
ママの仕事が忙しいのは知ってるでしょ。
You know that Mama's busy with work, right?
仕方ないのよ。
What am I supposed to do?
仕方ない。
There's nothing I can do.
そう。
That is true.
これは仕方なき。
There's nothing to be done.
そなたの娘が傷つき、心を引き裂かれ、涙に血を浮かべることさえ、これは仕方なき。
Nothing to be done about injuring your daughter, tearing her heart apart and making her tears run with blood.
なれば今この場にてこのようなることになるもまた、
Yes.
全ては仕方なきこと。
Then there's nothing to be done about the same thing happening again right here, right now.
さあ、マリ。
Come, Maria.
母を名乗った女の言い分は以上だ。
That is enough for the excuses of the woman who calls herself a mother.
許せ。いいな。
Can you forgive her or not?
無罪か。はたまた有罪か。
Is she innocent or else guilty?
許せない。
Can't forgive her.
ママは有罪だ。
Mama is guilty.
サクタロにママがしたのと同じ目に合わせてやる。
I'll make the same thing happen to Mama that she did to Sakutaro.
ママを首の縫い目のところから引き裂いて中の綿をぶちまけてやる。
Take Mama and rip her from the seam at the neck, rip her apart, and throw the cotton inside her everywhere. Maria's eyes ominously flashed blue. In that instant, invisible, massive arms stuck their fingernails out and grasped Rosa's entire body tightly. The bones all throughout her body made sounds like twigs being stepped on as they readily cracked and broke. Rosa vaguely understood. The massive arms are probably my own arms from the time I tore Sakutaro apart. From a stuffed animal's perspective, my arms must certainly have been this massive. So I could imagine what would happen next. The sharp nails stuck strongly into the base of my neck, and I heard the skin tearing with my own ears. Then, watched over by the two witches, Rosa's flesh was split in two, top and bottom. When Sakutaro had been torn apart, bits of cotton had flown about like snowflakes. But in Rosa's case, something like thick black tar came out, filthily flying all over the place. There wasn't even a trace of the red of blood. It was something black, filthy, and thick. It was probably what a bloodless, tearless human kept inside their body instead. This is incredible. Hideous.
なんと汚らわしき中身。
What filthy insides.
見事であったぞ、マリ。
That was splendid, Maria.
さあどう？そなたの復讐、これにて十分。
Well then, is this enough for your revenge?
そなたは母を許せる。いいな。
Can you forgive your mother or not?
無罪、有罪か。
Innocent or guilty?
許せない。
Can't forgive.
まだまだ許せない。有罪だ。
Still can't forgive. Guilty. Beatrice brandished her pipe wand, and a surge of gold butterflies regenerated Rosa's broken body in an instant. Feel your great sin, which cannot be paid for by a single human life.
そして自らの深き罪を思い出す。
And remember your own grievous sin.
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。
Come, try to remember.
そなたがどれほどの罪を犯した。
Remember how great a sin you committed.
もしもし、
Hello?
ママなの？
Is that you, Mama?
ママは何時に帰ってくるの？
What time will you be back?
ごめんなさいね。
I'm sorry.
今日も仕事が忙しくて泊まりになってた。
I'm busy with work again today, so I'm staying over.
またお仕事でお泊まり？
Staying over at work again?
ママのお仕事、今日も大変だね。
Your job's being hard on you again today, huh?
ごめんね。
Yeah, I'm sorry.
本当に忙しいの。
I really am busy.
もうずっと会社に缶詰。
I've been holed up at the company this whole time.
外の空気も吸えやしないわ。
I can't even get a breath of outside air.
ママの仕事は早く終わらすだけじゃダメなの。
Mama's job isn't one I can just finish up quick.
より良いデザインをあげないと次から仕事をもらえない。大変な仕事なの。
Unless I give them the best design I can, I won't be given another job. That's how tough this job is.
だからどうしても時間がかかっちゃうの。
So it always needs a lot of time. Yeah,
分かってるよ。
understand.
マリア、いい子でお留守番してるからお仕事いっぱい頑張って早く終わらせてお家に帰ってきてね。
I'll be a good girl and watch over the house, so work really hard, finish it quickly, and come back home, okay?
ママのお仕事を任せてくれてありがとう。
Thank you for understanding about Mama's work.
明日美味しいケーキを買って帰ることを約束するわ。
I promise that I'll buy a delicious cake and bring it home with me tomorrow.
ケーキいらないよ。
Don't need cake.
ケーキ屋さんによって遅くなるよりその分ちょっとでも早くママが帰ってくる方が嬉しい。
Instead of taking time to go to the cake store, I'd be happier if you just came home that little bit sooner.
大丈夫よ。
Don't worry,
早く帰ってくるわ。約束する。
I'll come back quickly. I promise.
だから美味しいケーキを2人で食べて
So let's eat delicious cake together.
美味しい紅茶を2人で飲んで
Let's drink delicious tea together.
一緒に新しい絵本を読みましょう。
Let's read a new picture book together.
この間買った狼と羊のパズルで遊びましょうね。
Let's play with that wolves and sheep puzzle I bought recently.
2人で一緒に
Both of us together.
約束よ。
It's a promise.
約束。
Yeah, promise.
待ってるね。
I'll be waiting.
お仕事頑張ってねママ。
Do your best at work, Mama.
ほうほう、寂しい話ではある。互いを思い合う良き親子愛ではない。
Ho ho. It's a lonely story, but this is a good mother-daughter love, with each showing consideration for the other, is it not?
何か問題があるという。まあ、そしてローザ。
Do you see any problem with it, Maria? Rosa?
その約束は私はちゃんと守ったはずよ。
That promise? I believe I kept it.
次の日の夕方に約束通りケーキを買っていつもより早い帰宅をしたはずよ。
The next evening, didn't I do as promised and return earlier than usual with the cake I bought?
マリアは知ってたよ。
That's not it. I knew.
あの日の夕方ね。
That evening.
ママ宛てに着払いの荷物が来たけどお財布の中のお金が足りなかったから。
A pay-on-delivery package came for you, but there wasn't enough money in my wallet.
ママにどうしようって相談したくて会社に電話したの。
So I called your company to ask you what to do.
特別な時以外はかけちゃダメって言われてたけどママのお仕事の大切なものだったら悪いしと思って。
I'd been told only to call at special times, but I thought it'd be bad if the package was something important for your work.
電話したの。
So I called.
そしたらママはお休みだって言われた。
And when I did, they told me you had the day off.
その日はずっと前からお休みに決まってて遠くへ遊びに行っているって言われたの。
Yes. They told me that it had been decided long ago that you would have the day off, and that you had gone far away to play.
マリアは知ってたよ。
Yes to what you were asking. I knew.
ママが嘘をついてるって
The
ずっ
whole
とずっと知ってた
the whole time. I knew that you were lying.
でもねサクタロがそうじゃないってマリアを叱ってくれたの
But you know what? Saktaro scolded me, saying that wasn't true.
ママは毎日お仕事でとても大変
But Mama was very busy with her job every day.
マリアを放っておいて遊んでるはずなんてないって
That there was no way she would abandon me and play.
ママはお休みって言った人はきっと何か勘違いして言ってしまったんだよって
That the person who told me Mama had the day off must have made some kind of mistake.
サクタロがそう言うんだもん
That's what Saktaro said.
マリアは信じたよ
So I believed him.
マリアは信じた
I believed him.
ママ大好きママ大好き
I love Mama. I love Mama.
もちろんママだってマリアを愛してる愛してるって
And of course, Mama loves me too. Loves me too.
ええ
Yes,
私もよ
me too.
愛してるわマリ
I love you, Maria. Rosa let out a deep sigh. Maybe she felt the weight of her words. Then she set the receiver back on the bedside phone. The dark room made the window-side view of the starry sky on the ground stand out even more beautifully. On the table in front of that terrace was a very cold wine cooler, and the one she was enjoying a glass with was gazing at the scene below.
娘さんに旅行って話してないんですか
You didn't tell your daughter that you were going on vacation?
行くって言って前にうるさかったんで以来言わないことにしてるんです
I told her once, but she made such a fuss about it that I decided not to tell her anymore.
その方が面倒がなくていいんで
It's less of a pain that way.
娘さんが気になるなら無理に日程を組まなくてもよかったじゃありませんか
If you're worried about your daughter, surely you didn't have to force this into your schedule.
でもそれじゃいつまで経っても予定が合わないし
But that way we'd never get our schedules to match.
それは気にしないでって言ったでしょ
Didn't I say not to worry about that? The slender, middle-aged man, clad in a white robe, gave a small sigh. Rosa reacted sensitively to that slight action.
もう
Come on,
娘の話はなしにして
let's not talk about my daughter.
せっかくの上等なワインが台無しよ
It'd be a waste of this excellent wine.
私はあなたに一人の人間としても女性としても魅力を感じています
I find you fascinating as both a woman and a human being. Same, bro. Fascinating is one way to put it.
ですがだからこそ
But-
あなたの親子の事情に無理を強いてまで
For that very reason,
こうして時間を割くのは申し訳ないと感じています
I feel bad about taking so much of your time that it strains your relationship with your daughter.
私と娘の事情は気にしないでくださいっていつも言ってるじゃないですか
Aren't I always asking you not to worry about my relationship with my daughter?
あなたと二人きりの時に娘の話はしないようにしてるでしょ
I make sure not to talk about her when I'm alone with you, don't I?
電話だって下のロビーでうるさい酔っ払いがバカ笑いしてなければここではかけなかった
I wouldn't even have phoned from up here if it weren't for the noisy drunks laughing stupidly in the lobby downstairs.
直瀬さんこういう唐突な日程での旅行は娘さんのためにも今後は少し考えませんか
Rosa-san, couldn't you reconsider sudden vacations like this in the future for your daughter's sake?
互いの日程があった時だけでいいじゃありませんか
Isn't it alright if we only do it when our schedules match?
それじゃ全然日程が合わないじゃないですか
But then our schedules won't match at all.
私は いつだって一緒にいたいのに。
Don't you understand? I want to be with you all the time.
それは子供の恋愛の仕方です。
That's how a child behaves when they're in love.
大人同士の恋愛はもう少しストイックであるべきですよ。
Love between adults should be a little more stoic.
ローザさんと一緒にいられる時間が長く取れないことは僕も寂しいです。
Rosa-san, I feel sad too that I can never stay with you for very long.
ですが、その限られた時間と機会で僕たちは十分に大人の恋愛を楽しめていると思いますよ。
But I think we're enjoying a very full adult romance with the limited time and opportunities we have.
それはもっと娘と一緒にいろと。
So you're telling me to be with my daughter more.
女でなく母でいろということですか。
Don't be a woman, be a mother.
あなただって望んでいることでしょう。
That's what you wish for too, isn't it?
娘さんと一緒にゆっくり過ごしたいとあなただって思っているはずだ。
You must want to spend some relaxed time with your daughter.
僕は逃げません。
I'm not going anywhere.
僕との時間を優先するために娘さんを犠牲にするのは気の毒だと申し上げたいのです。
I'm trying to say that I think it's sad for you to sacrifice your daughter so you can prioritize your time with me.
奥さんとのより戻したんですか。
Did you patch things up with your wife? Oh! Maria? A married man? Really?
別れるのが嫌になったんですね。
He says it's sad she does this, but he still smashes SMH. Yeah. I feel like that sort of thing is pretty common though, right? Like, I feel like it's pretty common for people to maybe like question things but not actually take actual action against them if it benefits them. You know what I mean? Did you patch things up with your wife? You've started thinking you don't want to split up, haven't you?
妻の話はしたくない。
I don't want to talk about my wife.
あなたが娘さんの話をしたくないのと同じです。
Just like you don't want to talk about your daughter.
子連れの女は面倒だって思ったんでしょう。
You started thinking that women with children are a pain.
そんなこと今までに一度も言ったことはありませんよ。
I have never said anything of the sort.
みんな子連れだと分かると手のひらを返す。
Whenever someone finds out I have a child, they desert me.
あの子の養育費は気にしなくていいからと言ってもみんな手のひらを返す。
Even when I tell them they don't need to worry about the cost of raising her, they all desert me.
あなたは娘のことを理解してくれてると思ったのに。
I thought you understood about my daughter.
やっぱり子連れだと嫌なんですね。
But it looks like you really don't like women with children.
そうは言っていません。
That's not what I'm saying.
ローザさんのことを嫌いになってなどいません
Of
よ。
course I like you, Rosa-san.
私が言いたいのは娘さんをもっと大事にしなさい。
I'm just trying to say to take better care of your
あなた
daughter.
自身もそれを望んでいるはずだ。だから娘さんに嘘をついて自らを傷つけてほしくない。
You must want that yourself, so I don't want you to hurt yourself by lying to your daughter.
そう言ってるだけなんです。
That's all I'm saying.
嘘つき。
Liar!
私のことが面倒になっただけ。そうでしょ。
You just can't be bothered to deal with me anymore, can you?
そんなことは言っていない。
I never said that.
いいえ、わかるの。私にはわかるわ。
No, I know. I can tell.
あの子を理由に何度も捨てられた私だからわかるの。
After being abandoned so many times because of that child, I know.
雰囲気でわかるわ。そうよ。あなたもそう。他の男たちと一緒。
I can tell by your mood. Yes, you're the same. You're just like the other men.
子連れの女は嫌なのよ。バツイチは嫌なのよ。面倒なのよ。
You don't want a woman with a child. You don't want a divorcee. You don't want to deal with it. Wait, so she divorced? from Rosa's dad? They were married? I thought he was a complete mystery.
知らない男と作った子供の親になんかなりたくないんでしょ。
You don't want to become the parent of a child made with another man, right?
ええ。そうよね。その気持ちすっごいわかるわ。
No! Of course you don't. I know exactly how that feels.
子連れの男と付き合ったことがあるけど、その気持ちすっごいわかったの。
Hold on.
いいえわかるの。私にはわかるわ。あの子を理由に何度も捨てられた私だからわかるの。雰囲気でわかるわ。そうよ。あなたもそう。他の男たちと一緒。子連れの女は嫌なのよ。バツイチは嫌なのよ。面倒なのよ。
She didn't say rikon, which is the word for divorce, but I think the kind of, I think she used a slang term, like a used woman kind of thing, but I think it's a little vague. But I am curious about Maria's dad, regardless. I'd have to dissect the vocabulary there. Maybe it is slang for a divorced woman. All right. I once went out with a man with children, and I absolutely understood that feeling.
だから娘を理解してくれるあなたとなら一緒になれるって信じたのに。
That's why I believed I could be together with you, a person who understood about my daughter.
そうよ。
That's right.
あんたなんて邪魔だったのよ。
You were always in the way.
あんたさえいなければ私はとっくに女としての幸せをつかめたのよ。
If not for you, I would have been able to grasp my happiness as a woman long ago.
あんたの存在が私の幸せをいつも邪魔するのよ。
Your existence constantly gets in the way of my happiness. Mama.
私だってあんたなんか産みたくなかったわよ。
Even I didn't want to give birth to you.
いいえ違うわ。
No, that's wrong.
あんたと一緒に幸せな家庭を築けたらと思ったわよ。
I did think it'd be nice to build a happy family together with you.
でもあんたが生まれる直前にあいつは蒸発したわ。
But he disappeared right before you were born.
私と温かい家庭を築くと言って私を騙し永遠に私の前から消え去ったわ。
He said he'd build a warm family with me. He tricked me and disappeared from my sight for all eternity. Oh, damn. So she got, Fontaine, I dream but dreamed. Damn.
残ったのはあんただけ。
Only you were left.
愛も思い出も何もない。
No love or memories or anything remained.
あの男は今どこへ。
Where is that man now?
私との日々を温かな思い出に勝手に変えて新しい恋人に出会ったかもしれない。
He probably just turned my days with him into a warm memory and found a new love.
そして今度こそ幸せな家庭を築けたかもしれない。
And maybe that time he managed to build up a happy family.
そして私は
And me?
あんたがいる。
I have you.
恋も探せない。
I can't even look for love.
男は好きに女を渡り歩いて武勇伝気取り。
Men can go between women as they like and brag about it.
なのに女には私には
But the woman? Me?
あんたがいる。
I have you.
あんたという重しがいるのよ。
I have you as a stone weight!
あんたのせいで私は恋を探せない。愛が得られない。一人で生きていくしかない。
And because of you, I can't search for romance. I can't have love. I have no choice but to live alone.
いいえ、それさえも許されてないわ。私には一人で酔いつぶれたい夜さえ許されていない。
No, I'm not even allowed that. I'm not even allowed a night to myself to drown my sorrows.
あんたは誰？
Who are you?
何者？
Who?
私の人生を台無しにして私の新しい人生さえ許してくれないあんたは私の人生の何者なのよ。
You ruined my life and won't even let me have a new one. Just who are you to my life?
死ね！消えろ！あんたなんか生まれてきた時から大嫌い！
Die! Disappear! I've hated you since the time you were born!
あんたがお腹の中にいた頃から大嫌いだった。
I've hated you since the time you were in my womb!
それを前向きに受け入れようと頑張って良き母を演じてきたわ。
But I tried to stay positive and accept you. I've been doing my best to play the part of a good mother.
私は頑張った。
Yes, I did my best.
同世代の女性たちが独身を謳歌し時に恋に遊びあるいは愛に結ばれるのを横目に見ながら
As other women of my generation enjoy being single, sometimes playing with passion, or even being joined with someone in love, I watched from the sidelines.
私は女と母の二足のわらじを履き続けたわ。
Stuck wearing the two hats of a mother and a woman.
その私の苦労を誰がねぎらったの？
Whoever showed appreciation for my efforts.
誰も褒めない称えない。
No one admired me. No one praised me.
自業自得。
I got what I deserved.
気持ちは嫌。
You don't want a woman with a kid?
負け組の遠吠え。
Sour grapes?
無無な小娘がいい？
You're looking for a girl who's sweet and pure?
こっちから願い下げよう。ケツの青い若造どもが。
Well, who the hell wants you? You goddamn inexperienced punks!
必死だった私はさぞかし簡単に落ちる女に見えたろうさ。必死だったわよ。
I was so desperate, I probably looked like I'd fall for you easy. Yes, damn right I was desperate!
まだまだ恋をしたい年頃の私が
I'm still at the age where I want to know love.
日々を仕事と育児で忙殺されていきこのまま老いてこのまま人生を終えるだろうと悟った時
And I was being swamped with work and caring for my child, and when I realized that I would probably grow old and live out my life like this.
それほど必死だったか想像もつかないでしょうよ。
You can't even imagine how desperate I was.
あんたの本当の父親ももちろん憎いわよ。
Of course, I hate your real father too.
でも破局を迎えた責任は私と彼に半々だわ。
But he and I both share the blame for bringing about that breakup.
私にも逃げられるだけのしつこさがあったのかもしれない。
I myself might have been enough of a pain in the ass to make him run away.
でもその後の破局は全部あんたのせい。
But the breakups after that, all of them were your fault.
私はあんたにそれをなじったことはあった。
When did I ever scold you for that? Many times, actually, Rosa.
ないでしょ。
Never! Did I?
男に逃げられて酔いつぶれたいその次の日があんたの授業参観。
The day after one man left me when I wanted to drink myself dead drunk was Parents' Day at your school.
泣き晴らした目を厚化粧でごまかして。
I was there, my tear-stained eyes disguised with heavy makeup.
あんたが的外れな発言をしてクラス中から失笑されてた時の私の気持ちだって。
And the way I felt when you said something off the mark and the whole class laughed at you.
あんたどころか世界中の誰にもわからないでしょうよ。
It's something I expect you and everyone else on this planet couldn't possibly understand.
あんたが嫌い大嫌い。
I hate you. loathe you!
そしてこれまでにあんたを本当に愛したことなんて
And up to this very
誰も
moment,
一度もない
I've never really loved you even once! Hashtag Rosa did much wrong. Maria's face was frozen. If words really were blades, Maria's whole body would probably have been stained red with fresh blood by now. Even after gaining the power of a witch and resolving herself to take revenge for Sakutaro, she couldn't stand these curses coming out of her mother's mouth. Ugly.
ああ、情欲に溺れた女のなんと醜きことか。
Ah, how ugly is a woman drowning in lust? Ooh, this is kind of bringing up a little bit of when Beatrice fucking lost her mind at Shano in a little bit.
これがこの女の本性。
This is this woman's true nature.
邪悪を極めし千年の魔女のわらわと見るに耐えぬことこの上なし。
Even I, as a 1,000-year-old witch who has explored the depths of evil, find this most difficult to watch.
ああ、マリアよ。今こそ決別の時。
Ah, Maria, now is the time for you and her to part
そ
ways.
なたの母を名乗った醜き肉の塊をそなたの無垢なる魂親子なる鎖にてこれ以上束縛される意味はなし。
Smash the ugly lump of meat that calls herself your mother. There is no meaning in your pure soul being bound any longer by the chains of parent and child. Hydrate. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. Yes. Yes.
自らの魂を自らの手で。
With your own hand.
今こそ解放せよ。
Release your own soul now.
そなた自らを守る牙と爪を今こそ手に入れたのだ。
You have now gained the teeth and claws to protect yourself. Oh no.
マリアを苦しめてきた日々を今こそ思い知らせてやる。
Now I'll make you learn all the days of pain I went through.
苦しみの日々を今こそ復讐してやる。
I'll get revenge for my days of suffering.
その私を苦しめてきたのはあんたじゃない。
Aren't you the one who's been making me suffer?
私が復讐したいくらいよ。
I'm the one who wants revenge.
あんたが生まれる前にそうすればよかった。
I should have done that before you were born.
あんたなんか産まなければよかった。
I should never have given birth to you. No, she's not possessed. The truth is coming out.
消えてしまえ。うわー
Get out of my life! As Rosa howled, her upper body was crushed in a way that can only be described by the word splat. And in an instant was turned into something similar to a wrung, blood-stained towel.
潰れてしまえ。
Get crushed!
許せない。
Can't forgive?
許せない
Can't forgive!
クズ
You filth.
ふさわしい姿よ
That form suits you. Even though everything from Rosa's waist downwards was upright as normal, the upper half of her body alone was crushed. The extreme difference was altogether bizarre. Then she fell over, but her body was regenerated the instant she fell. You die! Come, Maria.
そなたの怒りと悲しみこの程度のものなの
Is this all there is to your anger and sadness?
今こそ復讐の
Now is the time for revenge.
時怒りと悲しみの生産の時
Time for the settlement of anger and sadness.
ぶつける吐き出せ
Take it out on her. Spit it out at her.
そなたの胸に打ち込まれたくさびをすべて押し出し跳ね返せ
I find this very interesting with the Chapter 2 Tea Party, where Beato did a little therapy session with Rosa and did conclude that there is like some deep, deep pain and troubles there in her past with her siblings. And so she was like, oh, here's some therapy, and decided to make her siblings into fancy dishes and force her to eat them. So she's aware of Rosa's multitudes. At the same time as all of this, I find it interesting. Yeah, of course she's just having fun. Beato herself did kill Maria once, or twice, a couple times actually, at least. No choice but to. But she did have a choice because she also fed Maria to Rosa. She baked Maria into a cake. Or she had Maria baked into a cake by goat men in the Chapter 2 Tea Party. It's almost like the trauma goes in a cycle. And Beato has no sympathy for generational trauma as an excuse. Push out all of the wedges that have been driven into your chest and fling them back. Maria's howl was colored by the ugly sound of flesh and bone being simultaneously crushed. As Rosa, who had foully insulted Maria, lay spread-eagled, a neat, perfectly circular area of her chest was squashed into a pulp as though it had been trampled by an invisible elephant. Her heart and her lungs and her ribs were trampled so mercilessly that they were completely indistinguishable. That might have symbolized the pain in Maria's heart up until today. So, Maria, are you now satisfied? I agree. This is messed up on many levels. Can you forgive your mother's sin? Or not? Innocent? Or guilty? Can't forgive? Kids still can't forgive! Can't forgive at all!
ママは有罪だ許
々この程度の罰で見合ってなるものか。
Naturally! How could your days of anguish be equaled by this level of punishment?
思い知るがいいローズ。
You will learn, Rosa.
さあ思い出してごらんなさい。そなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
Come, try to remember. What form did you have?
殺されるためによみがえれ。
Revive in order to be killed.
己が罪を見そぐために殺されよ。何度でも。
Be killed in order to purify your sins over and over. Theato waved her wand. Her body was regenerated again. And Rosa sat up, coughing violently in pain. And once again, she spat out curses, rejecting Maria.
お前はママなんかじゃない。
You aren't Mama!
魔女だ。マリアとママを苦しめる魔女だ。
You're a witch! A witch tormenting me and Mama!
ママの姿をしているからって許さない。
I won't forgive you just because you look like Mama!
許さない。
I won't forgive you! Oh no, she's still separating the two.
魔女はあんたでしょ。
You're the witch!
気持ち悪い本ばかりよね。魔女ごっこにかぶれて。
Always reading creepy books and playing witches.
消えるのはあんたの方よ。
You're the one who should disappear!
あんたのせいで私まで変わり者扱い。
Because of you, even I get treated like a weirdo.
あんたのせいであんたのせいで
Because of you! Because of you!
お前なんか産まなければよかった。
I should never have given birth to you!
お前なんか生まれてくるな。
I wish you had never been born!
生まれてくる前から大嫌いだったのよ。
I hated you since before you were born! Maria screamed. Was she unable to bear her anger and sadness? Or else, was she taken over by an indescribable emotion? It was surely a cry of hopelessness. And yet, this was the reality that had to be accepted. Even Maria knew. She had known that she was thought of as a nuisance. But even though she knew it, she did not believe it. She believed that she was loved by her mother, and all the various events that should have made her doubt this. She did her utmost to interpret in a positive light, trusting and clinging to her mother's love. But she had no one except her mama. Despite all this, she really did love her mama and wanted to return to the days when she could still believe that her mama loved her too. So she howled. She brought everything to nothing. She would not accept it. She denied it. She denied the black witch making her mother say such things, and the part of herself that couldn't forgive that mother. But she couldn't deny it. This was reality, fact, truth, the answer. Unmistakable, absolute reality. Maria turned Rosa into a lump of meat over and over. In the dark world that reflected her heart, over and over it echoed. That ugly sound which would make one want to cover their ears, of flesh and bone being torn apart. Each time, Beatrice revived Rosa. She dragged her back into the world of endless torture from which even death was no escape. This was the true, deepest hell that the endless witch Beatrice could create. However, this world was not made endless by Beatrice's will, because every time Rosa turned into a lump of meat, Beatrice asked the same question of Maria. Are you satisfied, Maria? Can your anger forgive your mother? No way! No way! Won't forgive! Won't forgive! Oh my god! This is the first time Maria's had this face. I'll teach you all of my pain! Teach you much, much more! Still not enough! Not close to enough! Since I was born! Since before I was born! I can't erase the anger and sadness of being despised for all that time! I hate you! I hate you! Holy shit, the acting on this line chilled me. This one. Holy shit. Again and again she revived her. Again and again she returned her to a lump of meat. In all kinds of ways, she crushed her, smashed her, beat her, and tore her to bits. They are sisters. Flying blood spatter and flesh had now turned the once pitch black world into a mix of red and black. Maria's anger was still not settling down. It was as though she was disgorging all of the rage she had suppressed from the time of her birth until today. If all that was poison to her heart, then would the repeated murder of her mother purify her soul? Could these pointless atrocities save her soul, even just a little bit? This endless torture might have started serving as a slight diversion from her sad, unrewarded life. After all, it seemed that she had finally been able to regain her smile. Learn it! You, the source of my unhappiness! Learn it! Learn that my pain is greater than this! The he is back. I think this is talking about Beatrice. Beato. I think this is talking about Beato. I think all the stuff, all the tragedy of Beato's life that we don't know about or even do know about, she was dealing with it with her endless magic to bring back those who wronged her and kill them over and over. Could these pointless atrocities save Beato's soul even a little bit? This endless torture might have started serving as a slight diversion from Beato's sad, unrewarded life. After all, it seemed that she had finally been able to regain her smile. Do you guys see what I mean? I think this is what this is. This is not going to help Maria. In fact, this is the root of Beato as we know her. She has not dealt with her issues. This is not going to deal with Maria's issues. It's a distraction. It's a way to have some reprieve and a sense of power and control over your fucked up life. But it doesn't help. You won't heal this way. You won't. Rosa said something about 19 years ago, didn't she, when she was confronted by Eva Beato? What do you mean by that? Anyway, that's my theory. I know, but what does that have to do with what I've been saying about Beato's life? Like, the thing when her soul was trapped, yes, I'm sure that's part of her fucked up life that we know about. But I think there's more than just that we don't know about yet. But that's just the glimpse we've seen so far of Beato's life. I think this is how Beato's been dealing with her trauma. And she's trying to show Maria the way she deals with things. You wonder what Rosa's referring to? Which part? Which part? Anyway, maybe I should probably just keep going. What's wrong? Aren't you going to laugh anymore? Oh, okay, thanks. Try and laugh! Half of her skull collapsed. Eyeballs flew out, and black cranial fluid gushed. Ugh, Jesus. Fragments of teeth scattered. Ew! Come on, revive! Try and laugh! Come on, come on! Her whole chest, along with her ribs, turned inside out, spewing her filthy innards everywhere around her. All of them writhed, looking like some kind of foul creature. Come on, come on, come on! Revive! Can you still laugh? Can you still laugh? Rosa couldn't let out a laugh anymore, but her face was laughing. It was covered with a twisted laugh, which was filled with a malice that rejected her unwanted daughter. I erased that laughing voice. Next, I'll erase that laughing face. I'll erase it, I'll crush it, I'll tear it to bits. Oh my god. That's a Helsing face. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Laugh! Try and laugh, mama!
どうしたのママ起きてよ絵本を読んでよお散歩に行こうよ
What's wrong, mama? Wake up! Read me a picture book. Let's go take a walk.
愛してるって言ってよ次の日曜日の約束をしようよお買い物に行こう映画に行こう
Tell me you love me. Make a promise for next Sunday. Let's go shopping. Let's go to the movies.
そしてその約束をどうせ破るんだよ
And then, of course, break that promise anyway.
楽しいねママ楽しいねマリアは今ママと遊んでるんだね
Isn't it fun, Mama? Isn't it fun? I'm playing with you now.
そうだ、そなたは今母と遊んでいるのだ。じゃれているのだ。
That's right. You are now playing with your mother, having fun with her.
どうか今の感情は
Tell me your emotions now.
怒りでも悲しみでも苦しみでもない。
I believe they should not be of anger or sadness or pain.
そうだねわかるよベアトリーチェ
Yeah, you're right. I can feel it, Beatrice.
私は今すっごく楽しいよママと遊んでるんだもんすっごく楽しい
I'm having so much fun now. I'm playing with Mama, so it's tons of fun.
そしてママを何度も何度も殺してるのに魔法一つで好きなだけ生き返らせられる
And even though I'm killing Mama over and over again, I can bring her back to life with just a single bit of magic.
おもちゃは壊したら直せないから大事にした
I took care of my toys because I couldn't fix them if they broke.
でも治るおもちゃなら何度でも壊したい
But if the toys could be fixed, I'd want to break them over and over again.
でもサク太郎は治らないんだね
But Saktaro won't be fixed.
治せないんだね
He can't be fixed
作ったママが産んだママが認めないから
because Mama, who made him, Mama, who gave birth to him, won't accept him.
私もママに認められてないんだね
I'm not accepted by Mama either, am I?
だから壊れたマリアももう治らないんだね
So the broken Maria can't be fixed anymore either. Not the music starting back up again. Oh my god. Not the music getting louder.
楽しいな楽しいよママ
Oh, it's fun! It's so much fun, Mama!
こんなにも楽しくなったらなぜかママが許せる気がしてきたの
I'm having so much fun that somehow I'm starting to feel like I could forgive you!
ねえベアトこれはとっても不思議な感情
Hey, Banto, this is a really strange emotion!
どうして
Why?
どうしてマリアはママを許せる気持ちになってきたの
Why have I started to feel like I could forgive Mama?
それは 生き死にを自由にできる力を得た魔女のみがたどり着く。
That is the enlightened state that is only reached by witches who have gained the power to control life and death at will.
いつでも殺せる。
You can kill her at any time.
必要なら蘇らせる。
You can bring her back to life if needed.
面倒ならまた殺せばいい。
If she becomes a pain, then you can simply kill her once more.
それをいつでも指一本鳴らすだけでできることを知ったなら、人の世のざれ言、そのすべては聞き流すに等しい虫の声いいかい。
Once you've learned that you can do this at any time simply by snapping your fingers, the nonsense of the human realm, all of it becomes unworthy of lending an ear to, of less importance than the chirping of insects.
そなたに母を許そうという感情が芽生えた。そなたが母の愛に目覚めたからではない。
You begin to feel like forgiving your mother, not because your eyes were open to your mother's love.
そなたが今
It was because now, as of that moment,
真の魔女の世界の入り口に立ったからだ。
you stand at the entrance to the world of true witches.
ようこそマリア。深淵なる、そして甘美なる魔女の世界へ。
Welcome, Maria, to the profound and sweet world of witches.
なったんだ。
I've done it!
マリアはもうマリアじゃない。
I'm not Maria anymore.
まだ見習いかもしれないけれど、人間の世界を超えた。
Still an apprentice, maybe, but I've surpassed the human world.
私はもう原初の魔女見習いマリアなんだ。
Now I'm the apprentice witch of origins, Maria.
もう私は何も悔しくない、悲しくない。
There's nothing to make me feel bitter, nothing to make me sad. I don't know, your face doesn't look very happy. Or non-bitter and non-sad, Maria.
ママ、許してあげるよ。
Mama, I'll forgive you.
きっと私はママを許せる。
I'm sure I can forgive you.
もうちょっとしたら許せると思うの。
I think I'll be able to forgive you after doing just a little bit more.
だって魔女だから。
After all, I am a witch. Maria probably would forgive her mother eventually, after brutally murdering her countless times. Generously. Well, alright, I'm gonna stretch. I know I didn't react to chat a whole lot during that whole sequence because it was really good or really intense, and I like the intense scenes. So like, any questions or comments? Let me open it. Make sure I could just watch my clips afterwards. Oh, Rep, now I'm scrolling up. You had a cow stuffed animal, and whenever it got holes, you used to get band-aids and put it on the holes and he would heal. That's so cute. For real, so cute. Alright, I will hydrate, thank you. I should probably roll my shoulders a bit. Ooh, yeah, that's the stuff. Alright. Actually, I think I'm gonna take a tiny break and refill my water. I'll be right back. I read him back. I think, I think it's pretty clear from what we saw that, Rosa's beliefs are what gets her in her way more than anything. That woman needs therapy extremely badly. Too bad she grew up in Japan, where it's like not easy to get therapy. But she's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It was clear that not every man she was with, in the 80s no less exactly, it's clear that not every man she was seeing was completely put off by the fact that she was a single mother. It's just her beliefs and her like tendency to lash out that makes her relationships untenable. And she won't even like listen to reason because she just believes her beliefs, her preconceived notions, the way she's started to see the world. And since she's never been able to rely on anyone, she's always just dealt with everything on her own. And she doesn't know how to ask for help or how to rely on anyone. And so she can't find a way out. And her preconceived notions keep perpetuating themselves because she will only allow herself to deal with her problems. So she'll never get anywhere unless she, you know, seeks help from people and actually listens to them. People who care. That's the big point. If not her siblings, then maybe Battler or George, maybe. It's really bad. In any case, I'm like, there's no doubt in my mind now that she and Maria need to live separately and break off. If the reason why she needs money really direly and now isn't just because of her company doing badly, but also because she spent a lot of money on bribes to keep her and Maria together. Maria needs a new family, or at least she would if she was alive. She's alive right now. In the game board, at least. She's about to show up right now, because at the moment, she's shacked up with Battler and Jessica and George. Whoa! That last Thunderbolt was huge. Must be pretty close, don't you think?
みたいだね。
Sounds like it.
いくつになっても落雷にはビクッとさせられるね。
No matter how old you get, thunder still makes you jump. Battler was looking at the dark night through a crack in the curtains. Every once in a while, a pale white lightning bolt would light up the sky, and he seemed to be enjoying it. Oh?
なんだよ、バトラが騒がしくしてるからマリアが起きちゃったじゃねえか。
Please, Battler, you're making so much noise that Maria's woken up now.
ごめんなマリア。
Sorry, Maria.
バトラが騒がしくて。
Sorry, Battler's so noisy.
なんだよ、俺のせいかよ。
What the heck? It's my fault?
悪いな、マリア。
Sorry, Maria.
寝てていいぞ。
You can go back to sleep.
おやすみな。
Night, night. Maria was looking a bit hazy, with drowsy eyes. She was probably half asleep and couldn't think straight.
おお、もういい。
Ugh. Had enough.
寝ない。
Won't sleep.
いいから寝てろって。
It's okay. Sleep.
まだ寝ぼけてるぜ。
You're still half asleep right now.
寝ぼけてない。
Not half asleep.
なんだよ、もろに寝ぼけてるじゃねえか。
Oh, come on. You're blatantly half asleep.
寝てろ寝てろい。
Lie back down. Lie back down.
寝ぼけてない。寝ぼけてない。
Not half asleep. Not half asleep.
よせってバカバトラ。
Quit it, Battler, you dumbass.
もう寝起きのこの機嫌を悪くするなんてバカだな。
Oh, God, what are you thinking? Getting a kid who's just woken up into a bad mood.
寝ぼけてない。
Not half asleep.
寝ぼけてないもん。
Not half asleep.
わかってるよ、マリアちゃん。
I understand, Maria-chan.
寝ぼけてなんかないよ。
You aren't half asleep.
だから落ち着いて。
So, calm down.
寝ぼけてないもん。寝ぼけてないも
Not half asleep. Not half asleep.
ん。
Maybe it was because of her dubious mental state after waking up. But Maria suddenly threw a tantrum. In Battler's mind, he had only been teasing her a little bit, so he was taken aback by this extreme overreaction. George hugged her and held her head, trying to calm her down, but Maria's tantrum wasn't quelled easily. Battler and Jessica were trying to push the blame on each other, saying, "It's your fault too."
ほら、二人とも静かにして。
Hey, be quiet, you two.
ジェシカちゃん、ポットにまだお湯があったよね。
Jessica-chan, there was still some hot water in the pot, right?
お茶でも入れてあげてくれる？
Could you make some tea for her?
落ち着いた？
Did you calm down?
マリアちゃん。
It looked like her tantrum was dying down bit by bit. But she was still glaring at Battler, who had made fun of her with sharp eyes.
バトラ君もふざけて言っただけなんだよ。
Battler-kun was just messing
マ
around.
リアちゃんが寝ぼけてるなんて思ってないよ。
He doesn't really think you're half asleep.
だから落ち着いて。
So calm down.
ね。
All right? George noticed. Maria was staring at Battler with incredible eyes. And despite having just displayed all that emotion, she laughed in a small voice. Instead of a laugh, it seemed more like she was muttering while savoring, or else counting each he. As though each time she said he, she was making something brutal happen over and over. George felt something creepy for a split second, but he wasn't able to notice the madness that, for a brief moment, peeked out of the depths of the girl's eyes. Okay. Godspeed, Alexei. Thancred sure wishes he was you. After remaining spaced out for a short period of time, Maria stopped her bizarre, quiet laugh. I mean, you might be wrong. You might find something out when you get the full game on PC. After remaining spaced out for a short period of time, Maria stopped her bizarre, quiet laugh and pushed George's arm aside as though telling him to let go.
Oh. Yurusu.
Forgive him.
So...
Did he just... Wait a second. Did she just... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, about 14-ish. Did she just kill Battler in her mind? Like 13 times? And now she's like, I'm satisfied, I forgive you. Banto! I'm gonna pinch your nose and twist it. What the fuck? Oh, shit. Really?
マリアちゃんは偉いな。
You're such a good girl, Maria-chan.
バトラ君、マリアちゃんが許してくれたよ。
Butler-kun, Maria-chan forgave you. Yeah, I know. You gotta be careful of ceremonies now, right? Especially if they say a series of cutscenes will play. Make sure you have time allotted to see them in their entirety. Battler-kun, Maria-chan forgave you.
仲直りして。
Make up with her.
ああ、悪いな、からかって。
Sorry for teasing you.
許してくれ。
Forgive me.
ほら、マリア。
Here you go, Maria.
仲直りの印にカフェオレ作ってやったぜ。
We made you cafe au lait to show we've made up with you.
砂糖いっぱい入ってるから甘いぜ。
It's got lots of sugar in it, so it's sweet.
いらない。
Don't want it.
でも許すよ。
I forgive you.
魔女だからね。
Because I'm a witch. One more time, Maria laughed in a creepy, quiet voice. The ones outside her cave were from Charlian. Like, so that whole area used to be a colony of Charlian, and they ran away 15 years ago. And so the different, mages who lived there had various familiars. And so the frog familiars who have gone rogue are other people's familiars who have gone rogue. Maria's a terrible witch. She doesn't like sweets. Damn. I mean, cafe au lait is coffee. I mean, I don't know. But, this Maria, I don't think she's, I don't know if evil's the right word. I think, Beato twisted her into something dangerous. One more time, Maria laughed in a creepy, quiet voice. But it was only for a very short time, so Battler and Jessica didn't think much of it. They decided to think that, probably. It had only looked that way for an instant, when a flash of lightning had lit up her cheek with a pale white light. Yeah, but you know, I'd have to look it up. Maybe they've decided they don't like people anymore. Maybe they've like gone wild. Yes, I have seen Carrie. This is like Carrie backwards. She like killed the gym full of people and then her mother. This might be the other way around, where she killed her mother first and now she's gonna kill the gym full of people. We'll just have to see. Hotel Trivago. Yeah. Then they heard the sound of a loud and hasty footsteps rushing towards them from the hall. Is it Kumasawa and Goda? It was already about 10:30 at night. A time that could safely be called late at night. Hearing footsteps like that at this time was not very peaceful. Then, along with a clearly disquieting and wild series of knocks, they heard Goda and Kumasawa's voices. That clearly told them that this was an abnormal situation. Children! Are you there? Are you there? It's Goda! It's Kumasawa! Is everyone alright? Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do? When George opened the door, the two of them tumbled in, sopping wet. It looked like they had dashed here from the mansion without an umbrella. What's gotten into you two? What happened? It was... The master, Kraus-sama, everyone, Not Dance the Moon Rabbits again. Not ending the scene with Dance of the Moon Rabbits. Oh my god. It do be 10:35. Yeah, she's snapping. I think she is snapping, B. It was a pitch black room. There were no windows, and by the light from the weak bulb, one could only just barely make out the state of things around them. It appeared to be an old, forgotten, dusty, underground storehouse with some kind of furniture haphazardly thrown into it. However, even with just a little light, one could at least tell that it probably wasn't a storehouse, because that room was sealed off with iron bars. Yeah. It was kind of right. She did turn into Beato. I mean, yeah. Dameda. Dameda. Zen zen dameda. Hello, Felici. I hope you're enjoying so far. This is wild. Where is this? Not a clue. Is this place underneath the mansion? Was there this kind of room directly underneath the dining hall? They had been dropped into what appeared to be a pit and fallen into this room. Therefore, it would be appropriate to think that this room was directly below the dining hall. However, not even Kraus could bring himself to believe that there were pitfalls rigged in the beloved dining hall where he had enjoyed his meals for years, and that directly below it was this dungeon-like room. But the ceiling, when they looked up, was made of rugged stone, and they could not understand from where in that ceiling they could have fallen. No, all 5 people who had been dropped here thought the same thing. Although they had felt a sensation of being dropped into a pit, there was no way there could be pitfalls in the dining room, nor this dungeon-like place be directly underneath it. But, in point of fact, they had fallen into this place and were locked in. And so, they were confused.
あの高さから落ちて誰も怪我をしなかったのは幸運かもしれませんな。
It is lucky that no one was hurt after falling from such a height.
シャン、カノン。
You know, I'm trying to think of this from a non-magical perspective. I feel like they probably lost consciousness and were transported to this place in a non-magical sense. But what gives you that vertigo pit feeling in your stomach like you've fallen straight down? Like maybe being, oh my god, Rowan, so much stuff happened. Okay. So, Kinzo announced to his family and friends, like everybody except for the cousins, that, you know, he's putting on this show, and for the resurrection of the witch, he's gonna sacrifice 6 people at random. And then he summoned not 1, not 2, but 3 Chester sisters. He summoned 1, 2, 3 Chester sisters. I'm about to explain why. The deaths did not update yet. So, so then, they started killing people. They were killing people specifically by blowing off the side of their head. Like brains and everything. But just 1/2 of their head. They like, Oh, I know. They Gus Fringed everybody. That's it. They Gus Fringed everybody. Not everybody. 6 people. They Gus Fringed poor Natsuhi, Hideyoshi, Eva, Rudolph, Rosa, Genji. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, those 6 people. I know. I was so sad. It was Natsuhi first. And so then Kinzo was like, oh, it's too bad it was Genji, but all right, it was great for the first 6. And then he started summoning other people to help clean up the mess. He summoned Ronove, Virgilia, and a new character, another one of the 72 great demons like Ronove, Gop, who obviously does not shop at the Gap. Okay, don't worry. Everybody else has already been like, girl, what the fuck is that outfit? Ange frickin' eviscerated her with sick burns. It was great. No, apparently this is the current high fashion in hell. Gop, or as I like to call her, hot side boob lady. According to her, this is the latest fashion in hell. Which, I mean, yeah. Hell needs better influencers, true. Yeah, Rosa then had an out-of-body experience for a moment. That's one way to put it. Yeah, so, so Gop can do, portals, apparently. she was going to clean up the survivors, because obviously there's everybody but the cousins was in the room, so there is a lot of witnesses to the thing. Kumasawa, Goda, Shannon and Kanon, Kirie, Kraus, and Nanjo. Kinzo doesn't count because he's the star of the show and he's the one who summoned everybody, right? So, Kirie's shirt is weird, I agree. Anyway, Gop started opening like cartoon-ass pitfalls under them all to whisk them off to basically like sacrifice jail, because the amount of people in the room, besides Kinzo, amounted to 13, the perfect amount of sacrifices. So he's like, yeah, I'll keep you, the rest of you for sacrifices for later. And successfully trapped by the pitfalls were Kraus, obviously, Nanjo. Kirie tried to dodge, to her credit, but they still got her. Shannon and Kanon. But one of the Chesters was blocking the door and happened to be standing right next to Shannon and Kanon, and she was like, whoa, and like kind of jumped out of the way so she wouldn't get caught in there. And she was blocking the door. So of all people, Goda and Kumasawa managed to get away. They like went out through the door and they fucking ran. And Gop was not able to somehow bag Goda and Kumasawa. It was very funny. So they got away, but then Kinzo was like, let them run. They cannot escape this island, you know. And then we went to a scene where all of the build-up from the last few weeks with Maria and Rosa came to a head. This was more like in like Witchland, you know, where Beato can like revive and kill people endlessly. And she was like, all right, this is how I'm gonna help you, Maria. I'll show you how I take care of my problems. I take the thing that's bothering me and I start killing them over and over. Oh yeah. Rosa killed Sakutaro again. She like woke up in a really weird place, and then the little kid Sakutaro was there, but everything he was saying was hurting her, and she was like, the fuck, kid? You know, get away from me. And then he's like, oh, but you're my mama, you made me. And she's like, I'm not your mama, the fuck? And then was like, and her cruel words ended up beheading Sakutaro again. And then Maria saw all this, like the witch Maria, this Maria saw that and started going off. Yeah, Sakutaro had a Peter Parker experience. I feel so good, Maria. So the truth come out during the times when maybe not all of them, but many of the times when Rosa claimed to be staying over at work. She was not. She was in fact going on vacations with boy toys. And so there's a scene of one where he's like talking to her. Her boyfriend was like talking to her after he got off the phone with Maria. He's not taking direct action because obviously he's getting laid, but he's like, you know, I don't really feel comfortable with the fact that you going on vacations with me and prioritizing me is like hurting your relationship with your daughter. And then she's like, I told you not to worry about my daughter. So when we're together, I don't talk about my daughter. And you don't talk about your wife, do you? And he's like, I don't want to talk about my wife. And she's like, well, yeah. And you're just bringing this up because you're like all the other men, aren't you? And you don't like women who have a daughter. You don't like, used women who already have had a child with another man. And he's like, I never said that. And she was like, kind of lost it on him and seemed completely convinced that because she has a daughter, this guy's trying to break up with her when he was merely like presumably like sharing very reasonable concerns that someone who might care actually maybe not about Maria but about Rosa would express. And so the truth come out. Rosa does not love Maria. In fact, never loved her, and even considered getting an abortion, and regrets not getting an abortion. And apparently Maria's birth father, basically Rosa got like Fontaine, I dream a dreamed. He like had a lot of promises that they'd have a happy family and stuff. And then right before Maria was born, or like shortly before Maria was born, he just fucking vanished. Up and disappeared, and Rosa never saw hide nor hair of him again. And so then that whole thing kind of went down the drain. And then once Maria was born, she was having troubles ever finding love again. She's quite young. She's like in her early 30s, and was in her 20s when she had Maria. And so like she wants to find love again, but is like failing over and over. And clearly it was quite clear this is not due to Maria but due to Rosa. And the dudes who actually did leave because of Maria were assholes anyway. But she blames 100% of it on Maria. She's like, because of you, I can't find happiness. You're getting in my way. Every time I try to find love, it's ruined by you. And the truth come out. She hates Maria. And she told her that. And so Maria killed her with magic. At first she tore her head off like Rosa did with Sakataro. And then Beatrice and Beato brought Rosa back to life again instantly, as you do. And over and over and over and over, Rosa's like, I hate you. And every time Beato asks Maria, are you satisfied? Do you want more revenge? Is all of your anger wrung out? Do you forgive her? And then Maria's like, no, don't not forgive, and then Beato revives Rosa and Maria kills her again. Over and over and over. And eventually, Rosa keeps spitting out, even as she's getting revived, that she hates Maria, that she wished she had never been born. And eventually she starts laughing, like cackling like a witch back at her. And she's still laughing even as Maria's reviving her. And she's like, stop laughing, you can still laugh. And then keeps killing her every time she laughs. And then eventually Rosa can't laugh anymore. But, you know, obviously the truth of her heart has come out and there's no facade anymore. So I think this is a bit of a relief for Rosa too. So she just kind of keeps on trucking. And then eventually Maria starts to break, I think. And I think it's heavily implied this is how Beato dealt with her problems. If there was somebody who hurt her, she would revive them and kill them over and over and over until a different emotion took over that wasn't anger or sadness, but more like, you know, a cackling witch above it all kind of things that like, and I think Beato wrongly perceives this as healing, but she's like, well, I don't feel bad anymore. In fact, I'm above it all. I feel like forgiving you now because what you did is so insignificant because you're like a little worm to me, right? Because I'm a witch now, right? I'm so above it all that you know, I can forgive you. And so Maria got to that point. She started going right back into episode 1, hee-hee-heeing again. And Maria she snapped. And she's a lot like Beato now. And is not doing so hot. And so she woke up from a nap. And this seems to be her mental state in the game as she woke up. And Kinzo has said that he's going to test his grandchildren to see if any of them are worthy of carrying on his name. And if so, then he'll forego the whole reviving Beatrice thing. So that's where we're at now. And now, just now, yeah, Goda and Kumasawa were knocking at the door like, kids! And now we're where all of the witnesses who got pitfalled by Gop are in this prison. And I was just starting to theorize how they non-magically could have gotten here when you came back in. So let me go. I'll start going. Shannon, Kanon. Did either of you two know about this room?
Yeah.
Oops, went down the wrong tube. I'm sorry. All right. No. We also have no knowledge of any room like this. Really? I think they might be down where the gold is. Really? We really don't know any room like this. It seemed that Kirie thought there was a good chance that, despite their age, they might know of the mansion's secret tricks as servants permitted the one-winged eagle. There was a long silence, as if evaluating their answer. No, it's probably true that they don't know. Shannon is a very tidy person, after all. That might be the nicest thing you've ever said about her. If she had known about this room, it would probably have been scrubbed until it was sparkling.
君たちがこの部屋を知らないことの証だ。
The filth of this room is proof that you two don't know of it.
今はそんなことより、これからどうするかの方が先決だと思わんかね。
More importantly than that, I think we should worry about what to do now, don't you?
その通りです。
Exactly.
警察に、それから救急にも早く電話をしなければ。
We need to call the police, or rather, call for medical assistance as soon as possible. Nanjo's words rang hollow. Obviously, 6 people had been killed in the dining hall. They had all witnessed the exact moments when the 6 had been killed. And what's more, it had been done by half destroying their heads. Anyone could tell with just a single glance that they had been dealt a fatal injury. Everyone understood that calling for an ambulance now would be completely meaningless.
ありがとう、南條先
Thank you, Dr. Nanjo.
生。私たちは伴侶がもう生きてはいないことを理解できてる。
We already understand that our partners are no longer alive.
気休めでも救急と言い添えてくれてありがとう。
Yep, Rudolph is dead. Thanks for trying to console us by mentioning medical assistance.
夏日。
Natsuhi. Oh, Kraus is actually crying for Natsuhi. Good for you, buddy. Good for you. Once again, an oppressive silence took control of them. But Kraus shook his head harshly over and over and decided just for now to forget the pain of losing his wife and dedicate himself to figuring out where they were.
みんな聞きたまえ。
Everyone, listen to me.
親父はもうダメだ。
Dad is beyond hope now.
口で言って理解や説明が求められる段階にもうない。
The time for words and seeking comprehension or an explanation is long past. Nobody answered. Without any kind of discussion or mercy, 6 people had been killed in an instant. And Kinzo had so boldly proclaimed for them to become sacrifices in a 13-person murder ritual. Since they had been locked up in this place, they too would probably become the ritual's next sacrifices before long. Around this time, their eyes were becoming used to the darkness. And bit by bit, they were starting to be able to make out the dungeon's interior. Maybe Kraus is becoming the leader of the rebellion. Well, he's gonna try, because he still thinks he's like, you know, the oldest, supposed to be in charge, second fiddle to his dad and such, but I don't know. I don't think he's gonna have a right hand man. Everyone's dead. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how well this is gonna work out for him, but he's gonna at least try. He feels obligated to try. Bit by bit, they were starting to be able to make out the dungeon's interior. What they thought was furniture haphazardly left in the dungeon turned out not to be furniture at all. They were small cages that could be used to imprison a single person, restraining tables, or were those torture racks? At any rate, it was obviously more ghastly than a mere jail cell. As those objects were rusted and covered in thick layers of dust, there was no doubt that they had been long forgotten. Maybe you could even have called those things Kinzo's sealed and forgotten madness. Apparently! Oh, the gold was underground. Maybe Kinzo has a fucking torture chamber underground too. I think magic explanation wants you to think they're in another world. But if there's a non-magic explanation, this has got to be on Rokenjima. Maybe you could have even called these things Kinzo's sealed and forgotten madness. However, it was this room in which they had now been locked away. Those objects weren't exactly comforting to the people who were locked up, hoping to be released without harm. I don't know. Anyway, let's get out of here. I know, is Umineko just another Silent Hill game? The longest Silent Hill game? Well, it was down a big, long spiral staircase, but it's possible we didn't see the whole complex. I mean, when Eva saw the gold, she was like, damn, the gold! And then she didn't explore any further from there. So I feel like it's possible the complex extends further than what Eva explored. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's get out of here. No, nobody found the gold yet. They all just got teleported, or supposedly teleported here. Non-magic explanation, obviously they weren't teleported. He's such a doofus, he probably missed it. They had the impression that they dropped straight into this cell, which probably isn't true. But if anything happened between the dining room and this jail cell, they don't remember it. All right, great job, Alexi. No, you know what, B? Same. It's weird, but I like Kraus. I feel exactly the same way. We've lost loved ones and friends and would like to spend some time shedding tears. But more than that, I'm worried about the children. Yes, Michael Scott from The Office. I can see where you're coming from with that. Yeah, Alexi, you don't have to push yourself that hard. You've still got plenty of time. No, Shannon isn't kill. It was Genji. Genji is kill. The witnesses were dropped into jail. Yeah. And yet, Ronove, Kinzo apparently summoned Ronove. So Ronove is, oh yeah, oh, you think that's Ronove's ghost who's there now? I mean, he only appeared after Genji died, and Ronove had this whole line that was like, oh, so Genji was one of them. I hope his death was painless. So, I mean, nothing you're saying is wrong so far. Genji didn't get more healing, is so unfortunate. I wonder if the children are safe. All we can do is pray. Come to think of it, Kumasawa-san and Goda-san aren't here. Perhaps they were able to get away safely. I wonder if people knew he needed any healing. You never know. It'd be a relief if they were able to meet up with the children. Goda-san can be relied upon in times of crisis, and Kumasawa-san is knowledgeable and calm. Yes, Kumasawa is still alive and Virgilia is here. You know, because Virgilia was clearly taking us all on a ruse cruise in episode 3, I think it's safe to say the Kumasawa Virgilia thing was a lie and a trick they set up, and Kumasawa did die in that scene, and they just disguised it so it looked like Virgilia Like Kumasawa's Virgilia in disguise. Ruse Cruz is surprisingly cute. Yeah, but not cute for Battler. No, I'm just kidding. So I'm willing to believe that the Kumasawa is Virgilia thing is bullshit. Whether it's magic or non-magic. So we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure they would be helpful to the children. I hope so. Shanun and Kraus smiled bitterly a little. But they quickly realized how improper that was and stopped, clearing their throats. You're in a life or death situation. Just chill with the social division. Protocol. Chill with the protocol. Y'all are about to die. We can't be too optimistic, Ne-san. There's a chance that they have already been attacked after we were. Don't be such a Debbie Downer, Kano, and that's actually not the case. I agree. Wow, we got another Debbie Downer over here. What father carried out in the dining hall was 6 murders of the first twilight from the witch's epitaph, right? Then the second twilight is to tear apart the two who are close. Kanon's emo, that's by design, true. We can't deny the possibility that Goda-san and Kumasawa-san may have already been killed, having run away to hide together in close company. Does Kirie ship Goda and Kumasawa? We can't cling to the optimistic idea that they definitely got to the guest house and are protecting the children. Kirie coldly analyzed the worst case scenario. Even for her, it was heartbreaking to have lost her beloved husband. But right now, the most important thing was protecting that husband's son, even though the mother of that husband's son was a skank bitch, and she's glad she's dead. The most important thing is still protecting that husband's son. Along with the other children from becoming sacrifices to the insane family head. She overcame her sadness with the parental urge to protect the children. She is a good stepmother. Kirie's, like, got her shit in order. Kirie's like, my stepson is important. Yeah. She's responsible. And that comes before her own emotions. It's very cool of her. She overcame her sadness with the parental urge to protect the children. It seemed that both Kirie and Kraus were strong enough to forget their grief. Dutiful, yes. If only for the time being. They could let their tears flow later. For now, in order to protect the children, they had to act. Anyway, let's get out of here. It seems to be a rather old cell. Couldn't we break the bars somehow? Let's try searching the entire room for some way to escape. If anyone can get out of this cage, it's Kirie. She's gonna figure something out. There's all kinds of junk around here. I wonder if there are any tools lying around that we could use. They're so fucking lucky that Kirie didn't die. Honestly.
武器になるものがあるかもしれないし
They should eat the bars. Yum, 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 yum. Chocolate bars. There might be something we could use as a weapon, or something that we could use to break the bars. Kirie pulled a lighter from her pocket. She herself didn't smoke, but she kept one tucked away in her pocket to light Rudolph's cigarettes. I mean, yes. Yes, I know, but I still think they're gonna get out of this cage and it's gonna be cool. Oh, you gave each half a KFC nugget. What a big treat. That's what that's what they're thinking. If there's torture devices in there, maybe they can get a beam of wood or something and start applying, you know, some leverage and pressure on them. But I don't know if the torture devices are inside or outside the bars. It was an extremely valuable source of light for searching through this dim dungeon. She's hot, stoic, badass, cares for your child, and lights your cigarette, the perfect woman. Honestly, Rudolph lucked out. Kicking around the edges of the bars? Oh yeah. That would probably help too. They could try it. Steve ate his right up and Jelly didn't like hers. Well, did you take it back? Like, fine then.
シャノンはキリエさん
Shannon,
を手伝い
help
室内を探
Kirie-san
索してくれ
search the room.
カノンは私と一緒に鉄格子の具合を確かめてみよう
Kanon, you'll help me check out the
こ
bars.
れだけ古い牢屋だ
This is a very old cell.
ひょっとするとガタが来ているかもしれない
This is, the bars could be loose.
私は何をお手伝いしましょうか
What should I help with?
体力を温存していてくださ
Please just keep up your
い
strength.
やがてここに親父殿が現れるだろう
Father will probably come here before long.
親父殿に言葉が届くのは南條先生だけです
You're the only one whose words will reach him.
ある意味南條先生に我々の命は握られているかもしれない
Sir, what will you be doing besides combing your hair? Yeah, get his ass. In a way, you might be holding our lives in your hands.
私の言葉などもう届きはせんでしょう
My words will no longer reach him, I think.
申し訳ないがそのお役には立てそうにない
I'm sorry, but I don't believe I will be of any use.
なら南條先生のお医者としての知識を貸してください
Then lend us your expertise as a doctor.
人間を即座に混沌させるような毒って存在するのかしら
I wonder if there is the drug that makes people instantly faint. See? See? She's already thinking about a non-magical explanation of how they got there.
人間を即座に混沌させる毒
A drug that makes people instantly faint?
どういうことですか
What are you talking about?
私たちは落とし穴に落とされてこの地下牢に落ちてきたと信じている
We believe we fell through a pit and landed in this
あ
dungeon.
の混乱している場で私たちはそうだったろうと信じたわ
In that panic-stricken place, that's what we believed happened.
でもこの地下牢の広さを測ってみて分かった
Yes, exactly. But that was with the assumption that Krause is actually going to be leading, which remains to be seen. But looking at how large this room is, I came to a
この
realization.
地下牢があの食堂の地下というのはありえないことなのよ
This dungeon cannot be underneath the dining hall.
どうしてありえないってわかるんですか
How can you tell that it can't?
姉さんはバカだな
You're an idiot, Ne-san. Thanks a lot, Kanon.
こ
Be
の地下
nice.
牢は食堂に比べて狭すぎる
This dungeon is too narrow compared to the dining
そ
hall.
の通り
Exactly.
一番目に落とされたのはクラウス兄さん
The first person to fall was Kraus
2番
Nissan.
目が私
The second was myself.
クラウス兄さんはこの部屋に落ちてきた時その場を動いたかしら。
Well, he is Michael Scott and she's his Jim. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. When you fell into this room, did you move from that spot, Kraus Nissan?
お恥ずかしながら落下の痛みでうめいていたよ。
It's embarrassing to say, but I lay there groaning in pain from the landing. Who is Dwight? Is it Kanon? Is Kanon Dwight? Does that mean... does that mean, oh, what was her name with the blonde hair? I guess that's Shannon then. It's embarrassing to say, but I lay there groaning in pain from the landing. I guess Nanjo is Jerry at this point. Oh wait, no, that's Parks and Rec. Wrong show. Immediately after that, you came crashing down next to me.
食堂でのクラウス兄さんと私の立ち位置と落下時の落下場所の距離が明らかにおかしいのよ。
I can't believe, like, Rudolph, Pam, Ushinomiya is dead. The distance between us as we stood in the dining hall compared to where we landed is clearly strange.
確かに言われてみればその通りです。
Certainly, when you put it that way.
その次に落ちたのは私だから、お二人の位置関係はよく覚えている。
I was the next to fall, so I remember fairly well where you two were standing.
食堂でのお二人の間の距離はこの部屋よりもあったかもしれない。
The distance between you two in the dining hall might have been greater than this entire room. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I was like, no way they all landed together neatly in a cell when they were that far away from each other.
私たちは落とし穴に落ちてダイレクトにここに落下
We
したわ。
fell into a pit and directly dropped down here.
集合する下水道管みたいに一度集められてからここに落ちたわけじゃない。
It's not like we fell into multiple intersecting pipes like Mario. And we're all collected together before falling down here.
落下は一瞬だったでしょ？
The fall was instant, wasn't it?
そんな凝った排水管みたいな穴を転がされた覚えはないわ。
I don't remember rolling around in some sort of elaborate water pipe system.
確かに落とし穴では説明がつかんな。
Indeed, we can't explain that with a pitfall.
おかしな話だ。
How strange.
それとキリエ様のおっしゃる人間を即座に混沌させる毒というのはどう関係があるんですか？
What does that have to do with the drug that makes people instantly faint that Kirie-sama was talking about?
キリエ様は多分食堂に落とし穴なんかなかったとお考えなんじゃないかな。
Kirie-sama is probably thinking that there were no pitfalls in the dining hall, I would guess.
しかし現に私たちは落ちたぞ。
Oops. Stop kicking at things and making noise. But we actually did fall.
落とし穴に落ちたような気がするが正解よ。
To put it accurately, we had the feeling that we fell into a pit. As for why Krause's aging bones are aching, they possibly could have been thrown into the cell. We had the feeling that we fell into a pit.
無理もないわ。
It's only natural.
そうとしか例えられない体験だったから。
That's the only way we could describe such an experience.
なるほど。
I see.
つまりこうおっしゃいたいわけですな。
In other words, this is what you're getting at.
私たちは落とし穴に落とされたのではなく、
We were not dropped into a pit.
例えば毒矢のようなもので撃たれ瞬時に意識を失い、その倒れて床に突っ伏す瞬間の記憶を
Shot, for example, with something like a blow dart, lost consciousness instantly in the instant we fell to the
ま
floor.
るで落とし穴に落ちたよと思い込んでしまっているのかもしれないと。
It could be that we just remember that as though we fell into a pit.
なるほど。
I see.
食堂に無数の落とし穴が仕掛けられていて、我々がそれに何十年も気づかず食事をしていたとするよりは、
That's a much more
よほど説
persuasive.
得力のある話だ。
It's a much more persuasive explanation than there being numerous pitfall traps in the dining hall that we've never noticed even after decades eating there.
姉さん、時計はある？
Nesan, do you have a watch? Ooh, Kanon! Nice detective brain.
うん
Huh? Yes.
懐中時計があるわよ。
I have a pocket watch.
と22時40分くらいね。
It's about 20 to 11.
僕
Yes.
の時計もそうなってる。
My watch says the same.
つまり僕たちは食堂での大騒ぎから
In
十
short,
数分も時間を経過させてないってことになる。
it hasn't been more than 10 minutes since that chaos in the dining hall. Oh shit. Somebody could have wound their watches while they were unconscious
私
to
の時計も
keep
同様だ。
the illusion of magic. I mean, there's been plenty of point and click mystery video games where watches got set or stopped at a weird time or something funky going on with watches. My watch likewise.
我々が混沌させられてどこかへ担ぎ込まれたと仮定するには
That's much too
時間
short
の
a
経過が
time
短すぎる。
to knock us out and carry us somewhere. I think Kirie will see through that. Somebody could have set all our watches while we were unconscious.
時間だけを見るならやはり我々は食堂の真下へ。
Judging only from the time, it's reasonable
落
to
とし
think
穴で落とされたと考えるのが妥当だ。
that we did fall through a hole leading directly underneath the dining hall.
時計の針なんていくらでもいじれるわ。
See? She's very cool. Watch hands are easily tampered with.
私たちが気絶している間に全員の時計を巻き戻したのかもしれない。
While we were passed out, they may have wound everyone's watch back. Kirie just knocks that down
そ
instantly.
の可能性がなかったことは証明不能よ。
We are incapable of proving that this possibility doesn't exist.
落とし穴にせよ混沌させる毒にせよ私たちは用心するに越したことはないというわけですな。
Whether a pitfall or else a drug that induces fainting, it does not change the fact that we need to be on our guard.
それで南條先生、
So, Dr. Nanjo,
混沌させる毒は存在するんですか？
is there a drug that can do that?
それは
Well,
キリエさんの論法と同じですな。
it's the same as your logic, Kirie-san.
私の知らない未知の毒物にそういう効用のものがないとは証明できません。
I cannot prove that there is not a drug with that effect of which I do not know.
用心に越したことはないということね。
As they say, you can never be too
ご
careful.
めんなさい。無駄な質問だったわ。
Sorry, it was a pointless question.
ただ、私の仮説により、この地下牢が食堂の真下とは限らないという可能性は示唆できたと思う。
Except, I think that with my hypothesis, I was able to suggest that this dungeon is not necessarily underneath the dining hall.
なるほ
I see.
ど。広大な森の中のどこかに隠されていると噂される。
There's always the possibility that we were carried off to a dungeon in Father's hidden mansion,
親父殿の隠し屋敷の地下牢に運び込まれている可能性もある。
which is rumored to be hidden somewhere in the middle of the vast forest.
ここを脱出して外へ出ればそれもわかる。
I guess it could be in Kuadorian. We don't really know what the inside looks like, and it was supposed to be like a cage for the clone Beato, so it's possible they're in there, I guess. Which is rumored to be hidden somewhere in the middle of the vast forest. If we can escape from here and get outside, then we'll know.
それを詮索するのはここから出てからでもいいだろうな。
We can save worrying about that until after we get out.
その通りね。
Exactly.
本当にごめんなさい。
I'm truly sorry.
さっきから無駄な質問と詮索ばかりだわ。
I've only been asking and inquiring into useless things.
いや、 とても頼もしいよ。
No, it's quite reassuring.
今後も何かに気づいたら教えてくれたまえ。
Please continue to tell us if you notice anything else.
そこを脱出する何かのヒントになるかもしれない。
Oh my god, they really are like Michael Scott and Jim. I can see the vision. This is so funny. Please continue to tell us if you notice anything else. It might become a hint to escaping from here.
ルドルフからいつも聞かされていたよ。
I always heard from Rudolph.
君の発想にはいつも驚かされ、時には重要なヒントにもなるとね。
He was always surprised by your ideas, and they would sometimes serve as valuable hints.
君がここにいてくれたのは不幸中の幸いだ。
The fact that you're here is a blessing within a tragedy.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
私もルドルフさんに聞いてるわ。
Rudolph-san told me something about you as well.
クラウス兄さんは普段は威張っているけれど、いざという時は責任感にあふれる頼りがいのある兄だって。
A blessing within a tragedy. Isn't that cute? I agree. That was cute. He said that you usually act big, but when things get serious, you overflow with a sense of responsibility and are a very dependable older brother. Wow, Dan! Ah!
さすがにそれは切なすぎるね。
That's too kind.
くそ。
Same!
それにしても頑丈な鉄格子だ。
Same, the duo I didn't know I needed. That's too kind. Damn it, these iron bars won't even budge.
カノンの方はどうかね。
How are things on your end, Kanon?
いえ、こちらも全く。
No luck here either, I'm afraid. Kraus and Kanon tried wiggling each of the bars in various ways. There were a few bars that could be twisted, and a few felt like they had enough room to rattle around a little bit, but even so they could not be broken with human strength alone. However, there was still hope if they could use some kind of lever-like tool. That's what I was thinking. It was still far too early to give up yet. The children's lives were hanging in the balance. Even if there was no hope, they couldn't stop their struggle. And it was better even for them to act this way. If they were to stop, there was no doubt that they would once again be overcome by the grief of losing their loved ones and crouch down, clutching their knees. Yeah, Kanon, break these metal bars. Where's your energy sword now, loser? How are you doing, Kirie-san?
何か見つかったかね。
Found anything?
握って隠せる程度の石ころは見つかるわ。
I found some stones small enough to hide in a clenched
こ
fist.
んなものでも武器にはなるかも。
Even this might work as a weapon.
さすがに鉄格子を削り取ることは無理でしょうね。
Though I'm sure it'd be impossible to whittle down these iron
シ
bars.
ャノンちゃんはどう？
How about you, Shannon-chan?
いいえ、何も。
No, nothing.
これ、電話です。
Oh, this is a phone.
つながってるわけもないわ。
There's no way it's connected.
でもコードは何かを縛ったり武器にも使えるかも。
But we might be able to use the cord for tying something up or as some form of weapon. There's some wooden objects there. See if you can break it apart.
壊して分解すれば金属部品を取り出せるわ。
If we break it and take it apart, we could take out the metal parts. Oh, smart, Kirie. Let's go. Hey, this is just an escape room. We're doing 999 right now.
クラウス兄さん、鉄格子を開ける鍵穴はもちろんあるわよね。
Rouse Nissan, there's a keyhole for opening the cell, right? No, this is earlier. This is 1986. Yeah,
だいぶ鍵穴の大きい大時代的なものだがね。
a pretty large hole and quite old-fashioned.
針金のようなものでいじれば騙せるかもしれないな。
If we twist some wire into it, we might just be able to pick it. Who's the best at lockpicking? Oh, who do you guys think of the people in this cell is the best at lockpicking? All right, so Kraus, Nanjo, Kirie, Shannon, or Kanon. Who do you think is the best at lockpicking?
電話の金属部品で何か代用できるかもしれない。
We might be able to use the metal parts of the phone as a substitute for something. You'd have to go with Kirie, but Kanon learned to pick locks because of haterism. Love it.
その電話武器になるわね。
This phone will become our weapon.
投資と同じだよ。
It's the same as investing. Oh my god, shut up, Chris.
情報は武器だ。
Information is our weapon. You have to go Kirie, but we need the other team members to do stuff. Fair, fair. Kraus and Kirie laughed together at this way of putting the phone to use, which didn't remotely look at it as a means of communication.
何やってんの姉さん。
What are you doing, Nei-san?
その電話つながってるかなって思って。
I just wondered if maybe the phone was working.
バカだな、姉さんは。
Shannon, let's go with that. What does the hashtag blame Shannon crowd think of that theory? You're a dummy, Nei-san. Be nice to her. Huh? What? Suddenly, Shannon let out a small, surprised cry.
キリエ様、
Kirie-sama?
この電話つながってます。
This phone! It's connected! Oh, dog! Yeah, you might as well check.
なんですって？
What did you say? Ooh. It's when, like, people move out of an office, taking everything with them, leaving only the telephone behind. You call the FBI, I'd call for help. Shannon's like, FBI, I have something to report. The phone was actually working and she was using it to keep in touch with others while pretending to be one of the victims. Imagine if she called Domino's. Can you send a pizza boat to the island right away? We're in a lot of trouble. It was like when people, that's the feeling the phone gave off, having been left in the corner of the cell. The cord was wound into a coil, one end of it being swallowed by the wall, and at a glance it looked as if it could plausibly be connected. IDK drugs, but she was just sitting there pretending. Okay. Yeah, this is a skit on The Office. Oh, there's no way the phone's connected. It's connected. But to think that it actually was. Kirie took the receiver from Shannon and pressed it to her ear. The hum was certainly the one with which she was familiar. This phone was indeed live. What good luck! Let's contact the police! Hold on. This is too good to be true. Should we not suspect that it's bugged?
そんな細工するくらいなら普通は電話線を切断するわ。
If they were planning a trick like that, normally they would cut the telephone line.
電柱が本気で見落とした可能性が高い。
There's a good possibility that they actually overlooked this.
気づかれたら今度こそ電話線を切断されるかもしれないわ。
If they notice, the line might actually be cut for real.
警察への通報を盗聴されて何も困ることはないのだし。
There's nothing that we could tell the police that would be problematic for us if they overheard. That did make sense. The point of a wiretap was to overhear some important piece of information. But the way things were now, they could not think of a single thing that would come up in a conversation to the outside world that could be troublesome to have heard. Kirie instantly concluded that it was more likely to be a mistake on Kinzo's part than a trap. You do have a point. I believe that you start with 0 to make calls to the outside.
カノ君、私は電話するから、あなたは外の様子を伺ってくれる？
Hano-kun, I'm going to make a phone call, so will you watch how things are out there for me?
誰かが近づいてくる気配があったら知らせて。
If you sense somebody coming, let me know. Yes. Hanon raced off towards the iron bars, silenced his breathing, and strained his ears. As everyone present watched her, Kirie dialed 110. I think that's the police. However, she pushed the hook down repeatedly and redialed. It didn't seem to be working very well.
外線は0番から
The outside line begins with 0.
110番は0110じゃないの
110 would be 0110 then,
う
right?
まくかからない
It doesn't seem to want to go through.
貸したまえ。私がかけよう。
Hand it over here. I'll try to call. Cross took the receiver in Kirie's place and tested various things. Dial 666! But in the end, they were unable to notify the police. The phone itself was definitely live, but the circuit was apparently cut somewhere. Did this mean that they were not so naive?
やっぱり
Calling for help is a man's job. That's how you hashtag blame Sean. So it's useless after all.
敵も甘くはないってことね
So our enemy is no pushover. Kirie let out a deep sigh, leaned against the wall, and hung her head for a while. As tough a girl as she was, for a brief moment, she might actually have had the naive hope that the phone could actually work. That's what I figure. Maybe all they have to do is know the number to call the kids. You're just putting it on Shannon. That's a great idea, though, that maybe they could contact the kids and be in communication. She sneered at herself mockingly for holding on to that naive hope for even one moment. Damn. Kirie's intense with her inner emotions and self. Well, they're all together in the guest house. And now they don't know it yet, but Goda and Kumasawa are there too. It's better than nothing. At least somebody knows on the outside what happened to them. She sneered at herself mockingly for holding on to that naive hope for even one moment. And then she thought back upon what just what was happening here. Honestly, despite having been shown such a thing right before her eyes, or rather exactly because of that, she still could not think of that gruesome mass murder as something real. It was less that she couldn't believe it and more that she didn't want to. Ushiromiya Kinzo had killed 6 members of his family. Yeah, George did die trying to open a box, kind of. He had summoned strange, witch-like, demon-like people right out of thin air. And with something like magic, he had begun to kill people, one after another. Too much to handle. Even though she definitely saw it, there was no way she could accept that spectacle.
そんなことあるわけがない
There's no way that's what happened.
あれはきっとお父様の友人か何か
Those were obviously grandfather's friends or something.
それがあらかじめ食堂のどこかに隠れていて手品的に突然姿を現して私たちを驚かせただけなんだわ
They were just hiding somewhere in the dining hall beforehand and used some trick to appear suddenly and surprise us.
そう考えなくちゃあのめちゃくちゃを説明できない
There's no other way to explain something as screwed up as that. But when those 6 had their heads blown apart, a golden arrow had flown around and around the room. That had truly looked like magic. Was that another thing we just saw wrong? There's no way it was magic. There must be some kind of trick to it. Since it was capable of smashing heads, there's no doubt it was some explosive. For example, a styrene toy plane like they sell at candy stores painted gold, and with a powerful explosive loaded onto the end of it. We're getting into small bomb territory. We're getting into like apple-sized bombs. That said, at a glance, it seemed to be flying at random. Hide couldn't imagine that such a thing could be fired 6 times, and each time perfectly hit the victim square in the head, one after the other. They were fed large bombs. Surely its flight wasn't computer controlled to seek out and deliver precise hits on its targets, which would make it a high-tech styrene plane on the same level as a guided missile?
そんなバカバカしい仕掛けを膨大な私費を投じて作らせたと。
Would he invest such a large amount of money into developing some stupid trick like that?
あのおかしな余興のために
For that insane entertainment?
お父様ならやりかねないって
Does this come back to the old I wouldn't put it past father? A number of mysterious people had appeared suddenly out of thin air. 6 people had their heads demolished by a mysterious golden flying object, and the 5 of us were locked away in a mysterious dungeon by a mysterious set of pitfalls, or else put to sleep by some fainting poison dart. The family conference started a bit after 10 p.m. It's only been around about 30 minutes since then. Probably those events, which took place in such a short amount of time, none of us are able to understand nor come to grips with, even though we witnessed them ourselves. Even if we did get a hold of the police, it would probably be impossible for any of us to accurately explain what we saw. I may only have just witnessed it, but my brain's fried and I have no confidence in what I myself saw. Kyrie had to try her hardest to rouse herself from her overwhelming confusion, just to hold on to her sanity. Damn it! What's going on here? Damn it! Kraus started to become desperate, hitting the hook multiple times, redialing over and over. He too was feigning composure, but was unable to hide his panic. The more he redialed, the more the pretense of serenity peeled away. None of this makes any sense. Kyrie couldn't help but pray that the events that had just occurred were no more than a dream. Suddenly, the look on Kraus's face changed. Oh, I got through! It's ringing! Really, Kraus-san? Yes, I see it now. The old man was short-sighted. I knew it! I called it! It seems that he cut the external line in an effort to prevent us from contacting the police, but he missed out on severing the internal line. Internal line? Yeah, I'm surprised I came up with this before you, Kie. Kraus-san, where did you call? The guest house. Alright, Kraus, that's where I would have called. Good job. I'm calling the room where Jessica and the rest are staying. Oh. Hello? Hello? It's me. Who is this? Goda? Is Jessica there? Is she safe? So they are in the mansion-ish. They are on Rokenjima. They're not in some parallel dimension. Alright. Kraus-sama! I'm so glad you're safe. Yes.
ジェシカお嬢様たちも皆さんご無事です。
The Lady Jessica and the other children are here as well, safe and unharmed.
父さん
Dad!
父さんなの
Is that you, Dad?
無事でよかった
I'm so glad you're okay.
母さんは無事なの
Is Mom okay? Oh, shit. Goda, you didn't tell him?
そこにいるの
Is she there? Oh, this is gonna be so sad. Kraus choked on his words. Kraus had clearly seen Natsuhi's head crushed. He had seen her killed right before his eyes. Eventually, he was going to have to tell that to Jessica. However, Kraus began to fret over whether he should tell her this very moment and lost his words. But even that was an answer under these circumstances.
母さんはわからない。
I don't know about her.
無事を祈ろう。
Let's pray she's safe.
今はお前だけでも無事でいようか。
For now, I'm just glad you're safe. Oh, Jessica. Yeah. I understand. No, Jessica. I'm sorry for asking. Jessica's voice was filled with tears. There was no doubt for Kraus anymore. Jessica and the others had been told everything, start to finish, by Goda and Kumasawa when they had met up at the guest house, though she just wanted to make double sure. Oh no. After they learned that 6 whole people had been killed, Jessica and the others must have been in a frenzy about wanting to go to the dining hall. Luckily, he had been able to call before they stormed off towards the mansion. Kraus was relieved at his good timing during such tragedy.
ここには今、キリエさんと南條先生、それにシャノンとカノンがいる。
We have Kirie-san and Dr. Nanjo, as well as Shannon and Kanon here.
地下牢のようなところに閉じ込められているが、心配するな。
We're locked in a place that's like a dungeon, but don't
こっ
worry.
ちは父さんたちで何とかする。
We'll figure something out. Dungeon? Where? We'll come save you!
あいにく、私たちにもここがどこだか見当もつかぬ。
Unfortunately, we haven't the slightest idea where this is either.
食堂の真下だと思っているが、そうでないかもしれない。
We think it might be under the dining hall, but that might not be true.
とにかくジェシカ、
But anyway, Jessica,
そこを出てはならん。
you must not leave there.
ゴーダたちから経緯は聞いているか？
You've heard from Goda what happened? Yeah. Grandfather, he everyone.
おじい様は今正常な状態にない。
Grandfather isn't in a sane state of mind right now.
出くわせば危険だ。
If you run into him, you'll be in danger.
殺されるかもしれない。
You might be killed.
私たちを助けに来ようなどと絶対に思ってはなら
You
ず。
mustn't even think about trying to come and save
こっ
us.
ちはこっちで何とかする。
We'll take care of ourselves. Then what should we do? Grandfather, you piece of shit! How dare you do that to Mom and the rest? I'm gonna kill that worthless old bastard!
ジェシカ、そんな言葉を使ったら母さんが悲しむぞ。
Jessica, if you talk like that, you'll sadden your mother. I mean, probably true, but still.
そんな言葉を使うもんじゃない。
A lady doesn't use those kinds of words. Jessica!
とにかく、お前たちは身の安全を最優先にしろ。
Anyway, you all put your own safety
ゲス
first.
トハウスを戸締まりするんだ。
Lock up the guest house. Because that worked so well last chapter.
しかし過信はできない。
But you mustn't get complacent.
1階のラウンジの大窓は破られるかもしれない。
The large window in the downstairs lounge might get broken. Kraus knows every inch of that place.
その部屋にとどまり、ベッドを立てかけてバリケードにするんだ。
Stay in the room you're in and use a bed to make a
その
barricade.
部屋にはトイレも冷蔵庫もあるな。
There's a toilet and fridge in there too,
明
right?
日の朝までは籠城できるはずだ。
You should be able to stay holed up until tomorrow
いい
morning.
な。 くれぐれも物騒なことは考えるな。
Alright, I'll say it again. Don't think of anything dangerous.
母さんの仇を取ろうなんて絶対に考えるんじゃないぞ。
And definitely don't think about trying to take revenge for Mom.
相手を刺激せず隠れてやり過ごすことだけを考えるんだ。
Think only of hiding and making it through this, and don't provoke the enemy. Rouse is being a dad. Aww. Yeah. Okay, Dad. After that, Goda took the phone and was told again to watch over the children as a responsible adult. Goda repeatedly replied, "Yes, yes, sir," in an overstrained voice, his face covered in cold sweat. From there, Kirie received the phone and spoke with Battler, and when Shannon and Kanon got their turn, George and Jessica answered. And following that, Nanjo and Kumasawa picked up as well. Nanjo, Kumasawa, OTP? No, I'm just kidding. So that all members of both sides had their turn on the phone, and each encouraging the other and confirming that they were at least safe for now, even if their location was unknown, and coming to a complete understanding of the current situation for both sides. Did Kirie at least ask what time it was for them? They wanted to talk forever, but now was not the time to chat. Kraus told them that they would be hanging up for now, and those in the guest house agreed. Did y'all not ask them what time it was? If anything else happens, we'll call. Wait by the phone so you can pick it up quickly. They didn't think to... Kirie didn't think to ask what time it was? I mean, maybe she did because she talked with Battler, but I wish I could know if she asked him what time it was. Ah! Wait by the phone so you can pick it up quickly. Again, be careful. You mustn't do anything rash. Yeah, I understand. Just knowing that you and Kanon-kun and the rest are safe, that's a win in my book. We'll do our best. Please stay safe. Yeah, of course. Well then, I'm hanging up for now. Be on your guard. With that, the phone call ended. Goda and the rest of the men quickly descended the stairs, closed the shutters, and secured the strong locks on the doors. However, just as Kraus had worried, there was nothing that could be done about the beautiful wide window in the downstairs lounge. If this were to be broken, it would be easy for them to get inside. It wouldn't be hard for someone like Kinzo, who hadn't hesitated at committing murder, to invade the first floor. It's likely that grandfather and his followers will be armed. Locking ourselves in this room is our best bet, and moreover, our only method of staying locked down. It's painful that we have no choice but to stuff ourselves in a locked room. Stares at camera. But if our enemies are carrying guns, oh shit. But if our enemies are carrying guns, then that's the only method we have left to us. The master is said to have a collection of working guns. That's right, guns. That was a gun. If so, it's a horribly powerful gun. We can't contend with that at all. Smashing someone's head, that takes a hell of a lot of force, right? Might be a magnum bullet or something along those
下
lines.
手な扉なら平気で貫通するかもしれねえな。
That might go through a flimsy door like it's nothing.
だとすればますますに部屋に籠城するべきだね。
If so, then that's even more reason to barricade ourselves in the
ベッドを
room.
立てかけて窓も塞ごう。
Let's put up a bed and block the window
そ
too.
こまですればいくら銃を持っていても踏み込むことはできないはず。
If we do that much, then it doesn't matter how many guns they've got. They shouldn't be able to break in.
そう。そんな受け身な防戦一方しかねえのかよ。
Shit, is this passive one-sided defense all we can do?
くっしょ。うちの親父に上等を決めてくれて
God
キリエさんまで捕まえたなんて
damn
こい
him.
つ高くつくぞ。クソじじいめ。
God damn him. Knocking off my dad and even capturing Kirie-san. You're gonna pay for this, you old goat.
無理です。あんな連中に太刀打ちできるわけがありません。
Impossible. There's no way we could go against them.
しかも親方様だけでなく手下も何人も。
Besides, it's not just the master. He has several underlings too.
あるいはあんな連中がもっといるかも。
There might even be more of them.
あいつらは一体何なんだ。
Just what are they? Battler was filled to the brim with the urge to get revenge for Rudolph and to rush out of here and save Kirie. But just by looking at how terrified Goda was, there was no doubt in him that this would be reckless.
兄貴だって悔しいだろ。
It's gotta be hard on you too, right, Aniki?
なのにここで籠城なんて。ちくしょう。
And yet we've got to stay holed up here. God damn it.
もちろんさ。僕だって悔しいよ。
Of course, I'm torn up about it
両
too.
親を殺されて冷静でいられるわけがない。
There's no way I could remain calm with both of my parents murdered.
でもだからこそ冷静にならなくちゃいけない。
But specifically because of that, I have to remain calm.
僕たちが無駄に命を落とすようなことを殺された親たちが望むと思うかい？
Do you think that our murdered parents would want us to die in vain?
思うわけがない。
There's no way they would.
せめて子供だけは逃げ延びてほしいと願ってるはずだ。
They'd want for at least the children to escape.
だから僕は生き残るよ。
That's why I'm going to survive.
そして警察に通報し、すべてを暴く。
And I will report this to the police and uncover everything.
敵は法廷が取る。
The courts will avenge my parents. And put you in jail. No, I'm just
それ
kidding.
が僕の復讐だ。
That will be my revenge.
差し違えてでも仇を取ってほしいなんて親たちが望んでいるわけもない。
There's no way our parents would want us to die taking revenge for them.
そうだろう。
Right?
そうだな。
You're right.
兄貴の言う通りだぜ。
You're damn right.
ちくしょうクソじじいめ。何か儀式だ。
That old bastard. Fuck your stupid
俺
ritual.
たちがそのための生贄だって言うなら意地でも逃げ切ってその儀式を台無しにしてやるぜ。
If you're saying we're gonna be sacrifices for that, then we'll run away just to spite you and fuck up the whole goddamn thing. She's not dead yet.
それでいいよ。
That's the way.
それにバトラ君にはまだキリエさんがいる。
Besides, you still have Kirie-san,
僕
Battler-kun,
にだってシャノンがいる。
and I still have Shannon.
とにかく慎重に行動してチャンスを待とう。
Let's just act cautiously and wait for our chance.
僕たちの不用意な行動は囚われの彼らに不利益を与える可能性だってあるんだから。
Carelessness on our part might even work against the others who were captured.
人質か。
Hostages, huh? You know what? I just realized there's gonna be way more time in this go around than before, because usually they don't discover people have been killed until the next morning, but they were alerted basically right after the murders happened, which hasn't happened before. So the amount of time we'll need to go through until like the witch's awakening and so on is the entire rest of this night, and then the entire next day into that night. So like over 24 hours. This is gonna be a long chapter, but I really feel like it's getting good right now. We had the very slow build up, but it was for a purpose, and I'm living it now. It's gotten good in my opinion. Hostages, huh?
でも、じい様はきっとキリエさんたちを生贄にするために捕らえたわけだろう。
But grandfather captured them so he could use them as sacrifices, right?
俺たちが助けなきゃ殺されるのを待つだけじゃないのか。
If we don't go and save them, then they're just waiting to be killed, aren't they?
彼らが捕らえられている地下牢がどこにあるかもわからない。
We don't even know where the dungeon they're being held in is.
シャノンもカノン君も、もちろんゴーダさんも熊沢さんも知らなかった。
Neither did Shanon or Kanon-kun, or of course, Goda-san or Kumasawa-san.
おじい様だけしか知らない秘密の場所にある可能性が極めて高い。
The probability that they're in a secret location that only grandfather knows of is incredibly high.
そんな状況下でうろうろと歩き回るのは自殺行為だよ。
Under these circumstances, aimlessly wandering about is suicide.
わかってるよ。
I know that.
それでも、くそ。俺たちはここで何かが起こるまで引きこもってるしかねえってのかよ。
But still, god damn it. Are you saying the only thing we can do is stay confined here until something happens? How many people are in gay baby jail right now? 6? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 people. No, 5 people. 5 people. Yeah. Shanon, Kanon, they're the babies in the gay baby jail. Kirie, Nanjo. Oh wait, did I forget about Nanjo? Oh no, it's still 5. Nanjo and Kraus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 people are dead. And, well, this thing hasn't been updated yet, but I assume they're gonna check eventually. It only gets updated when they get, like, the peepers of, like, the people we're following on them, you know. But Battler-sama, I understand your feelings, but let's put safety first. From what Kraft-sama said, they seem to be in a fairly old cell. And they may be able to break the bars somehow. The wise choice of action now is to believe in them and wait.
おじい様の手下が何人もいて、みんな武装しているんだよね。
Grandfather has a number of subordinates and they're all armed, correct? Yes, that is correct. And they're probably, yes, all armed. Well, he can't prove that, but he's just assuming. Goda had been able to say that Kinzo had others on his side, but he had not been able to mention that they were mostly all young women, like witches, and committed their murders using strange magic. If he had said that, it would have not only caused the others to doubt his sanity. No, in fact, he himself still couldn't understand what he had seen, and was doubting his own sanity. But regardless of sex or appearance, regardless of whether it was done with magic or a gun, the fact that those girls had followed Kinzo's orders and killed 6 people in an instant was an unshakable truth. If those people came to attack the guest house as well, what would happen? Just closing the doors and windows like this was surely meaningless. Goda, as well as Kumasawa. The only thing left for those two, who had witnessed that massacre in the dining hall, was to cradle their heads, not even knowing how to interpret what they had seen. Kumasawa-san, are you okay? Want some tea?
ありがとうございますね。ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
申し訳ございませんが、しばらくそっとしていただけますか。
I'm sorry, but may I be left with my thoughts for a little while? Maria tried to be nice, but it seemed that Kumasawa still wasn't able to clear away her confusion.
マリア、気を使ってくれてありがとうだぜ。
Maria, thanks for being considerate.
熊沢さんは休ませてやってくれ。
Let's let Kumasawa-san rest for now. Jessica, too, showed consideration for Kumasawa, certain of the shock she must have received after witnessing such a tragedy. But her imagination couldn't even come close to the impossible scene Kumasawa had witnessed. Nevertheless, with her mother having been killed and her father having been captured, there was no way that Jessica could stay calm either. She sealed her anxiety and sadness using her anger towards Kinzo and walked irritatedly around the room.
Kumasawa-san, 母さんは本当に死んじゃったの？
Kumasawa-san, is Mom really dead? Yes.
あんなひどい死に方を私は見たことがありませんとも。
I've never seen such a horrible way to die before.
ひょっとするとまだ生きてて手当てをすれば助かるなんてことはないんだよな。
It's not possible that she's still alive and with treatment we could save her, is it?
頭があんなことになって生きていられるわけがありません。
After such a thing happened to her head, it's unimaginable that she could still be alive. Poor Jessica. Oh.
そりゃそうだぜ。
Well, yeah.
頭が砕けちまったら手当てなんて必要ねえよな。
If the head gets smashed, there's normally no need for treatment, is there? When Goda had come flying into the guest house, overcome with agitation, he had told about the massacre in the dining hall without concealing anything, except for the part about the witches and magic, which they themselves still could not believe. In other words, they hadn't even sugar-coated the cold-blooded way in which Natsuhi and the others had died. It was too late now, but Kumasawa regretted having obviously said too much. However, while lightly shaking her head with a slightly painful laugh, Jessica spoke.
いや、むしろ話してくれたおかげで冷静になれたぜ。
No, if anything, I was able to stay level-headed thanks to what she told us.
頭を砕かれちまったってところを伏せられてたら。
He'd avoided mentioning the part about her head being smashed.
私はひょっとすると生きてるかもしれないって言って。
Maybe I'd have said that she could still be alive.
屋敷へ向かいじい様に出くわして。ひょっとすると殺されてたかもしれない。
Then ran off towards the mansion straight into grandfather, and I might have been killed.
一末の希望が命取りになった可能性だってあるわけさ。
There's a chance that sliver of hope would have been fatal.
その意味では感謝してるよ。
With that in mind, I'm grateful.
本当に申し訳ございません。
I am deeply sorry.
言葉をあまりに選ばなかったことはお詫びします。
I apologize for not choosing my words carefully.
今はいいよ。
Don't worry about it now.
母さんはもうどうしようもないけど、父さんはまだ生きてる。
There's nothing we can do about Mom now, but Dad's still
カ
alive.
ノン君もシャノンもキリエおばさんも南條先生もね。
Kanon-kun and Shannon and Auntie Kirie and Dr. Nancho
なん
too.
とか彼らを助けたいし、彼らに負担をかけないためにも余計なことをするべきではない。
I want to save them somehow, so we shouldn't do anything unnecessary that might be a burden to them.
今の前で待機してることが今は一番の協力になるかもしれないし。
The most helpful thing we can do right now might be to wait by the phone. There could be a phone call asking them to create a divert.
God! No! God, please, no!
Hey, it's Kraus!
No! No!
There could be a phone call asking for them to create a diversion to facilitate their escape. Or perhaps the others might learn their location and call for rescue. Jessica understood that in order to act promptly when that time came, the only thing they could do for the time being was to wait in this room. George, Battler, and Goda returned, having finished checking all of the locks downstairs. Each of the three was holding a bunch of different objects. Of course! Thank you! I'm gonna stop as soon as this scene is over. But I'm surprised I was able to go on this long considering I woke up at 4 a.m. and now it's 8 p.m. Each of the three was holding a bunch of different objects. George had things like drinks, canned food, crackers, and other types of snacks that he had found in the lounge and pantry, as well as a first aid kit. All consumables that would be indispensable while they were locked down. Goda had a large folding ladder and carpentry tools. Those were so that in case of an emergency, they could nail over the door from the inside to seal it. If it came to that, the ladder was for escaping out the window. Smart! Battler had brought up objects which could be used as weapons, such as blades and poles. All right, Battler. The kitchen knives went without saying. The disassembled table legs could be used as clubs. And the pole, roughly the size of a person, which had been made by taking apart a hat stand, could surely be used as a spear, even though it had no point. There was a good possibility that the enemies were carrying guns, so it was dubious whether these would be of any use. But it was still better than not having them. And if those things could provide at least a little peace of mind, they could also expect some kind of calming effect from them. Then, they placed beds and sofas from around the room up against the door, barricading it. They didn't go so far as to seal it up with nails. There was still the chance that Kraus and the others would escape and come to meet up. They had apparently set up a barricade at the top of the stairs as well. Apparently? It had been designed to create a racket, so it would work in place of a warning alarm as well. Oh my god, they're home aloneing this place up. So they had apparently, who is this, like, perspective from? It was apparently Battler's idea. For that reason, they turned the TV off, so that if the first floor window were to be broken, they would know by the sound. Once the switch had been turned off, all that was left was an eerie silence and the wind and rain. The sound of the violent wind and rain. Were they going to have to spend the whole night?
A test of your reflexes!
Oh! No. That didn't actually scare me. Were they going to have to spend the whole night in such crushing suspense? Yeah, test your reflexes if you hear a noise downstairs. The boat was meant to be coming tomorrow morning. However, judging by the weather report, the typhoon was expected to continue all day tomorrow, and the boat probably wouldn't come. The typhoon would pass in the morning of the day after tomorrow. In other words, the boat would be coming the morning of the day after tomorrow, as in the morning of October 6th. And right now it was late at night, October 4th. They would have to spend more than 30 hours on this island, with Kinzo turned cold-blooded murderer and his weird companions prowling about. Even with the shutters closed, there would definitely be a little light seeping out. It might let the enemy know that they were hiding here. Battler suggested that it might be best to turn off the lights, but they had already been taken over by such a ghastly feeling just from turning the TV off. There wasn't anyone who directly challenged his proposal, but then again, there wasn't a single other person who agreed to it.
Oh, テレビダメなの?
Oh, can't watch TV?
ああ、悪いが我慢してくれ。
Yeah, sorry, but you'll have to bear with
敵
it.
の侵入の音を聞き逃すわけにはいかない。
We can't afford to miss the sound of the enemy breaking in.
つまんない。
Boring. Even though she had been told that her mother had died, Maria alone somehow didn't seem to feel an approaching sense of danger. It seemed that she was quite displeased with having the TV turned off. Even with this bizarre situation in front of her, she can't share our sense of danger? Because she's so young? No, because she doesn't give a fuck about her mother and now she's a cool witch. To Battler right now, seeing that young girl act in a way that was even slightly out of place made him feel that there was something very eerie about Maria. Something about Maria.
とは言ったものの、
All that said,
晩作尽きたわね。
there's nothing more to try.
鉄格子はなんとかなりそう？
Do you think you'll be able to do anything about the bars?
残念だが、想像以上に堅牢だ。
Unfortunately, they're tougher than I imagined.
いつ頃に作られたものか知らんが、耐用年数も文句なし。
I don't know when these were made, but their durability is certainly up to snuff.
実に優良な物件だよ。
These are truly made rather well. Kirie chuckled softly. They had no moves they could make, but the mood had calmed just a little.
さながらここは取られた駒を置く駒置き場ですな。
This place is just like where you place chess pieces once you've captured them.
打つ手はもはやありませんか。
There is nothing left we can do then?
まだよ。
Not so fast.
諦めるには早いわ。
It's still too early to give
思
in.
考の停止は鼓動の停止に同じよ。
If we stop thinking, we might as well stop breathing, right?
だな。
Exactly.
チェスの駒置き場に意味はないが、将棋ならば大きな意味を持つこともある。
Chess pieces taken aside may have no purpose, but there's a great purpose for them in shogi.
駒置き場の一枚の歩が相手にプレッシャーを与えることだってあるはずだ。
Just one captured pawn should be able to put pressure on the opponent.
なるほど。
I see.
しかしこの鉄格子はどうしようも。
But still, there's nothing that can be done about these bars.
私たちにはね。
For us,
でも
maybe.
ここの場所を特定し、ゴーダさんに連絡することができれば、助けに来てもらうことはできるかも。
But if we can pinpoint where this is and contact Goda-san, we might be able to get him to come and save us.
なるほど。
I see.
しかしゴーダさんに危険を強いることになりますな。
But that would mean forcing danger on Goda-san.
その場合、成人男性が不在になるゲストハウスのお子さんたちも不安です。
And I would also be worried for the children in the guest house without a full-grown adult male. George is like 21. Like 22.
リスクを恐れるなら、事態が好転するまで塩漬けにするのも悪くない。
If you're risk averse, biding your time until the situation improves again is not a bad idea. He's just doing investment talk again. What a nerd.
もっとも損切りを恐れれば紙切れ同然になるかもしれんがね。
However, if you don't know when to cut your losses, what you have might become worthless scraps of paper. Bro, we're in a serious situation. This isn't about investing in stocks.
我々の命がだが。
And what we have is our lives. This is the New York Stock Exchange of our lives.
親の保険もね。
Our dignity as parents too, right?
私たちで何とかするからおとなしくしていなさいって偉そうに電話して、その下の根も乾かないうちに助けを求めるなんて。
After talking big like that during the phone call and telling them that we'd handle it and they should stay put, we can't just start asking for help right away.
実に格好悪いわね。
That would be very uncool.
この後に及んではくだらんプライドなどとっくに紙切れだ。
At this point, pride is already worth less than nothing.
知恵を絞ろうじゃないか。
Why don't we put our heads together?
ここはどこなんだ。
Where is this?
本当に食堂の真下なのだろうか。
Is it really underneath the dining hall?
それとも屋敷とは異なる別の場所だろうか。
Or else is it a different place separate from the mansion? Kraus, Kirie, and Nanjo began to discuss their plans. Onon was squatting by the bars, silently trying to sense anyone's presence, just as he had been ordered. Shannon came close to him and they both squatted down together.
気配は感じるの？
Do you sense someone? Yes. What?
こちらに意識は向けていないけれど、比較的近くに誰かいる。
They aren't paying any attention in this direction, but there's somebody relatively close by. Uh-oh!
それは人間？
Is it human?
ヤギたちだと思う。
I think it's the goats. The goats!
あいつらの吐息は実に賑やかだよ。
Their breathing is really noisy. Konon's ability to sense the presence of others was several levels above that of a human. He described their breathing as noisy, but Kraus and the rest couldn't even pick up the slightest hint of it. Therefore, even if he had simply reported it, they would merely have doubted his ears.
捕まっちゃったね。
They got us, didn't they?
珍しいよ。
It's unusual
殺されないで捕まるなんて。
for us to be captured without being killed.
今回はベアトリーチェ様がお越しにならないし、
This time, Beatrice-sama didn't make her appearance.
親方様が書斎を出られるし。
And the master left his study. Why are they aware of other... Why are they aware of other episodes?
何が何だかわかんないね。
I don't have a clue what's going on.
わかるさ。
I do.
何が起ころうと変わろうと、すべてあの魔女の気まぐれと余興。
Whatever happens or changes, it's all for that witch's fickle entertainment.
結果は何も変わらないのさ。
The result will be no different.
今回は黄金鏡に行けるかな。
I wonder if this time we'll be able to go to the Golden Land.
さあね。
Who knows?
僕たちは脱落率が高いから。
We have a high rate of losing.
そういえば、二人で第一の番を生き延びたのって、ずいぶん珍しいね。
Come to think of it, it's a rare thing that both of us survived the first twilight, isn't it? Why do you guys know all this?
儀式が始まってるのに、こうして二人でお話できるなんて、なんだかすごく珍しい気がする。
I get the feeling that it's incredibly unusual for us to be able to talk together like this, even though the ritual has already begun.
そうかもね。
They could in episode 2, but that's about it.
でも、それもまた魔女の余興だろうさ。
Maybe. But that's still just for the witch's entertainment.
僕たちがいつもすぐに脱落するから、今度は少し生き延びさせて、からかってやろうくらいにしか思ってないよ。
I'm not thinking of it as anything other than her letting us live just a little longer to ridicule us, since we usually drop out right in the beginning.
また、黄金鏡にはたどり着けないのかな。
I wonder if we'll be unable to reach the Golden Land again.
どうせそうさ。
Sure we won't.
下手な期待を持つと、またつけ込まれる。
We hold on to any foolish hope, we'll get taken advantage of again.
そうだね。
That's right.
前回はカノン君がつけ込まれたもんね。
Last time you got taken advantage of. Yeah, Beato also took Kanon on a ruse cruise.
僕はバカだ。
I'm an idiot. Kanon made a sour look and turned his head. Shanoan laughed softly and apologetically leaned towards his shoulder.
でもお嬢様が無事でよかったね。
But it's nice to hear that Milady is safe, isn't it?
第一の番を逃れただけさ。
She's escaped the first twilight. That's all.
それ以降の番により無残な方法で殺されるのを待たされているだけかもしれない。
You might just be being made to wait for an even crueler death in a later twilight.
それを言ったら姉さんこそ。
What about you,
ジョージ
Ne-san?
様が無事でよかったじゃないか。
Aren't you glad George-sama's safe?
二人で黄金鏡にたどり着けるといいね。
It'd be nice if you two could reach the Golden Land together.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
同じことをカノン君とお嬢様にも。
I wish the same for you and Milady as well.
僕は期待はしてないよ。
I don't have my hopes up.
姉さんの言う通りだ。
It's just as you say.
あの魔女はご褒美をぶら下げて相手が右往左往するのを見て楽しんでるだけなんだ。
All that witch is doing is having fun dangling prizes in front of people and watching them flounder.
どうせ誰も黄金鏡に行けやしない。
I'm sure no one will be able to go to the Golden Land.
僕がお嬢様と黄金鏡にたどり着きたいと。
If I was foolish enough to wish to reach the Golden Land with Milady,
あいつはそれこそ面白がって絶対に僕たちをたどり着かせたりはしないさ。
that witch would find that very fun to toy with and would certainly never let us reach there.
そうだね。
You're right.
ベアトリーチェ様はより面白くなるように生贄の順番を考えてる。
Beatrice-sama is thinking about which order of sacrifices would be the most interesting.
無作為に選んでるなんて大嘘だ。
The whole thing about them being chosen at random is just a blatant lie.
あのペテン師魔女め。
Swindling witch.
どうせ黄金鏡にたどり着けばあらゆる願いが叶うなんてのも。
All that about having any wish you want granted in the Golden Land is probably just a lie.
そんなことはないよ。
That's not true.
黄金鏡は素晴らしいところだよ。
The Golden Land is a wonderful place.
行ったことあるの？
Have you been there?
ちょっぴりだけね。
Only for a little bit.
それすらもベアトリーチェ様の戯れだったのだろうけど。
Though, even that was probably just Beatrice-sama's joke.
どんなとこなの？そこ。
What's it like there?
うん。
Well,
素晴らしいところだよ。
it's a wonderful place.
うまく説明できない。
Can't really explain it well.
安らかな夢の中みたいな世界。
It's a world like a pleasant dream.
バラが咲き乱れてて美しい蝶が舞ってるような極楽みたいな感じ。
A paradise-like place with roses blooming all over and beautiful butterflies dancing or something like that.
そういう具体的なイメージのところじゃないの。
It's not a place with a tangible image like that.
本当に夢の中みたいなところなの。
It really is like being in a dream.
そこにいるときはとても穏やかで安らかで。
When you're there, it's very gentle, very peaceful.
いつまでも眠ってることを許されてる。まるで休日の早朝のお布団の中みたいな感じ。
And you're allowed to sleep as long as you want. Like when you wake up early on your day off, lying under the covers.
カーテンの隙間から日が差してきて、そろそろ起きないと思うんだけど。
Sunlight comes in through the cracks in the curtains and you think, I have to get up.
今日は休日だから起きなくてもいいんだって気づいて、もう一回お布団の中に潜り込む時みたいな、そんな気持ちになれる場所。
But then you realize it's your day off and you can go back under the covers again. It's a place where you can feel like that.
僕なら損したと思うな。
I'd feel annoyed that I got up at all.
休日なのに勘違いして起き出すなんて姉さんくらいだ。
Getting up by accident, even though it's your day off, is something only you would do, Ne-san.
それで
Go on.
うん。
Well,
そこにいた時はね、満たされてて、とても穏やかだった。
while I was there, I felt very contented and very calm.
でも、元の世界に戻ってくると、つい直前までそこにいたはずなのに、うまく思い出すことができないの。
But once you return to this world, you can't remember it well, even though you've only just been there.
ついさっきまで見ていた夢が思い出せないのによく似てる。
It's a lot like when you can't remember a dream you were just having.
でも、とっても穏やかで静かな世界だったことだけは覚えてるの。
But I still remember that it was a very calm and quiet world.
それだけ？
That's it?
なんだ。あいつが偉そうに言う黄金鏡なんて大したことないな。
Wow, that golden land she's always bragging about isn't much special at all.
何でも願いが叶う場所だと思ってたのに。
I thought it was a place where all your wishes come true.
その通りだよ。
It is.
何でも願いが叶う場所。
It's a place where all your wishes will be granted.
少し違うかもしれない。
Well, maybe that's not quite it.
何も願わなくてもいい場所が正解かもしれないね。
It might be better to say it's a place where you don't have to wish for anything.
例えばカノン君が寒くて上着が欲しいと願った時、上着をもらえればとても幸せなことだけど。
For example, if you were cold, Kanon-kun, and wished you had a jacket, you'd be happy to be given one.
そもそも暖かい部屋にいられたなら上着が欲しいなんて願う必要さえもないでしょ。
But if you were in a warm room to begin with, there wouldn't even be a reason to want a jacket, right?
黄金鏡はそういうところなの。
That's what the Golden Land is like.
大抵の願いは願う必要さえなくなる。
There's no need to even wish for most wishes.
すべてから解放された何もかもが穏やかな世界なの。
It's a world released from everything, where everything is calm. Are you starting to make it sound like reaching nirvana, Shannon?
与えられて幸せという概念さえも超越したすべてから解放された世界とでも言えばいいのかな。
You could even say it's a place that transcends the concept of having your wishes granted will bring happiness. A world released from everything.
なんだか宗教っぽい世界だな。
Sounds kind of religious. That's what I was saying.
そしてそこではすべてが平等なの。
And there, everything is equal.
意志ある存在はすべてが平等。
All things with minds are equal.
人間も家具も魔女もない。
There are no humans, nor furniture, nor
そ
witches.
こでの私は誰とも対等で公平。
There, I was equal to everyone.
もう家具だからと何も自分を恥じる必要がない。
There was no longer any need to feel ashamed of myself because I was furniture.
すべての人間ともそして魔女とさえ対等な本当に幸せな世界だったの。
It was honestly a happy world where I was equal to all humans, and even witches.
うまく思い出せないけど
I can't really remember it well,
そこでは私ベアトリーチェ様とさえ対等な関係で良い友達でいられた気がする。
but I have the feeling that when I was there, I was equal even to Beatrice-sama, and we were good friends.
あの魔女がいるならろくな理想郷じゃないよ。
That witch is there, then it's not much of a paradise.
で、その幸せな黄金鏡に姉さんはジョージ様と一緒に行きたいわけだ。
So, you want to go to that blissful golden land with
お
George-sama?
かしな話だね。
That's strange.
黄金鏡は全てが満ち足りた理想郷なわけでしょ。
The golden land is utopia where you want for nothing,
ジ
right?
ョージ様がいなくても十分に満たされてそうだけど。
Wouldn't you be content even if George-sama wasn't there?
黄金鏡はねとても穏やかで安らかで
I
全てが
know.
対等で公平だ
Commentator
けれど
Gene's too powerful, yeah. The Golden Land is very calm, peaceful, and everything is fair and equal.
幸せだけ実は抜けてるの。
But actually, happiness alone is left out.
幸せな世界じゃないの？
It isn't a happy world.
もちろん安らかで穏やかで公平というだけですごい幸せな世界だよ。
Of course, just by being peaceful, calm, and fair, it's an incredibly happy world.
でもそれは例えるなら全ての悩みというマイナスから解放されたゼロの世界なの。
But I guess you could say that it's a world of zero, where you're released from all negative worries.
人の世はマイナスで満ちてるからもちろんゼロというのはものすごい幸福なわけだけどそれでもゼロなの。
The human world is filled with negatives, so of course a zero world is incredibly happy, but it's still zero.
贅沢だよね。
That's asking for a lot, isn't it?
それはこういう感じ。
It's something like this.
穏やかな休日の朝のまどろみの時
When you're nodding off on your quiet holiday morning,
最愛の人も隣にいてくれて手を握っててくれたならもっともっと素敵な幸せになれるみたいな。
if the person you love the most is next to you and they're holding your hand, then it can become an even greater, more wonderful happiness. Something like that.
ごめん姉さんは例えが下手くそだね。バカだから。
Sorry. Ne-san is horrible with analogies. I'm too stupid.
つまり
So,
姉さんにとっての最高の幸せとはジョージ様と一緒にその世界にたどり着くことってわけだ。
to you, the greatest happiness would be reaching that world together with George-sama. Yes.
そしてきっとカノン君にとってはお嬢様と一緒にその世界にたどり着くことだよ。
And I'm sure that for you, it would be reaching that world together with Milady.
公平な世界で二人は悩みから解放され
The two will be released from their worries in a fair world.
なんだかおかしな宗教を吹き込まれてるみたいだ。
Feels like I'm being indoctrinated into some kind of strange religion.
僕はもっとこう俗物的な
I imagined something more worldly.
魔法の薬を与えられると人間に生まれ変われるとかそういう感じの世界を想像してたよ。
A world where we would be given magic medicine that could make us be born again as humans or something more like that.
行けばわかるよ。
Kanon's greatest happiness is actually to not be part of this story. I mean, yeah, actually, yeah, I think you're right. That's so funny. If you go, you'll understand.
ベアトリーチェ様が本当に気まぐれな方ならいつかきっとカノン君にも垣間見させてくれるに違いない。
If Beatrice-sama really is a fickle person, then surely someday she'll let you get a glimpse of it too.
そうすれば姉さんの例えがよくわかるようになるから。
Then you'll be able to understand my example.
ま、過剰な期待はしないことにしとくよ。
Well, I'm not holding my breath.
いずれにせよ、今回の僕たちはこれでゲームオーバーみたいだし。
At any rate, it seems like game over for us this time already.
別の機会に期待するさ。
Maybe we can do better some other time.
そうだね。
You're right.
おかしな期待を持つとベアトリーチェ様にまたつけ込まれる。
If we have some strange hope, Beatrice-sama will take advantage of us again.
何も考えずただ運命に身を任せるのが私たちには一番かもしれない。
It might be best for us to just to stop thinking and trust ourselves to fate.
僕たちはただチェスの駒であればいいんだ。
We just need to be simple chess pieces. They say wearing black and white clothing.
何を考えても考えなくても どうせ魔女のチェス盤からは逃れられない。
No matter what we think or don't think, we can't escape from the witch's chessboard.
後のお役目はどういびり殺されるか。
Our role now is to just wait and see how we'll be tortured to death.
そんな僕らに黄金鏡の夢なんて虚しすぎる。
For us, the dream of the Golden Land is too unavailing.
そうだね。
You're right.
ごめん。
Sorry. Hanon shrugged his shoulders, then told Shannon to leave him alone because she was interfering with his duty, distancing himself from her. Realizing her thoughtlessness and bringing up an inappropriate topic and instead hurting Kanon, Shannon bit her lower lip and stared at the ground. She wouldn't bother him anymore. Oh. She went off and squatted in a corner by herself. At that moment, Kanon twitched. It was like the ears of a cat when it reacts to a faint sound, like Stella does daily.
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
旦那様、誰か来ます。
Prof-sama, somebody is coming.
何？
What? They ended their conversation and strained their ears. For a while, they couldn't hear anything. But before long, they were able to hear the sounds of a large group of people walking.
おいでなすったわね。
So they've come.
年貢の納め時か、さもなくも。最初で最後のチャンスか。
The time of reckoning is upon us, or else our first and final chance.
私が金蔵さんと話しましょう。
I shall talk to Kinzo-san.
ここの場所を聞き出してみます。
I will try to find out where this place is somehow.
期待してるわ。
We're counting on you. During the last phone call, Kirie had asked what the time over the guest house was. Okay, she did ask. Thank God. It had been the same as her watch. And by this, she had learned that their watches hadn't been set back. Oh, shit! Okay. And they still know it's nighttime. How do you explain this one, non-magic bros? It wasn't just the clocks on the walls in the guest house. Several people's watches, including George's and Goda's, had matched. If that was the case, then after the massacre in the dining hall, they had been transported to the dungeon in only a few minutes. Not enough time had passed for them to be knocked out and carried away. Then, were those really pitfalls, meaning that this was the area directly under the dining hall? All they could do was pray that Nanjo could find out where this was.
来ます。
They're coming.
多分、人数は4人。
There's probably 4 people.
親方様、並びに食堂に姿を現したうちの3人かと。
The master, and 3 of those who appeared in the dining hall.
もう十分だ。
Okay, good.
君も後ろに下がりたまえ。
You come back here as well now.
あとは私たちで応対する。
We'll deal with the rest.
シャノンちゃん、申し訳ないけど、電話のところに座ってもらえる？
Shannon-chan, sorry, but can I have you sit by the phone?
スカートで電話を隠して。
Hide it with your skirt.
はい。
Oh, yes. Whoop! Hidden. The presence came closer, and there was the sound of a heavy door being opened at the other end of the corridor. The light they were apparently carrying illuminated the dimly lit corridor, stroking the walls with razor-sharp shadows. And then, the light from the lantern they held lit up the prisoners through the bars. The bars' sharp shadows divided them up lengthwise. There were 4 figures there. It was Kinzo, Ronove, Virgilia, and Gop.
後宮家当主ゴールドスミス教のおなりでございます。
The head of the Ushinomiya family, Lord Goldsmith.
皆様ご静粛。
Everyone, your silence, please.
ゴールドスミス
Goldsmith?
親父殿のペンネームだ。
Its father's pen name.
怪しげな魔導書を書くとき、そういう名を署名しているようだ。
It seems he always signs with it when writing those bizarre grimoires.
金蔵を英語風に
Kinzo made English style. See, that didn't I tell you? Kinzo, his name basically means goldsmith.
それならゴールドウェアハウスが正しいんじゃ
Oh,
ない
true. It should be Gold Warehouse because of the Zo, right? Shouldn't that be Gold Warehouse? That's so funny.
ウェアハウスは倉庫。ただ溜め込むに過ぎぬ。
A warehouse is a place to keep things in and nothing more.
しかし私は金を生み出し、細工し、さらに価値を高めるのだ。
Whereas I create gold and use my craftsmanship to further increase its worth.
スミスの方がよりふさわしいと思わんかね。
Don't you think Smith is much more fitting?
確かに
Certainly.
無駄口を失礼しました。
I apologize for blathering.
金蔵さん、これはどういうことなんだね。
Kinzo-san, just what is going on?
ここは一体どこなんだ。
Where in the world is this?
おや、我が友よ。
Oh, my friend.
思い出せんかね。
Can't you remember?
さすがにその牢の中に入った経験はないだろうが。
Certainly.
この廊下を歩いた記憶はあるはずだ。
You may never have entered the prison, but you should remember walking through this corridor. Huh?
まさか。
You don't mean...
心当たりはあるの
Do you have an idea?
いや、しかし、考えられない。
But no, that is inconceivable.
第一、私たちは落とし穴に落ち、しかもほんの数分でここに
Firstly,
閉じ込められた
we
ので
fell
す。
through a pitfall, and furthermore, we were locked up in here after only a few minutes.
そんなことは物理的に、距離的にありえない。
Not only is the distance too great, that's physically impossible
人間にはね
for a human, right?
お父さん、ここは屋敷ですか。
Father, is this the mansion?
屋敷にこんな地下があったとは。
To think that the mansion had an underground area like this.
クラウス。
Kraus.
お前たちがその存在をささやき、何度か私の後をつけ回して探ろうともしたではないか。
Wasn't there a place whose existence you all whispered of and which you followed after me on numerous occasions trying to find?
それがここだよ。
This is that place.
いや、正確にはそこの地下というべきか。
To be correct, this is under that place. So either Kuadorion or where the gold is located, probably. But Kuadorion probably has something to do with where the gold is located because of the epitaph, right? This is under that place. So does this mean Nanjo knows about the mansion in the forest?
まさかここはクワドリアンの
Nanjo knows about Kuadorion? It is Kuadorion's basement. Holy shit, I can't believe I was right. What are the implications for the other episodes if Nanjo knows about Kuadorion? He was really shut up about it in episode 3. But then again, Nanjo was being super dodgy in episode 3, and I think he was in on it, and that's why I had my whole Nanjo was betrayed and died thing. Hashtag blame Nanjo. Yeah. It's possible he never brought it up in episode 1 or 2 because it wasn't relevant yet. This place couldn't be Kuwadorion's basement. It is as you surmise. But they also could be lying to them. And this isn't actually Kuwadorion. Just to make them think that magic's real. They wouldn't know until they walked outside. It is as you surmise. This is the basement of Kuwadorion.
Kuwadorion? Masaka, uwasa no oyaji dono no kakushi yashiki nano ka?
Kuwadorion? You don't mean father's rumored hidden mansion?
本当に実在したのか?
It really exists?
我が最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェのためだけに築いた屋敷である。
This mansion was constructed for the sole use of my beloved witch, Beatrice. Including the jail with the torture devices?
地上部分は美しき上品な屋敷なのであるが、そこを案内できず、実に残念に思うぞ。
It is truly a shame that I cannot show you around the above-ground section, as it is such a beautiful and elegant mansion.
こんな牢屋があるお屋敷で二人きりなんて素敵ね。
How lovely. Just the two of you alone in a mansion with this kind of room. Man, when Kirie doesn't have to play polite anymore, she is feisty. I love it.
どうもお父様とは性癖が合わないみたいね。
It seems that you and I are differently inclined.
キリエさん、無礼な発言はお控えになった方が賢明ですよ。
Kirie-san, it would be wise to refrain from such rude comments.
でも同感よ。
But I agree. I thought she was into bondage. Now I'm confused.
私も送られた屋敷にこんな力があったら。
If a mansion I was given had this kind of dungeon in it,
100年の恋も冷めて金目のものだけいただいてとんずらするわ。
even 100-year love would turn cold and I'd take anything of value and run for the hills. Now Gop is a smart girl.
おや、そういうご趣味はございませんか。
Oh, you have no interest in this sort of thing?
てっきりキュンキュンしちゃうとばかり。
And here I was thinking that you would go head over heels.
もちろんキュンキュンしちゃうわよ。
Of course I go head over
誕
heels.
生日のプレゼントに首輪なんかもらっちゃったりしたらね。
If I get a collar or something for a birthday present.
ただしイケメンに限る。
But only if he's a stud.
お静かに。
Quiet.
首輪より猿靴輪が必要ですか。
Don't you need a gag more than a collar? Kinky, Virgilia, damn!
あら、あなたはそっちもいけちゃうの？
Oh, even that's not off limits for you?
リアって好き嫌いないのね。
You sure aren't picky, Leah. She calls Virgilia Leah.
勝手に人の名前を略さないでください。
Who gave you permission to shorten my name?
ねえやかましいぞ女たち。
Enough, you noisy women. You know, both times he's said that, Ronove's been involved.
お前たちも同じ牢に閉じ込められたいというのか。
Are you telling me you'd like to be locked up in the same cell?
これは失礼いたしました。
Ronove confirmed noisy woman. I apologize, my
こ
lord.
の牢体にこのような寒い牢獄では身が持ちません。
This old body of mine would not be able to stand such a cold prison. Gamer girl Ronove is not a meme. Very much real. Virgilia quickly apologized, but Gop merely laughed together with Ronove. Gamer girl Ronove is real and will teabag you. This is true. It was like she was saying that she wouldn't be captured, or else that even if she were to be captured, it would be meaningless.
牢とは捕らえ逃がさぬこと。
A prison is a place where the captured cannot escape from.
それはすなわち生涯手放さぬとの強い意志と愛である。
That implies strong will and love to not let go for a lifetime. Speaking about yourself, are you?
逃げても諦められる程度の女ならば愛を語るに値しない。
A woman who you could give up on if she ran away is not worth the word love. Kinzo, we might need to have a talk. That's stalker behavior.
鎖で縛ってでも逃がしたくないと思うほどに苦しくなる。
Kinzo has never heard the saying, if you love something, let it go. A woman who makes you fall so madly in love that you don't want to let her escape to the point of binding her in chains.
そこまでに至ってこそ我が生涯を捧げるに値する愛である。
It is only upon reaching that level that it becomes a love worth sacrificing my life for. Wait, we can't contact the police. The outside lines are cut. Shit.
お前にそれを分かれとは言わぬよ。
I will not ask you to understand.
私は誰にも縛れない。縛られない。
I cannot be bound by anyone, and I will not be bound. So that's why she's not into
愛
bondage.
されたいんじゃないの。愛したいの。
I don't want to be loved. I want to love.
私もゴールドスミスと同じよ。
I feel the same as you, Goldsmith.
だからよくわかるわ。あなたの愛の狂気。
That's why I understand the madness of your love. She's an S rather than an M. Yeah, I think that's what's going on here.
愛と狂気は紙一重というわけか。
Love and madness are two sides of the same coin, or so they say. Shut up, Kraus.
実に旗迷惑な話だ。
How bothersome.
しかしあっさり所在地が分かったのは大きいわ。
But learning where we are so easily was a big step. It's so funny seeing his sprite behind bars. It is. It's pretty funny.
詳しい経緯は後で聞くけど、なん
We'll ask about the details
先
later.
生はここをご存知なのね。
But it seems that you know about this place, right, Dr. Nanjo?
はい。
Yes.
そこの廊下がクアドリアンの地下通路ならば。
If that corridor is the underground passage beneath Kuadorion. Okay, so okay, there's an underground passage beneath Kuadorion. Okay.
あの先をまっすぐ行けば長い地下道になり。
And if we go
ずっと歩けば屋敷に戻れるはずだ。
straight there, it will become a long tunnel. And if we stay on that, we should be able to return from the mansion. So, there is an underground tunnel between the mansion and Kuadorion. So that means Kinzo doesn't have to walk through the forest to get to the mansion. Interesting.
この鉄格子さえなんとかできれば屋敷に帰れるってことね。
Then if we could just do something about these bars, we could go home.
お父さん。
Father.
私たちをどうするつもりですか。
Well, yeah. I'm still not sure the gold room has nothing to do with Kuadorion, though. But you got a point there. That's what I'm thinking. The gold room might be on the way to Kuadorion. So maybe Eva was able to find the secret entrance that her father always disappeared down. Father, what are you planning to do with us?
すでに宣告した通り、
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the chapter to end, and then I will turn in. Good night, Rowan. As I've already declared, you are the sacrifices for the later twilights. There are conveniently 5 of you here. You will be perfect as hostages for the 5 gougings. I see. Then it's the time of reckoning for us, then? No, they still need to do the second twilight. Eventually. That's not why. That's not why I'm here this time, so relax. Who would he pick for the second twilight, then? Alright. Kumasawa, Goda, not convinced. Maria, Battler, George, Jessica. I feel like Goda and Kumasawa are the ones who are sticking out like sore thumbs. Maybe Kirie was right that they would be killed because they escaped together. No, because the gouging... Oh, no, you're right. The gougings are part of it. Hold on, hold on. I feel like we're still missing something, though. Oh, wait, shit. Wrong one. Not the manual. Not the manual. God, what was it called? No, that's not it. What the heck? I thought there was notes or something. Where was I looking at the notes? That's not it. Can we not? Oh, I get it. It's because there's been no notes dropped during this episode so far. So that's why there's no notes, including the epitaph. Okay. Wait, let's see. So there's the 2 who are close. Those do get gouged. Right, they do. Thank you. Because I feel like there's 2 odd ones out. Or is it 7 that are gouged? Because, yeah, because there's 7 stakes and they're all used. 2nd, tear apart. 3rd, praise. So then there's 5 gougings, right? So the 2, tear apart, the 2 who are close still uses the stakes, but it's not necessarily like a certain part of the body. So, if he says these 5 are for the, stakes, I mean, he says these 5 are for the gougings, and he doesn't change his mind, then that means he would need to go outside for the second twilight. Yeah. So, that's what I thought. So, the only thing that sticks out is Goda and Kumasawa for the second twilight because he wants to test his 4 grandkids to see if they're worthy of taking on after him. So that seems to be what they're setting up to me. Right. That's not why I'm here this time, so relax. Besides, I believe I said it already.
我が全てを継承するにふさわしいと認められたなら、この儀式は中断する。
If one of my grandchildren is deemed suitable to inherit everything from me, then the ritual will be called off.
つまりお前たちは命拾いをするというわけだ。
In other words, your lives will be spared.
お子さんたちに何をするつもりですか？
What are you planning to do to the children?
次期当主にふさわしいかどうか
To see if they are suitable to be my successor or not.
テストを与える。
I shall give them a test.
その結果、私をうならせる者が一人でもいたならば、儀式は中断する。
If even one of them... No, don't do... no, stop. You. Okay. If even one of them can impress me, I'll call the ritual off. And if there isn't anyone suitable, what are you planning on doing with the children?
それを心配する必要はない。
There's no need to worry about that.
どうせ先に生贄とされるのはお前たちだ。
After all, you are the ones who will be made into sacrifices first.
その後のことなど知ったことではなかろうに。
After... anything after that should be of no concern to you.
お前たちは自らの命運を自らの子供たちに委ねるのだ。
You simply need to place your fates in the hands of your own children.
お前たちが生み、教え、育ててきた結晶が子供たちだ。
Your children, the fruit of what you've birthed, taught, and raised.
お前たちの命運を委ねるに実にふさわしい存在のはず。
They should truly be the most suitable to entrust with your fate.
そう心配そうな顔をするなよ、クラウス。
Don't make such a worried face, Kraus.
お前の自慢の100億の価値のある娘を信じろよ。
Believe in the daughter that you brag is worth 10 billion yen.
まったくね。
Exactly.
子供は親の結晶よ。
Children are the fruits of their parents,
親の命運を預けるにふさわしいわ。
worthy of entrusting with the parents' fate.
お父様にとってもね。
And father, that applies even to you.
肝の座った女だ。ルドルフにはもったいない。
This woman has guts. What a waste on Rudolph.
キリエさん、あまり挑発しない方がいい。
Kirie-san, it would be best not to aggravate him too much.
どうかな。
I agree.
今は太陽。
Let's bear with it for now.
そうね。
That's right.
どうせ私たちはまな板の上の恋よ。
After all, we're simply fish on a chopping board.
今さら何もできやしない。
There's nothing we can do now.
私に対し威勢のいい口を叩くことはできるがな。
Except insult me with such vigor.
嫌いではないぞ、そういう女は。
I don't dislike that kind of woman, you know? Like Beatrice? Uh-oh. Kirie's like Beatrice with the sick burns.
ベアトリーチェも初めはそういう女だった。
Beatrice was that kind of woman too at the beginning.
親方様、
My lord,
そろそろ本題。
let us get to the main topic.
さっきから脱線しまくりです。
We've been getting derailed for a while now. Look, a Ryukishi character saying we've been getting derailed for a while now.
おお、そうであったな。すまぬすまぬ我が友よ。
Ah, yes, there was that. Sorry, my friend.
それでは本題に入ろう。
Well then, let's get to the main
その
topic.
ために電話を用意しておいたのだ。
For that, I've prepared a phone.
シャノ知恵が回るな。
Shannon, very shrewd of you.
もう隠さなくてもよいぞ。
You don't have to hide it any longer.
それは私が用意させたのだ。
I had that put there.
失礼いたしました
My apologies. Shannon quickly withdrew, and the telephone was revealed.
クラウスよ。ゲストハウスの孫たちに電話をかけるがよい。
Kraus. Call the children in the guest
そ
house
して我がテストを試練の始まりを彼らに告げるのだ。
and tell them of the test, of the start of my trial. With a gesture that seemed to be saying, "Go ahead," Ronove urged Kraus to pick up the receiver.
嫌だと言ったら
And if I say no?
ほほう。取引の余地がどこにあるというのか。
Ho ho! And why do you think you're in a position where you can make a deal?
お前が電話をせぬというなら、孫たちにはチャンスさえも与えぬ。
If you don't call, then the grandchildren won't even be given a chance.
後ろ宮家はこれにて終わり。
The Ushiromiya family will end here.
お前たちは直ちに生贄だ。
And I'll turn you all into sacrifices right away.
直ちに生贄なら幸運よ。
You'd be lucky to become sacrifices right away.
あなたたちの眼前で子供たちを先に生贄にされた方が辛いと思うけれど。
Don't you think it'd be more painful to watch the children be made into sacrifices first, before your very eyes?
が
Up.
生贄の順番は親方様が決めます。
The master is the one who decides the order of the sacrifices.
勝手なことを言わないように。
Keep your opinions to yourself.
リア、今私の名前を縮めようとして。
Got up. That's so funny. Leah, you just tried to shorten my name and failed, didn't you?
してません。
I did not.
だから勝手に人の名前を略さないように。
And I told you not to shorten my name.
女は実に。
Women truly are
かしましいですな。
noisy. And that's where we're gonna leave off. Wow. Hey guys. Oh god. 1998. Alright, so we're gonna stop in 1998 when Ange is on the island. Ooh, cool. Okay. We're gonna get some Nanjo backstory. Alright, well that was very cool. I really think the episode picked up this time. And I've been really enjoying the way this one goes. This is kind of like, more like kind of how I wished the setup, I kind of wish the setup would take this kind of route. And I hope you guys are proud of me because, I woke up at 4 a.m. for the live letter, and I've been pumped so full of caffeine and, I guess enjoying this game that it is 9 p.m. and I'm still trucking, and I did all that Umineko. I can't believe it. Alright. We are going to raid Hayami Mae. Now, because I've been up since early in the morning, I'm not sure if, I'm going to be awake for any kind of stream tomorrow, so I'm just gonna preemptively saying I'm taking Friday off to catch up on sleep. And then Saturday is Rowan's Ida Saturday files. So I'll be back Sunday for Lore Sunday. I hope you guys will look forward to it. All right, Rada's going out, and thank you guys so much for getting through this exciting, juicy bit of episode 4 with me. Oh no! How did I put... Oh no, I put the raid wrong. Let me try that again. There we go! Alright, have a very good night, everybody! See you Sunday! Good night!